Chapter 4233. Luin took a sip of tea. Humans were creatures that cared a lot about their reputation. Often, right or wrong was not important, but the reason was. Even if the reason was ridiculous, as long as it was a reason, it was fine. In the end, the strong were respected. Although Shui Su's experience was tragic, it was not unique. Luin had seen the experiences of countless cultivators in the Xuanhuan universe through the union of wishes. There were many who had it worse than Shui Su, and everyone had their own path. Ordinary people had dreams that the eternal realm could not hope to achieve, and cultivators had lives that other cultivators envied and sorrowful. The eternal realm was one's own eternal life, but one had to conform to the laws of the universe. However, the universe did not belong to one person, but to everyone and all living things. If one person could not conform to the laws, then what about 2 people? What about 20 people? 20,000, 2 million, 200 million? If one person's experience could not comprehend eternal life, then what about 100 people? 10,000, a million, 100 million? Luin looked at the tea in his cup. His cultivation time had been too short. Normally, if he wanted to comprehend eternal life and cross the bitter adversity, he would need at least 10,000 years to do so. However, every step he took was different, and the path others took did not apply to him at all. It was not impossible for him to walk the path of eternal life again. Bitter adversity was something that had to be experienced. Whether it was through the rebooting of the universe or breaking through on his own, it was difficult to avoid this hurdle. He did not want to avoid it either, but he could build a bitter adversity wall based on each person's experience. His own bitterness was not a kind of realm, but the course of one's heart, it was life. If he built everyone's bitter adversity into a high wall, then as long as he broke through a single bitter adversity, he might be able to break through to eternal life. Luin did not know if he was right, but even if he was wrong, comprehending everyone's experience would be beneficial for him to cross the bitter adversity wall. When he thought of this, he looked up at the sky. At that moment, the world changed and he slowly raised his hand towards Shui Su. Shui Su stared blankly at Luin, not daring to move. She did not know what he was going to do. She did not think too much about what Luin would do to her. Although she was confident in her appearance, this was Luin, someone who did not even care about the 7 fairies. What kind of woman could he not have? Lu Yin's hand went past Shui Su and landed in the sky. A brick appeared in the sky and it was so familiar. He remembered that when he had first scaled down the walls of karma, he had also done it 1 brick at a time. Now he was doing it 1 brick at a time. Here comes a brick. He seemed to be fated with bricks. In the past he was a thief, but now he was a thief. Interesting. The first brick to break the mental wall was Shui Su. This woman had experienced the hardships of being a rogue cultivator and received the blessing of her family. However, she had also experienced the pain of being homeless, the sorrow of being separated from her family and an old friend. She was the perfect person for the job. One day, when the wall of his state of mind was erected, would he be able to step over this high wall and enter immortality? Luin didn't know, but he knew that he would have to walk the path of his mental state sooner or later. Shui Su's opportunity came at the right time. A few days later, Luin looked ahead. The waterways have changed. Shui Su had bid farewell to Luin the day before, but he had not allowed her to leave. He wanted to see Linjia. The reason why Linjia had warmly invited Shui Su to stay in the Lin Lushan family was because he thought that Shui Su had a good relationship with him. Although he already knew that Shui Su had nothing to do with him, they already had a father-daughter relationship. Cut each other. Shui Su had been the one who had given him inspiration, and he had to repay her kindness in the future. That's the 15 family alliance. Shui Su exclaimed. Luin was surprised. The 15 family alliance? Shui Su nodded, her face solemn. In order to deal with the civilization war and the invasion of the Xuanhuan universe's cultivators, the 15 family alliance has formed an alliance. I almost forgot, they've changed the waterways. 5 family alliance, Master Lu. She was about to remind Luin to change directions when she suddenly remembered who this person was. He was Luin. Who had the right to ask him to avoid them? Not even the strongest in the eastern region, Great Dream Sky, had the right, let alone the 15 family alliance. Have some tea. Luin smiled. Shui Su exhaled and nodded. She looked at the colossus of the 15 family alliance in the distance and felt an unprecedented sense of security. She had never thought that she would be able to cross this colossus one day. No one could stop her. As long as she was with this person, anything he said could come true. In the distance, Granddaddy Li and the others watched from afar. He's really going. Granddaddy Li, is this person really going to cross the 15 family alliance? Let's go and visit the Dong family in advance. We'll see what he does there. What if he's not that powerful? Xianxia asked. Granddaddy Li's eyes turned cold. We'll see. His things could not be taken so easily. Otherwise, how could he survive in Martial Sun City? Soon, the boat approached the 15 Family Alliance's encampment. It was a huge stronghold with a circle of sourcebox arrays around it. Luin could tell at a glance that these sourcebox arrays were not bad. They must have been set up by an origin array celestial master. The 15 Family Alliance? There were so many of them. Ever since he'd entered the cultivation world, he had never seen so many family alliances. They were not afraid of conflicts, and the only reason for this was that one family was exceptionally powerful and could completely suppress the others. As the boat approached, a shout came from afar. Outsiders are not allowed to enter the 15 Family Alliance. Stop. 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 The shouts traveled into the distance, full of intimidation. Shui Su's originally tense expression had calmed down. If not for Luin, she would not have even looked at this place, let alone approach. But now it felt good to be able to rely on someone else's might. Luin did not mind and instead looked at the stronghold with interest. It was just like a bandit group. The 15 Family Alliance seemed very powerful, and many people thought that it was a force to be reckoned with. However, it was far from a true power. They were not even on the same level. Even if the number of experts was about the same, it would be useless. Factions could be passed down, but this 15 Family Alliance did not have a complete inheritance, which was its greatest flaw. The boat continued to approach, and the intimidation from afar grew stronger. Some people even tried to attack, but their attacks could not even get close to the boat and they simply disappeared. The people from the 15 Family Alliance were stunned. The boat passed through the sourcebox array. It was as if the sourcebox array that the 15 Family Alliance was so proud of did not even exist. The boat flowed along the river. Lu Yin's leisurely appearance and Shui Su's calmness gave the 15 Family Alliance an unfathomable feeling. Shui Su's beauty was even more frightening. Only the strong were worthy of beautiful people. They could not even see Lu Yin's face clearly. The 15 Family Alliance was completely alarmed. One cultivator after another walked out and looked at the river, but they could not see Lu Yin clearly. Old Broken, can you see who it is? I can't. Where's Old White? Old White can't see clearly either. Father, the family head is here. Family head, I'm incompetent. I can't see this person's face clearly. I can't see clearly either. What? Family head, even you can't see clearly? Go get the ancestor. There's no need. I'm here. I can't see clearly. Don't offend this person. Although it was a mountain stronghold, there was a completely different world behind each stronghold. It contained a huge area, and it only looked like a mountain stronghold on the surface. The mountain strongholds had a circular structure, and the river flowed along the center of the stronghold. The largest mountain stronghold belonged to the Dong family. At this moment, Granddaddy Li and the others were being led inside by the Dong family. They looked down the wooden ladder and saw the boat floating on the river. Why is this boat able to pass through the river? Isn't the Dong family going to stop it? The Dong family's members all had solemn expressions. They had just been notified that no one was allowed to offend this boat. They were not allowed to ask questions or even look at it. Change source app. No one answered. Everyone could only watch as the boat passed through the 15 Family Alliance, entering from one side of the stronghold and exiting from the other. From beginning to end, the 15 Family Alliance did not dare to say a word. Granddaddy Li Xiaoxingzi and the others exchanged glances, completely suppressing their thoughts. Fortunately, they had not provoked this person before. The 15 Family Alliance did not even dare to ask questions. What kind of heaven-defying method was this? This person had to be a powerhouse from the human civilization, someone they would never be able to meet in their lifetime. Granddaddy Li was curious about who this person was, but the 15 Family Alliance was even more curious. The Dong family's ancestor was a powerhouse who had reached the bitter adversity level. Granddaddy Li wanted to pay him a visit, but he could not even see that person's face clearly. That person was at least at the peak of the bitter adversity level or even higher. If the Dong family could climb up to this level, they would not need the other 14 families. But just as this thought appeared in his mind, a gaze swept over him, causing him to bow deeply. If that person did not wish to be disturbed, then so be it. They were not qualified. The 15 Family Alliance left, and Shui Su looked behind her, her vision growing blurry. She had never been so glorious in her life. After today, even if she did not stay with Master Lu, her life would be different because of this incident. The 15 family alliance was not stupid and they would definitely remember her. This meant that everyone would know that there was someone behind her that the 15 family alliance did not dare to provoke, just like the Linlu Mountain family had thought. Life changes were sometimes very simple. Thank you, Master Lu. Shui Su bowed. Lu Yin looked at her and smiled. I didn't do anything. I was just admiring the scenery. Shui Su had a complicated look in her eyes. Indeed, just admiring the scenery could change a person's life. This was why countless people yearned to become stronger. This was the world of the strong. They were both born under this starry sky, but they were completely different. More than a month later, Lu Yin met Lin Jie. Lin Jie stared blankly at Lu Yin, who had suddenly arrived with an expression of disbelief. Lu Yin was still sitting on the boat, while Lin Jie stood by the river and slowly knelt down. This lowly Lin Jie greets Master Lu. Behind Lin Jie was a woman with a weathered face. She looked older than Shui Su, but she was Lin Jie's daughter and was much younger than Shui Su. At this moment she also knelt with Lin Jie. Greetings, Lord Lu. Master Lu? Could it be that Master Lu? Impossible. How could such a powerful person come here? An unstoppable force lifted Lin Jie up. Lu Yin looked at him. You wanted to see me, so here I am. Lin Jie was bitter and did not know what to say. Wanted to see him? Yes, he had wanted to see him for a long time. He had wanted to see him before the Linlu Mountain family had been driven out of Linlu Mountain, but it was too late now. The Linlu Mountain family was no more. All of this had nothing to do with this person. He just did not know what to say. Chapter 42-34. You've aged a lot since we parted in the mausoleum. We're old friends now, so do you have any requests? Lu Yin asked. Lin Jie's thoughts were complicated and he kept thinking. Requests? Once upon a time, he'd wanted to climb and lead the Linlu Mountain family over the peak to become the strongest family. But now what could he ask for? His experiences over the years had tired him out. He was truly tired. Even though it had only been a few hundred years, he'd experienced more life and death than he had in the first half of his life combined. The torment of his illness and injuries made him wish he was dead. Countless times he wanted to end his own life. Only then did he know what he wanted. It was just a healthy body, a simple meal, watching the sun rise and set every day accompanying him. His daughter was the happiest. He'd started out as an ordinary cultivator, leading the Linlu Mountain family all the way to the top. He'd put in so much effort, but it had all been destroyed so easily. What was a person's goal in life? Behind him, Lin Jie's daughter knelt down again. Master Lu, please treat my father's illness and spare him from the torment of his illness. Lin Jie's body trembled, and he looked at Lu Yin with longing in his eyes. Lu Yin met Lin Jie's gaze. Is that all? Lin Jie looked at Lu Yin's eyes, and the first half of his life flashed past his eyes. Even a massive object like the spring and autumn scroll had been easily destroyed. Was there a difference between living for 10,000 years and living for 1 year? 10,000 years of pain could not compare to a single year of happiness. His gaze grew resolute. That's all. Lu Yin smiled. He had no relationship with Lin Jie, and they'd only exchanged a few words when they'd met in the mausoleum. If not for Shui Su, he would not have come here. Lin Jie had given up his life's pursuit just to treat his illness. This person had let it go. A second brick had been added to Lu Yin's mental wall. He didn't know how many bricks were needed to build it, but he knew that one day, this wall would block him so much that he would not be able to see into the distance, and he would have the desire to break it. By the river, Lin Jie, his daughter, and Shui Su knelt down as they watched the boat leave. They would not see each other again after this farewell. Shui Su's gaze was complicated. This past month had been like a dream, but it was nothing more than a scenery to this person. The boat continued to move downstream, and the change in the river's course allowed Lu Yin to see a different scenery. The mortals were old acquaintances, but he had never met any of them before. However, their ancestors had definitely seen him before. Lu Yin didn't need to blur his appearance in front of mortals because they wouldn't be able to recognize him even if they heard his voice. Only cultivators had seen his appearance. A few years later, the boat drifted along the river into a city filled with mortals. Lu Yin heard another familiar name, Celestials. Celestial was what mortals called cultivators. He sat on a boat and ate a few dishes while sipping tea and meditating. Many people began to speculate that he was a celestial, and even the governor of the city came to see him. He tried to talk to him, but Lu Yin ignored him. As the sky darkened, the night watchman walked out, knocking on the curtain of the night. There was a curfew. But no one cared about him. Celestials were not bound. Hey hey! Someone called out softly. Lu Yin looked towards the bushes by the riverbank and saw a youth, Looking for me? The youth looked at Luin. Due to the darkness, his appearance could not be seen clearly, but his eyes were burning with passion. Are you a celestial? Luin nodded, yes. That's great. Celestial, can you do me a favor? The youth asked. Luin smiled. Why should I? The young man touched his pocket and took out a piece of metal. This is for you. Luin waved his hand and the metal flew over. The youth looked on enviously. It was a very ordinary piece of metal that could be used to make a cultivator's weapon. It was useless, but to mortals it was difficult to melt. I found it by accident in the mountains and gave it to blacksmith Wang. He said that only celestials are useful and he can't melt it. Do you think it'll be useful to you? The youth asked expectantly. Luin put it away. Alright, what do you want me to help you with? The youth relaxed. It was good that it was useful. I want you to help me find someone also a celestial. Luin replied, the world is vast. How can I find someone? Just do your best. This piece of metal is very precious and it would be a waste to just find someone. You can change your condition. The youth insisted, I don't want to change it. I just want to find that person. Luin grunted, alright, who are you looking for? The youth reached into his pocket again and took out a painting. The scroll looked very old and he carefully unfolded it to reveal its contents. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What is this? In the painting there was a small boat floating on the water. There was an umbrella on the boat, and under the umbrella was a reclining chair. There was a person sitting leisurely on the reclining chair. There was a wooden table beside the reclining chair, and there was some food on the wooden table. This was the scene of Lu Yin trying to comprehend the state of mind, and he had specially taken the boat down to read someone's fortune. The umbrella, the fruit platter, and the umbrella were all the same. That was him. This youth was looking for him? The youth put down the painting and seemed a little embarrassed. I know that it's hard to find clues like this, but there's no other way. You might be the only celestial I've met in my life, so I want to ask for your help to see if you can find the person in this painting. Lu Yin looked deeply at the youth, and a karmic spiral appeared at his fingertip. It then pierced through the youth's body, revealing scenes of the past as he searched for his relationship with this youth. Soon he saw a familiar person. It was that young woman who had written the word 10 on the ground to enlighten him. Before she had left, he had helped her, her husband, and her son get rid of their illnesses, allowing them to live a long life. She was 7 years old. This youth was one of their descendants. But the location didn't seem right. This city was a place where the waterways had changed, and it was very far away from the city where he had met that woman. It was a distance that mortals would not be able to reach. Why was this family here? The karmic past continued to flash, and Lu Yin understood that it was because of war. There were wars between mortals as well. That woman's family had left their home to escape the war and come here. They had been displaced, but because they no longer existed, they had been able to live a long life. Suffering from illness and gaining longevity, they came here step by step. Their descendants also settled down in this city. This painting had been drawn by that woman before her death. She could not draw her own appearance, but she clearly remembered everything that had happened on the boat. She knew that the only reason her family could live a long life was because of her, because she had only interacted with Lu Yin before. She was a celestial. To their knowledge, celestials were omnipotent. Lu Yin stared deeply at the painting. Was this fate? The waterways had changed, but he had still been able to meet the descendant of his old friend. Celestial? Can you find him? The youth asked softly. Lu Yin looked at the youth. Why do you want to find him? The youth's eyes turned red. Our ancestors said that the celestial in the painting is protecting us. My mother is seriously ill and there's no medicine that can cure her. She can only live for 2 more years at most. I want to ask that celestial to help me. Lu Yin asked, then why don't you just ask me for help? Instead, you want me to find this person. Even if I can find him in the end, 2 years might have passed. The youth stared at Lu Yin in a daze. Can you cure my mother? Lu Yin smiled. Yes. The youth's eyes lit up with excitement. Then I beg you to treat my mother. I beg you. Lu Yin sighed. This youth had listened to his ancestors and worshipped the person in the painting as a god. He subconsciously believed that only the person in the painting could cure his mother. He did not trust other cultivators, so he was betting that Lu Yin would be able to find him within 2 years. The person in the painting. This was because he was certain that only the person in the painting could cure his mother. If he did not find the person in the painting and directly asked Lu Yin for help, then he would have wasted a piece of metal. This piece of metal was his only bargaining chip with the celestial. This gamble took a lot of determination. It was his only chance and he was betting his mother's life on it. Lu Yin easily cured the youth's mother. As he watched his mother's complexion gradually improve, the youth became excited and kowtowed to Lu Yin. The boat sailed away, leaving the city far behind. He did not know if it was fate that he had met this youth, but at this moment he was at a loss. Several years had passed, but he still couldn't figure out why he would meet an old friend in a new city. This old friend was just a mortal, and with just a few words he had been tied to this day. Where did this tie come from? Even after so many years he still wondered. When someone bowed deeply to him by the riverside, Lu Yin was at a complete loss. Xuanhuan? That's right, the person bowing deeply to him was Xuanhuan, the one who was bitterly in love with the mortal girl, Xuanhuan. He wanted to take her away but he could not. He was the cultivator who had caused the entire city to suffer. In the end, it was Lu Yin who had shown them his true heart. Xuanhuan's words had made Xuanhuan and the entire city feel at ease. It was also from this incident that Lu Yin understood that the so-called bitter adversity might not be the true bitter adversity. It could be past, but the true bitter adversity was difficult to find. This was why there were so few Eternal Realm cultivators. Passing the bitter adversity was not the most difficult part. The most difficult part was finding the true bitter adversity. Why are you here? Lu Yin's expression was solemn. This was not the city where Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan had come from. It was even further away than the city that the youth had come from. Xuanhuan recognized Lu Yin, who was dressed the same way he had when he had been a fortune teller. The only difference was that the word fortune teller was missing. Of course, Xuanhuan could not see Lu Yin's face clearly. He only knew that this person had once told his fortune and told him to be with the woman he loved. The city was destroyed and Xuanhuan died, so I traveled the world alone. I did not expect to meet you again. It is a great fortune. Please accept my bow. He bowed deeply as he spoke. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Why are you here? Xuanhuan was puzzled. Shouldn't I be here? I don't know. I'm just curious why you're here. Just following my heart. Lu Yin looked at Xuanhuan. Just following his heart? Xuanhuan was definitely following his heart, but why was he able to meet Lu Yin? Where did his heart come from? Where did fate come from? And then there was that youth from before. Lu Yin suddenly turned around and scanned the city behind him with his consciousness. Finally, he saw a portrait of himself in one of the cities. It came from a family, and under the portrait was 6 tails of gold. His body trembled. How could this be? That old woman had asked him to tell his fortune, so why did it appear in the city behind him? Even if he did not meet it, didn't he see it when he looked behind him? It was the same as meeting it. Chapter 42:35. Why would he meet those fortune tellers one after another? Was this karma? Or was it fate? Lu Yin sat on a recliner and looked at the water. Why was this happening? There were no traces of karma, and he could tell that even the Azure Lotus Emperor could not hide from him. He was no longer the same person as before, so why was this happening? Karma. The Tianyuan universe had its own karma, and the Nine Heavens universe had its own karma. Then, was there a Tao of karma that controlled everything in these universes just like the river of time? Was it because he had interacted with these people through karma, causing him to meet them again on the main Tao of karma? Was that the case? He desperately wanted to ask about the Azure Lotus Emperor, but he held himself back. Everyone's understanding of cultivation was different, and the path of karma that the Azure Lotus Emperor walked was also different from his own. What if he took the initiative to share his own understanding of the path of karma if he interacted with the Azure Lotus Emperor's Tao of karma, it might affect the other party and cause them to retreat. But if he did not ask, no one would be able to give him an answer. Would the Azure Lotus Emperor be able to give him an answer? Not necessarily. Zhao Ran controlled the River of Time, but she could not give Lu Yin any answers about the River of Time, and neither could the Great Master. Xuanhuan left. He did not know what Lu Yin was thinking, but he still wanted to follow the river and take Xuanhuan to see the world. Time continued to flow like a river that would never stop. Another few years passed in the blink of an eye. It had been 20 years since Lu Yin had drifted on the boat, and he would be able to find the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad and the others in another 10 years. These past few years had not been easy for him at all, and he had been constantly thinking of ways to explain his encounter with his old friends. But later on he had thought it through. Just like how the Azure Lotus Emperor wanted to touch the River of Time, if there was a Tao of karma above all of this, he could not explain it because he did not have the qualifications to touch it. He did not think too much about it. If he continued to build his mental state, he might be able to explain it in the future. One day Lu Yin suddenly felt something. He looked at the crown of the mother tree, and a red dress appeared in his mind along with a pair of eyes and a sentence, "Is eternal life emotionless?" This sentence had come from Hong. Luin had thought that he had forgotten about it, but he suddenly recalled it at this moment. This sudden thought was not without reason, and it had to be related to his mental state. Luin sighed and took a step forward. When he reappeared, he was already at Yihai, and he sought an audience with the Azure Lotus Protector. "Senior, has Hong been released?" Blue Lotus Defender was puzzled. Luin suddenly asked Ruby, "Why are you asking about her?" Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly thought of something and stared at Luin, sizing him up. "Don't tell me you've taken a liking to this girl." "That's great, I'll give her to you." Luin was speechless. "I was just thinking about what she asked at the Sparrow Terrace." Qinglianyu shook his head. "This girl won't do it again." Luin looked at Teal Lotus Emperor. "Why did she ask that?" "You can ask her yourself." "She came out." Qinglian Shangyu laughed. "It's been more than 100 years. He's already out." Luin nodded, but just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and looked at Qinglianyu again. "Senior, do you really not know why Honger asked that?" Qinglianyu said, "So you should ask her yourself." Luin replied, "It seems that this junior won't be able to get anything out of him. Then there's no need to care about her. I can't ignore it. Junior's state of mind has been problematic these past few years. Is because of that sentence? Is eternal life all emotionless?" These words caused Qinglianyu's expression to change. He looked at Luin. Problematic state of mind? A problem with one state of mind was not small. Weak battle prowess could be made up for, and a low cultivation base could continue to cultivate. However, if there was a problem with one state of mind and it was not resolved, then every step forward would be difficult. This was especially true for Luin, who had entered the bitter adversity realm. Problems could not be allowed to occur. Luin nodded and said helplessly, "I've been thinking about that sentence constantly, and it's caused a problem with my state of mind. That's why I came looking for you. Otherwise, if I was really just curious, I would have come looking for you a long time ago." Qinglianyu's expression sank. That sentence made the startled gate unhappy, and it even caused problems with your state of mind. "I really shouldn't have taken her in." Luin did not understand what had happened. According to Qinglianyu's words, Hong had carried Chiosu's emotions and concealed Chiosu's death, which could be considered as helping human civilization. However, Qinglianyu's attitude was clearly not right. Qinglianyu really did not know why Hong had asked that question. Of course that was impossible. He had told Luin to ask her himself. Luin knew that he would not be able to get anything out of it, so he had mentioned a problem with his state of mind. The problem with his state of mind was too serious. If it was not resolved, Luin would not be able to move forward. He was not the only one who could not accept it. Qinglianyu and the others could not accept it either. Qinglianyu looked at Luin. "You can ask her yourself. You can ask whatever you want." Luin understood. "Thank you, senior." Then he disappeared. Qinglianyu looked at the Yehai with a complicated expression. The Yehai was huge and there were many residences. Many of them belonged to Qinglianyu's disciples, such as Mingjue and Cleansing Lotus. The 7 fairies naturally had their own residences as well. Luin easily found Honger's residence. There were red leaves everywhere, and those who did not know would think that Xianhuan red leaves lived there. "Miss Honger, Luin requests an audience." In the depths of the red leaves, Honger opened her eyes and calmly asked, "What is it, Mr. Lu? Can you come in?" Honger is in seclusion. "If there is nothing else, please leave." "Miss, you asked me a question earlier and I'm here to answer it," Luin said. Honger looked outside the red leaves forest, which was the vast Yehai. "Has Mr. Lu seen Master before?" Luin replied, "Senior Qinglian asked me to come." Honger said, "Mr. Lu, please come in." Luin entered the red leaves forest and saw Honger. She was dressed in red and she did not stand out in the red leaves forest. Honger faced Luin and slowly bowed. "Greetings, Master Lu." Luin looked at her. "Why did you ask that question?" Honger asked, "Is Mr. Lu here to answer or to ask?" Luin replied, "It's both an answer and a question." Honger shook her head. "Then please forgive Honger for being rude. Mr. Lu, please leave. In my opinion, eternal life is not emotionless. Otherwise, I would not have made it this far. The Tianyuan universe and spiritualized universes no longer exist. This is my answer," Luin said. Honger lowered her head and looked at the red leaves piled up on the ground. They were as dazzling as fresh blood. "After so many years of war, have you ever felt guilty about the people who died?" Luin frowned. I have to take responsibility for my own interests. Not a single drop of blood was spilled in a civilization war. Those who died in battle do not need me to feel guilty. If I die in battle one day, it will be for the continuation of human civilization. As for the survivors, they will feel guilty. Is this what you mean by emotionless? Hong Er looked up. If it is not a civilization war, Mr. Luin thinks that you are emotionless if you give up when you can? After saying this, her face paled and she closed her eyes as if she was waiting for something. Luin stared at her. Speak clearly. Hong Er waited for a while, but there was no response. She opened her eyes, and there was a trace of surprise and confusion in them. What are you waiting for? Senior Qinglian Xiangyu's intervention? He won't interfere, Luin said indifferently. Hong Er looked at Luin. You won't interfere? Luin met her gaze. Who are you? Hong Er exhaled. As expected of Mr. Lu. I thought that there were some things that could never be said. Only Mr. Lu could change Master's mind. Mr. Luin, let me ask you. Is eternal life emotionless? Lu Yin's eyes widened. I've already answered you. Everyone has their own way of thinking, and what you think is not the only answer. I've given you an answer, so you must give me an answer as well. Mr. Lu Yin's answer shows that you don't understand. You haven't seen it clearly, Hong Er said. Lu Yin was enraged and a pressure suddenly descended, causing the entire Yi Si to shake. Hong Er's face paled and the world shook. Although she did not collapse, that was because Lu Yin had not allowed her to. But at this moment, what she was experiencing was no less oppressive than anyone else who had been suppressed by Lu Yin. There were very few people. The world spun, and the feeling of being squeezed by the entire universe made her feel suffocated and hopeless. Lu Yin's voice was low and dignified. Don't give me that. Qing Xiao has been acting mysterious time and time again, allowing me to see the universe clearly. He is eternal life and has the qualifications. What makes you think you can? Do you think that what you see is real? What you think is just, it's the narrowness of what you see at your level. You are wasting my time and energy. I've been patient for Senior Qinglian's sake, but now answer my question. Who are you? Not everyone has the qualifications to talk nonsense with me. Lu Yin had been filled with confusion when he saw Xuanhuan and the others, and he had suppressed it with great difficulty. Now Hong Er's words had stirred up a problem in his state of mind. This problem was very serious, and if he did not solve it, he did not know what his future path would be. Yes. Qinglian Yu also knew the severity of the situation, so he allowed Lu Yin to ask whatever he wanted. Lu Yin did not want to waste time. He had to figure out what Hong Er was talking about and why it could affect his state of mind. In the distance, Qinglian Yu looked at the red leaves forest with his hands behind his back. When a person reached a certain level, their way of doing things changed. If Lu Yin faced Master Qing Xiao again with his current strength, even Master Qing Xiao would not have the qualifications to continue acting mysterious, let alone Hong Er. In the red leaves forest, Hong Er endured Lu Yin's pressure. She gritted her teeth and stared at Lu Yin, her vision blurring. I am a red specter under the stars. The pressure suddenly disappeared. Hong Er fell to the ground. Lu Yin looked at her deeply. A red specter under the stars. She really was a red specter under the stars. When he first heard of this name, he thought of Hong Er, but Qinglian Yu denied it. He said that Hong Er was not even human, let alone a red specter under the stars. Because of Qinglian Yu's words, Lu Yin did not probe further. He could see whether Hong Er was human or not, but that would be too rude. He would see everything. He had caused trouble with the 7 fairies because of the lotus pond, and Qinglian Yu and the others were keeping an eye on them. There was no need for him to do anything else. Even though he hadn't seen Hong Er that many times, her gaze always caught his attention every time. It was a kind of probing gaze, a gaze that wanted to see him clearly, but it also contained an indescribable sense of unease and apprehension as well as sorrow. Most of all, it was sorrow. Chapter 4236. Yes, time and time again, the problem of the startling sparrow terrace was deeply imprinted in his heart, which was why it caused him to have mental problems. He had seen through many things, the Tianyuan universe, the spiritualized universe, the 9 clouds universe, many things had been answered. Hong Er's matter had always been suppressed in her heart, so naturally she had to get an answer. But was it just that? Are you a red coat under the stars? Lu Yin asked in a deep voice. Hong Er coughed a few times, she slowly stood up, she looked at Lu Yin with a bitter expression. Master didn't tell you because he didn't dare to tell you that I'm a red coat under the stars, a human civilization that was abandoned by your human civilization, a human civilization that was destined to be destroyed and could have been saved. This is a red coat under the stars. Are you satisfied with this answer? Lu Yin looked at her in a daze. What abandoned? The human civilization is not only the three universes that you know. There is also our universe, which was found by Master a long time ago. However, he abandoned our civilization because of past hatred and left our civilization to fend for itself. If it weren't for a coincidence that one of Chishu's 7 emotions happened to pass by our civilization, I wouldn't have been brought here. I would also be a part of the human civilization that was heading toward destruction. Is eternal life heartless? How could Master watch the entire human civilization perish and not save us? Mr. Lu, can you answer me now? Is eternal life heartless? Hunger shouted at the top of her lungs. Her voice was so shrill and sad. She was weeping, shedding tears, and shouting for her civilization. Lu Yin did not believe it. He did not believe that Qinglianyu would ignore the destruction of an entire human civilization. He did not believe it under the premise that he had the ability to save it. He knew too well how well Qinglianyu treated him. How could he be such a person? Senior Qinglian is not such a person. Hunger said bitterly, you just haven't seen the other side of him. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. If that's the case, why did he ask you to tell me? He could have stopped it. Hunger closed her eyes. I don't know, but I'm telling the truth. You can ask him yourself. Lu Yin turned around and left. He teleported and appeared not far away from Qinglianyu, looking at him. Qinglianyu had his back to Lu Yin, looking at the Sea of Yi. The two of them did not speak. They were silent. After a long while, Qinglian Xiangyu turned around and looked at Lu Yin. What she said is true. Lu Yin looked deeply at Teal Lotus Emperor. Why? Qinglianyu said indifferently, there is no reason. Giving up is giving up. There is no reason. Hung said that Senior was doing this for the sake of past grudges. What sort of grudges would make Senior abandon the entire human civilization? Most of the humans are innocent, but you're giving up on them. That's not something you would do, Lu Yin said. Qinglianyu smiled. Don't ignore human nature just because others treat you well. I'm also human. I have my grudges, grievances, and hatred. I'm the one who treats you well, and I'm also the one who gave up on human civilization. There's no conflict. You can go back. I'm going into seclusion. Lu Yin still wanted to say something, but the Azure Lotus Emperor had already left. Today's events had completely overturned his previous understanding of the situation. If not for Qinglianyu's own admission, Lu Yin would not have believed that he would do such a thing. According to Red once the human civilization of the Red Spectre under the stars was abandoned, they would not be far from extinction. When Red was brought to this human civilization, the Red Spectre under the star civilization might have already been destroyed. Destroying an entire human civilization and leaving it to fend for itself when he could have saved it was not something Qinglianyu would do. Lu Yin was not someone who liked to force others, unless the other party was an enemy. However, Qinglianyu was different. He was not an enemy, but Lu Yin had to force him this once. Qinglianyu looked at Lu Yin, who had appeared in front of him once again, and said helplessly, I don't want to talk about this anymore. You can go back. Lu Yin said in a low voice, Please tell me, Senior. Qinglianyu said, Lu Yin, have I ever let you or the Tianyuan universe down? Never. Since that's the case, no matter what I've done, it has nothing to do with you. Don't ask any more. Please tell me, Senior. Qinglianyu frowned and looked at him. I haven't let you down. Lu Yin said, I believe that you haven't let down the Red Spectre under the star civilization either, so please tell me. Qinglianyu placed his hands behind his back. You don't have to speak up for me. Abandoning them is abandoning them. I could have saved them, but I didn't. I allowed them to self-destruct. This is what I've done. Perhaps you find it hard to accept, but this is the truth. Lu Yin looked at Qinglianyu. If this matter cannot be explained, my state of mind will not be able to overcome it, and the human civilization will lose an eternal life. Qinglianyu stared at Lu Yin. This has nothing to do with you. Why do you have to involve your state of mind? If it really has nothing to do with you, why didn't you stop Hong from telling me about this? Lu Yin retorted. Qinglianyu wanted to say something, but he could not. In the end, he could only sigh. Lu Yin just looked at him. After a while, Qinglianyu took out an ancient jade stone and threw it to Lu Yin. Take a look at it yourself. Lu Yin looked at the jade stone. After a while, his expression kept changing. Sometimes it was anger, sometimes it was sorrow, and sometimes it was desolate. After reading it, he almost crushed the jade stone. Is this real? Qinglianyu looked at Yi Hai. This is the only record of the human civilization on our side. Lu Yin's gaze was complicated as he looked at the jade stone. It recorded the words left behind by the ancestors from a long time ago. There were not many words and some of them were not even coherent. However, he could roughly understand them. The human civilization on their side was abandoned. Hate, hate, hate. Why is it us? We shouldn't die. It shouldn't be us. How many missions have we completed for the... You lied to us. All of you should die. Let's die together. All of you deserve to die. All of you deserve to die more than them. The legacy of the Jade Stone was very old. The ancestors who left behind these words were so old that they could be traced back to the 9 Bases civilization. There was a mention of the 9 bases, but the 9 had been blurred. There was only 1 base. Before this, Qinglian Yu might not have known about the 9 bases. Now he knew. The 9 bases civilization was at its peak. However, when it was weakened and defeated by the enemy, it used the humans on their side as bait and abandoned them. Most of the people on the 9 bases civilization escaped. If it was discussed, it would not be a big deal. However, were the words of the ancestors discussed? They were deceived and abandoned. The red specters under the stars were one of those who abandoned us. The Blue Lotus regal ruler's tone was low. In the end, I do not know how our human civilization managed to survive. It must have been our ancestors who fought their way out, and the 9th base was defeated. So what if the red coats under the stars were powerful? Now they can only be abandoned by me. He looked at Luin. There was also a mural that was passed down at the same time as this piece of jade. It recorded the scenes of countless ancestors dying in battle. It recorded their hatred, resentment, and unwillingness. You won't be able to see it, as that mural can't be preserved for that long. I've only seen it once and I've merged my consciousness into it. Lu Yin's body trembled. No wonder Qinglian Yu's hatred towards the red specters under the stars had not reached the level where he would abandon them. The true hatred came from that mural. Lu Yin had merged his consciousness into the karmic sea mural and experienced Qinglian Yu's ignorant love. He had also comprehended the karmic wall. He knew all too well how real it felt to merge with a mural. Qinglian Yu had merged his consciousness into an ancient mural, which meant that the hatred he felt was exactly the same as the ancestors who had been abandoned and deceived. It was not Qinglian Yu who had abandoned the red specters under the stars, but those ancestors. The hatred had been passed down through the mural. No one had the right to forgive on behalf of the ancestors, and Lu Yin did not have the right either. He was also from the side of the human civilization that had been abandoned. No one spoke and there was silence. Senior, do you regret it? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Qinglian Yu closed his eyes and did not answer. Not answering was the truest answer. He had once abandoned the red specters under the stars because of the hatred that had continued. Now he regretted it. I'm also human, and as a human I can't really abandon my emotions and desires. Whether I regret it or not, it's all in the past. The human civilization under the red specters under the stars has completely disappeared. I've looked for it once but it's gone. Lu Yin said, I'd like to look for it again. Qinglian Yu shook his head. Although you have the gift of teleportation, you need to see it first. If you could see it, I would have found it long ago. That human civilization should have been completely destroyed. With a bang, the jade stone shattered. Qinglian Yu looked at Lu Yin's hand. Lu Yin let go and the jade stone turned into dust. Qinglian Yu did not say anything. The past grudges had been written off. Jiolei had abandoned them and he had also abandoned the red specters under the stars. What else does Senior know about Jiolei? I don't know. The information about the 3rd stronghold came from you. Your master's universe is the 9th stronghold and he also found out about it through you. The red specters under the stars belong to the 2nd stronghold, and the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad mentioned the 7th stronghold. There's also a giant candle that the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad mentioned. It should be a stronghold as well. Lu Yin looked into the distance. What about Ruby? Qinglian Yu said, don't worry about her. I know that she hates me for so many years. Senior, you're keeping her alive not because of Chiyosu's emotions but because... Lu Yin, have you ever wanted to completely destroy a region or a family? Lu Yin nodded without hesitation. Yes. Have you done it? Lu Yin did not answer. Not only had he done it, but he had also completely controlled his enemies such as the Sylvan Dragon and the Day-Night Clan. Too many organizations had been destroyed by his hands, and he had no right to criticize Qinglian Yu, nor did he intend to do so. Qinglian Yu had said so much because it was a human civilization that had been abandoned, and that was a civilization. However, if one were to talk about who was right and who was wrong, the destruction of a civilization was impossible to determine. Qinglian Yu could admit that he was wrong, but Lu Yin had no right to criticize him. If Qinglian Yu had to choose between the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe, he would have chosen to abandon the spiritualized universe as well. When a person had to make a choice, right or wrong no longer mattered. It could only be said that Qinglian did not represent himself at that time, but also the ancestors who had hated the Jiolei civilization. The hatred of their era could not be forgiven by the current era. Chapter 4237. Lu Yin left, and he carried a heavy heart as he followed the flow of the river and continued to build his mental wall. But after more than 10 years he still couldn't build a brick. This brick corresponded to a person's mental state, a person who killed wantonly because of hatred. In the end, even his wife and children died under his blade. This person's experience reminded Lu Yin of the Azure Lotus Imperial Regalia's abandonment of the underworld red coat. He spent 5 years to ease the burden of this matter, but now it was stirred up again. The mental wall stagnated. Although 50 years had not passed, he could still look for it now since he couldn't continue building the mental wall. Lu Yin took a step forward and went to the consciousness universe to bring little 18 and the star toad. He then appeared at the border of the karmic celestial phenomenon and constantly sensed the consciousness of the pathfinding stones as he chased after the 7 treasures heavenly toad. Some of the stones had consciousness while others had already dispersed. Lu Yin had to rely on himself for a few years before continuing to sense the next stone. 7 years later, Lu Yin finally caught up with the 7 treasures heavenly toad in OL4. 52 years had passed since he parted with them, and the Black Apocalypse civilization was right in front of him. In the distance, a universe appeared vaguely. The boss in OL4 stared at it. It was here. Lu Yin teleported with the boss in OL4. Little 18 and the star toad came to the edge of the universe and saw a few Black Apocalypse beings passing by. They were too weak to see Lu Yin and the others. OL4 was excited. It's here. Boss, let's destroy the Black Apocalypse civilization today. The boss stared ahead fiercely. Little 18. Little 18 walked out. Dad. Do it. Tear open the sequence string and restart this universe. The Black Apocalypse civilization shouldn't exist anymore. Little 18 rushed out excitedly. Lu Yin looked at this scene. Restart the universe and the destruction of civilizations. He had seen this more than once and would see more in the future. Civilizations that could give birth to powerful eternal beings like Confusion and Rainbow were also headed for destruction. No civilization in the universe was absolutely safe. The destruction of the Black Apocalypse civilization came from hatred. If one day human civilization faced a desperate situation, what would it come from? Hatred? Benefits? Or fishing? Boom. The void distorted and rippled far away. The eternal beings of the Black Apocalypse civilization had made their move. This was within Lu Yin's expectations. Even if the Black Apocalypse civilization sought revenge on the 7 treasures heavenly toad, it was impossible for all the eternal beings to go. 1 or 2 of them had to be left behind just in case. However, the dark enlightenment life form that was left behind was only at Kuei's level, which was on par with little 18. If he used the life form to skip levels, he might be able to seal little 18 with the 72 seals, but there were more than just little 18 here. 7 treasures heavenly toad, how did you find this place? Where is Confound? Dark revelation roared. Little 18's steel fork danced, star toad star picking hand. The black revelation lifeform's surface was boiling with air currents. Life skipped levels, Mahakala's 72 seals. Just as Big Brother was about to attack, he was stopped by Fourth Brother. Big Brother, I have fewer karma bindings than you. Let me do it. After saying that, he leaped into the battlefield and tore apart the black armor. Then he also used the star toad star picking hand. Lu Yin had no intention of taking action. The end of this enmity would come from both sides, and it had nothing to do with him. With OL4's attack, the dark awakening lifeform was forced to retreat and let out a shrill cry, "Awaken!" A single word spread across the universe, shaking the entire Black Apocalypse civilization. When all the dark revelation beings heard this, they immediately scattered in all directions. The more powerful ones were even faster. Big Brother sneered. You've been prepared for this for a long time. Once we attack, you'll escape immediately. But can you escape? After saying that, he raised his claw and tapped the void, landing on the Eternal Realm Dark Revelation life form and completely suppressing it. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Gravity. This was one of Big Brother's laws of the universe. The reason he was able to escape the seal back then was because he had used gravity to suppress himself, causing him to stay in place while the seal was pushed away. Big Brother was far from an ordinary eternal life form. As soon as he attacked, the Dark Revelation life form was immediately heavily injured. OL4 suppressed the Dark Revelation life form. Little 18 raised his hand and waved his steel fork, stabbing out fiercely. The void shattered as he pulled out the sequence strings one by one, searching for the source of the sequence strings. In the Xuanhuan universe, it was the immemorial city. At this moment, Little 18 quickly found it in this part of the universe. Luin watched calmly. If this had happened in the Xuanhuan universe, it would have been a great battle in the immemorial city. In this part of the universe, Confound and the other eternal life forms were no more. The Dark Revelation civilization did not have the qualifications to start a war. They could only escape as far as they could. If they wanted to preserve the legacy of life, they could ignore everything else. Unfortunately, none of them could escape. When the Dark Revelation civilization attacked the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad, they had never imagined such a situation. They had thought that they might lose to the unfathomable Patriarch Shan and die, but they had never thought that they would lose so miserably. The Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad had not only sent an eternal life form, but also a rogue that could attack without limit. None of them could escape. As the source of the sequence strings was torn apart, the entire universe trembled. The reboot had begun. Luin still remembered that the first time he had seen the universe reboot was in the Orchid universe. There were countless life forms in the Orchid universe, all of which had perished during the reboot, including the Mother Tree. Now, a similar scene had occurred. Countless Dark Revelation life forms fled in all directions, but they could not escape this part of the universe. They struggled, begged, and wailed. They used all methods, but in the end they were devoured by the universe itself. The Eternal Realm Dark Revelation life form's eyes were red as it attacked OL4, but it was useless. It was not OL4's match. Lu Yin's gaze was complicated. He could push that eternal life form into the hell of the appointment platform to increase the karma, but at this moment he did not want to do anything. The Azure Lotus ruler's abandonment of the Red Coat civilization made his heart heavy. The scene in front of him made it seem like the Dark Revelation life forms were the ones fleeing, not the Dark Revelation life forms. If the Red Coat civilization had really perished, they would have encountered the same situation. The Azure Lotus ruler would never be able to get over this matter. Thinking of this, he did not even want to move. The universe reboot had eternal matter, but he did not want to collect it. Just like that, he watched calmly. From time to time, Dark Revelation life forms would rush over to take revenge, but they could not even get close. The Star Toad was enough to deal with them. Little 18's eyes were red with killing, as if the universe reboot's destruction was not enough to satisfy its hatred. That Eternal Realm Dark Revelation life form had died at its hands. Well, for could not be killed. Killing it would increase the karma binding it. It was not worth it. Killing an eternal life form was still not enough. Little 18 slaughtered the Dark Revelation life forms one after another. It was as if the universe reboot could not keep up with its killing speed. The Star Toad also rushed out. It thought of Patriarch Shan's kindness to it and the time in the Rainbow Land. It had been a long-lost time in its life, but it had been destroyed by the Dark Revelation civilization. It wanted revenge. Not feeling well? Boss asked. Luin looked ahead. Above his head, parallel dimensions collided with a loud bang and swallowed everything, but it could not do anything to them. They stood in the starry sky. No matter how the starry sky revolved and was destroyed, it had nothing to do with them. It's over if it's destroyed, Luin said. Boss's tone was heavy. So it should be destroyed. Luin nodded. Yes, it should be destroyed. But you don't seem too happy. It has nothing to do with me. If the Dark Revelation civilization destroys my 7 treasures Heavenly Toad and attacks the human civilization with 100 seals, will it still have nothing to do with you? Luin looked at Boss. Will it? Boss laughed. Are you leaning toward the mercy of the universe? Luin retracted his gaze and muttered to himself, yes, there is no mercy in the universe. The collision of species will eventually result in a result. Big Boss said in a low voice, back then it was the Dark Dawn civilization that wanted to destroy my 7 treasures Heavenly Toad, which caused the war. This time it was the Dark Dawn civilization that attacked first. A fishing civilization is a fishing civilization. I don't know what Pop said to you, but the number of civilizations that can survive in this area is as many as the stars in the sky. If you don't destroy yourself, other civilizations will destroy you. There's no logic to it. This is the space. This is the universe. This is the game of civilizations. Luin exhaled. If a civilization is going to be destroyed, what's the point of the game? Boss said, at least live until I don't want to live anymore. Luin looked at Boss and Boss looked back at him. In the starry sky, civilizations were destroyed. Time and space intersected. Luin smiled and put his hands behind his back. Live until I don't want to live anymore? Then death is not sorrow but relief. The same goes for civilizations. There are good and evil in the heart. Good is given to people and evil is tolerated. People are divided into good and evil, right and wrong. Walls are also divided into black and white. Since I can't put this brick into a white wall, I'll put it into a black wall. The high wall of the heart has both white and black. With that, he laughed, and his laughter echoed throughout the starry sky. Boss did not know what Luin had thought through, but he felt that this human was very scary. He always seemed to be able to think in the direction he needed. Some people would go crazy from thinking too much, but this human gave him the feeling that he would never go crazy. He always seemed to be able to convince himself. Back to the darkness, heart to the light. The Dark Apocalypse universe was completely rebooted. None of the Dark Apocalypse beings in the universe escaped, and all of them died. They did not know if there were any Dark Apocalypse beings in the space. Even if there were, they were scattered and could not do much. This meant that from now on, the Dark Apocalypse civilization would no longer exist in the space. This was the first fishing civilization that Luin had seen completely destroyed. With the destruction of the Dark Apocalypse civilization, Boss and the others' hatred also ended. There was a trace of confusion in their eyes. They did not know where to go. Logically speaking, they should stay in the human civilization. Boss was also willing to stay in the human civilization. Luin had helped them in the battle against the Dark Apocalypse, and he would remember this. But what would happen if they just stayed in the human civilization? He did not know. Sir, let's go back. We still have a home in the consciousness universe, Startoad said, looking at Boss with longing. Boss looked at Startoad and then at Luin before nodding. All right, let's go home. Chapter 4238. Luin relaxed, as this was also the reason why they had helped the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad in the beginning. Now that the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad had joined the human civilization, it meant that the human civilization now had 3 more Eternals and a rogue. Among them he had witnessed Boss's strength. Boss was an existence that conformed to 2 universal laws and was extremely powerful. If the Azure Lotus Lord was hiding something, he would at most be on par with Boss. It even conformed to a law of the universe. Perhaps he might not be as strong as Boss. The existence of Big Boss was the foundation of the human civilization. Including the 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad clan, the number of Eternal Realm experts that the human civilization had. There were more than 10 people. This was terrifying, and Luin estimated that a normal fishing civilization would only have this level of strength. For example, the Dark Apocalypse civilization had about 10 Eternals at their peak. If it weren't for Patriarch Shan's terrifying strength that had wiped out all of the Dark Apocalypse civilization's powerhouses, the 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad would have definitely lost that battle. Even so, old Ancestor Shan was crippled because of that battle. The karma bindings were complete, making it difficult for him to attack. It was equivalent to perishing together. What was even more terrifying about the fishing civilization was that once the absolute method was passed down, it would be passed down. This time, if not for Luin and Mr. Mu's help, Patriarch Shan would not even have the chance to make a move. The 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad race was also finished. This was the resilience of the Black Apocalypse civilization. Never underestimate any fishing civilization. Although the current human civilization had so many eternal lives, they lacked the inheritance of resurrection. For the time being, teleportation could not be passed down as an inheritance of human civilization. It would be difficult for the Lu family to stay either. Even if the Lu family could survive, the chances of a descendant with an innate talent for teleportation were extremely low, and the chances of reaching Lu Yin's level were even slimmer. This was not an absolute measure of a civilization. Once the human civilization was defeated, it was almost impossible for it to grow to its current state. This was the difference between the human civilization and the fishing civilization. The human civilization had the strength of a fishing civilization, but it did not have the inheritance ability of a fishing civilization. Luin took another look at the rebooted Black Apocalypse universe and teleported back to the human civilization with Boss and the others. Halfway through his teleportation, he suddenly thought of the Tunfeng civilization. According to the coordinates given by the unknown, the Tunfeng civilization seemed to be in this direction as well. That was a civilization that had at least 5 immortals. Although it was not comparable to the Dark Apocalypse civilization, it had quite a number of immortals. Luin immediately stopped and looked for a new direction. "Seventh brother, are you not going back?" the Star Toad asked. Luin said, "I'll have to trouble you all to come with me. There's a civilization about 20 years in that direction. That civilization has at least 5 Eternals. I want to see if there's any threat to us." Boss looked over. 5 Eternals? There were quite a few of them. Let's go take a look. Ulforth, hurry up. All right. With that, Ulforth's body grew larger, allowing them to climb onto its back. It then leapt up and headed in that direction. That was the route between the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad and the Black Apocalypse civilization. Luin could teleport, so he only needed to calculate the time it would take to get there. He only needed to teleport a few times to get back, so there was no need to calculate. 20 years was not a long time. He could go and take a look. No matter what, they were still 5 eternal life forms. They could not be ignored. The devouring seal civilization had also entered the eyes of the unknown. In terms of the number of eternal life forms, they surpassed the original human civilization. 20 years was too short a time in the square inch. It passed by very quickly. Luin and the others saw a universe that was different from the Dark Apocalypse's universe. This time they had to approach it slowly. Who knew how strong the devouring seal civilization was? For an unknown 3 stars mission, Luin guessed that its strength was about the same as the original human civilization, but it was better to be cautious. Not long after, they saw the devouring seal civilization with a strange expression. How should he put it? This civilization did not have a unified form. There were various species, forming a very mixed civilization. They felt the aura of eternal life. It was Boss who had sensed it. With his strength, he could sense the eternal life forms of the devouring seal civilization, but the eternal life forms of the devouring seal civilization could not sense it. It's not the same species. Boss was puzzled. Luin was surprised. The eternal life forms are not the same species? That's strange. Logically speaking, most eternal life forms in a civilization should be the same species. Otherwise, how can they prove that they are the same civilization? How can they get along? But the eternal life forms I sensed are not the same species. Strange. Boss could not figure it out. Boss had lived for so long. Although he was not as old as Patriarch Shan, he was not inferior to Azure Lotus. Even he had never seen such a civilization, which immediately made Luin wary. How many eternal life forms are there in total? What I sensed was 5. It was similar to what Luin knew. A 3 stars mission with 5 eternal life forms was normal. However, this devouring seal civilization was clearly a little strange. Luin decided to stop investigating and return to the human civilization. He did not intend to complete this mission anyway. Searching was slow, but returning was fast. Not long after, Luin brought Boss and the others back to the human civilization. Boss specially informed Green Lotus Yu before heading to the consciousness universe. Green Lotus Yu was the most powerful person in the human civilization at the moment. Qing Lian Yu was also the only existence that Boss was wary of. After sending off the 7 treasures Sky Toad, Luin continued to build the mental wall. The destruction of the Black Enlightenment civilization allowed Luin to see the black and white sides of the wall. Where there was white, there was black. Where there was light, there was darkness. This was an unchanging law. Thus, he placed the massacre and the cruel conquest of the civilization on the black wall. Human emotions were very strange. Emotional, cold, affectionate, emotionless, they were all emotions. No one could completely lean towards any one emotion. The craziest person was the loneliest, the most vicious person was the most pitiful, and the kindest person was the most illusory. Black and white were inverted, and all laws were circles. Luin could not escape from this law. When there was nowhere to place one's humanity, one's mental state would be lost. Now that Lu Yin's humanity was placed on that wall, it was equivalent to placing his mental state. Another year passed, and Azure Lotus suddenly contacted Luin. Stargate Xianxia was looking for him. Luin arrived at Yehai. Azure Lotus, Stargate Xianxia, and Blood Tower Xianxia were all present. Bring Mr. Mu and City Lord Jiang here. There are some things that they should know, Azure Lotus said. Luin nodded and immediately brought Mr. Mu and Uncle Jiang over. This time Stargate Xianxia was looking for them. It seemed to be related to the civilization that had the ability to leap. This was something that he had been looking forward to. Even though there were disadvantages to this ability, it could be useful at critical moments. Mr. Lu, since you already know about it, I won't explain it further. You just need to know that it is an innate ability that allows you to see very far, so far that it is impossible to estimate. To obtain this ability, you must go to the Longevity Civilization. Luin was surprised. Longevity Civilization? This name was very impressive. To be able to start with the word, longevity, the name of this civilization was terrifying. Stargate Xiangxu's tone was low as he slowly recounted the past. This past was the 1,000 years that she had experienced after walking out of the abyss of the spiritual universe. 1,000 years was not a long time for a cultivator. If Luin did not include the time-stop space in the mirage domain, he had already cultivated for more than 1,000 years. In the distance of a square inch, a casual shift might take 100, 1,000 or even 10,000 years. Therefore, no one had been able to figure out what had happened to the almighty Gate of Wonder in just 1,000 years. With Stargate Xianghu's explanation they understood. 1,000 years was indeed not enough for her to travel far. After all, the distance had to be calculated back and forth. In theory, the furthest she could travel was 500 years, especially when she was not even in the Eternal Realm at that time. At most, she was comparable to a rogue. 500 years was not enough for her to travel far, and she could not even walk out of the karmic phenomenon. However, she had left. She had gone very far away, so far away that she did not even know where the human civilization was. All of this was because of a celestial phenomenon, the meteor realm. The meteor realm was Stargate Xianghu's name for the celestial phenomenon. Other civilizations might have other names. The so-called meteor world allowed space to cross the distance of an inch like a meteor and flow between two unfamiliar areas. It disregarded space and distance, and it was equivalent to opening up a teleportation door. That's right, it was similar to an unknown door. Stargate Xianghu was inadvertently drawn into the meteor realm and went to another region. There, he saw the eternal realm, and there, he had Xianhuan. Everyone listened calmly. Even Qinglian Xianghu did not know the origin of Xianhuan, but now he knew. The meteor realm appears once every 800 years. I stayed in the eternal realm for nearly 800 years until I gave birth to Xianhuan before the second meteor realm appeared. However, Xianhuan was kept by the eternal realm and I was chased away. After all, I belonged to a foreign civilization. I was not reconciled. Stargate Xianghu's eyes were piercingly cold, and his fighting spirit was boiling. Xianhuan was my child, no one could take it away. So, through the meteor realm, I went to another region. There, after several years of desperately trying to break through to the eternal realm, I succeeded. The experience of the abyss of the soul universe made my state of mind great success. The only thing I needed was the opportunity. Xianhuan being robbed became my opportunity. After the breakthrough, I secretly returned to the eternal realm along the meteor realm. At that time, the eternal realm would never have thought that I would come back as an eternal realm expert. Of course, I could only secretly go and take Xianhuan away at the last moment when the meteor realm was about to disappear, so that the eternal realm could not chase after me. After that, she exhaled. The secret that had been suppressed in the bottom of her heart for many years was revealed. That kind of relief made her whole person gentle. Shueta Xianghu looked at Stargate Xianghu. That eternal realm civilization is also a human civilization? Stargate Xianghu shook his head. They look like humans, but they are green all over. There are leaf-like patterns on the surface of their bodies. The biggest difference from us humans is that they don't have legs. There is a vine under their knees. However, at first glance, other than the different color, they are similar to us humans. The development of their civilization is also similar. Xianhuan, this child, doesn't have any characteristics of the eternal realm civilization. Shueta Xianghu said. This was also what everyone was puzzled about. Since Xianhuan's father was from the eternal realm civilization, why didn't Xianhuan have any characteristics of the eternal realm civilization? Except for that pulsating line of sight. Chapter 4239. Jingmen Xianghu shook his head. I don't know why. I thought Xianhuan would be the same as her father, but this child is no different from a human. This is strange. By the way, don't be angry, I just asked casually. Shueta Xianghu coughed. Xianhuan's birth? Was her father willing? Jingmen Xianghu was furious and suddenly stared at Shueta Xianghu. Shueta Xianghu quickly stepped back. Don't be angry, I just asked. Luin was speechless. Shueta Xianghu was too direct. In fact, he thought so too. If Jingmen Xianghu was not too strong, how could Xianhuan not have any signs of longevity? Seeing their strange expressions, Jingmen Xianghu said in a low voice, her father is an eternal realm. Everyone was surprised. Eternal realm? You can take away an eternal realm child? Shueta Xianghu obviously did not believe it. Jingmen Xianghu gritted his teeth. He helped me. Everyone understood. If not, how could Jingmen Xianghu steal Xianhuan from the longevity civilization? Shueta Xianghu sighed. That guy is not bad. Qinglian Xianghu changed the topic. So Luin has to go to the longevity civilization to learn jumping sight, right? Jingmen Xianghu's face eased a little. Yes. This jumping sight is a talent. How do you learn it? Mr. Mu was puzzled. Jingmen Xianghu said, I don't know, but that guy said that I can get this talent as long as I am willing to stay in the longevity civilization and never return to the human civilization. Weren't you expelled? Shuata Xiangyu asked. Jingmen Xiangyu said, that's because I didn't want to stay in the longevity civilization. They gave me only two choices. One was to stay in the longevity civilization and promise never to return to the human civilization, and pretend to be a longevity civilization life for the rest of my life. The second was to be expelled. I can't pretend to be a longevity civilization life for the rest of my life. That way I will never be able to break through the eternal realm. Even if I break through, what's the point of this eternal realm? Civilization is the root of living creatures. There are many eternal beings who don't care about their own civilization, but there are also many eternal beings who regard civilization as the meaning of life. Humans are obviously the latter. Jiang Feng said, even if Lu Yin can learn jumping sight, Elder Jingmen, you were expelled. How can you let him learn it? Jingmen Xiangyu's eyes flashed. This is a promise to me. He owes me. Everyone looked at each other. Did they owe him? Chang Tian is Qingyun's father? Jingmen Xiangyu nodded and looked at Lu Yin. Mr. Lu, would you like to learn the pulsing gaze? Yes, Lu Yin answered without hesitation. Then we can only give it a try. Perhaps we won't be able to enter that longevity civilization, or perhaps we won't be able to learn it even if we enter. Perhaps the meteor realm won't even appear. But no matter what, we have to give it a try. This is the best way for you to transform into teleportation. The way. Lu Yin muttered to himself, thank you, senior. Lu Yin needed the pulsing gaze, and since he needed it, he could give it a try. And this attempt was torture for Jingmen Xiangyu. She had to face the longevity civilization again, face Chang Tian. Lu Yin felt that he owed the eternal realm experts of the Nine Firmaments universe more and more. He didn't say much and just kept it in his heart. The next step was to plan how to learn it. How long until the meteor realm appears? Are you sure you can go back and forth? Lord Green Lotus asked. He was afraid that Lu Yin and Jingmen Xiangyu wouldn't be able to come back this time. That would be a huge loss for humanity. Jingmen Xiangyu promised, we can definitely come back. We can go back and forth from the meteor realm. I've tried many times. Although I didn't go to the longevity civilization later, I can go back and forth to other regions. Can you be sure that you can go to the longevity civilization through the meteor realm? Yes, in fact, we didn't study the meteor realm much, but the longevity civilization has studied it for a long time. Just like the Gate of Arts is a backup plan for us, the longevity civilization will also leave a backup plan for itself. No one can be sure that it won't be destroyed in the future. A civilization that can destroy itself has appeared. Jingmen Xiangyu looked at everyone. My knowledge of the meteor realm comes from the longevity civilization. Jiang Feng asked, what is the strength of this longevity civilization? This was what everyone was most concerned about. Jingmen Xiangyu said slowly, there were 4 eternal realm experts there last time, but I don't know now. Lu Yin was relieved. 4 eternal realm experts. Fortunately, even if there were 1 or 2 more now, it was still within the acceptable range. This meant that the longevity civilization was not a fishing civilization. There aren't many eternal realm experts in the longevity civilization, but they once shook the fishing civilization. Jingmen Xiangyu added. Everyone was stunned. Shook the fishing civilization? Lu Yin was surprised. Why did this sound so familiar? Wasn't this the strength of the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad Mountain's ancestor? Jingmen Xiangyu's expression was solemn. Legend has it that there was an ancient expert in the longevity civilization. There was once a fishing civilization that wanted to destroy the longevity civilization, but that expert took action and forced the fishing civilization away. Therefore, no civilization was willing to provoke the longevity civilization. Hence, the longevity civilization. This longevity civilization is not a fishing civilization, but it is not as easy to provoke as a fishing civilization. The strongest expert on the surface is in existence called Changtu. He conforms to the laws of the 2 universes and proves his intention with killing. He is also in existence that the fishing civilization is afraid of. Yes. The legend alone was too general, but they understood that it conformed to the laws of the 2 universes. Looking at the current situation, Lu Yin only knew 2 experts who conformed to the laws of the 2 universes. One was Hua from the Black Apocalypse civilization, and the other was the boss of the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad. As for Qinglian Xiangyu, he was not sure. This meant that Changtu had similar strength to the boss and the others. This was not something that Lu Yin and Jingmen Xiangyu could deal with. One had to know that Lan Meng and Hua did not conform to the laws of the 2 universes. There was a saying that conforming to the laws of the 2 universes did not necessarily mean that one was very strong, but one had to be very strong to conform to the laws of the two universes. The latter sentence directly broke the previous sentence. The meaning was very simple. Anyone who conformed to the laws of the two universes was bound to be an expert. The longevity civilization did not have many eternal life forms, but their quality was quite reliable. Does the legendary ancient expert really exist? Jiang Feng asked. Jingmen Xiangyu shook his head. I don't know. That's what the longevity civilization said, and Chang Tian also said that. In particular, I have also seen information about a fishing civilization recorded in the longevity civilization. It was very detailed. The words very detailed were equivalent to an answer. If he had not encountered it, how could he understand the fishing civilization in detail? This longevity civilization was not to be trifled with. What needed to be said had been said. It was up to Lu Yin to decide whether to go or not. The longevity civilization was not to be trifled with, but was the current human civilization easy to deal with? Everything else aside, as long as he was given a slight chance, a very subtle chance, he could immediately run away. Senior Jingmen, how is your relationship with the longevity civilization? Lu Yin asked. Jingmen Xiangyu thought for a moment. Although they were expelled, there was no hostility. They should not care that Qingyun was taken away by me. Since we can go to the longevity civilization through the meteor realm, can the longevity civilization come to us through the meteor realm? Jiang Feng suddenly asked. Jingmen Xiangyu shook his head. It's not easy. To determine a specific place to go back and forth, you have to come here before. For example, the first time I went through the meteor realm to the longevity civilization, I can go there the next time. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to find the longevity civilization's territory the next time. Similarly, no one from the longevity civilization has come to us, so it is almost impossible for them to find us. Qinglian Xiangyu said, Jingmen told me about this a long time ago. Although he did not mention the longevity civilization and so on, he let me know about the meteor realm's constellation. I have been keeping an eye on it to prevent powerful foreign creatures from passing through the meteor realm. Come here. Why not destroy it? Mr. Mu asked. Qinglian Xiangyu sighed. Even the unknown door is used as an escape route, let alone the meteor realm's constellation. If one day the human civilization really encounters a disaster, they will not choose one place to escape. The more escape routes there are, the greater the possibility of inheritance. These words were sad, not only for the human civilization but also for the countless civilizations in the entire area. Every civilization wanted to leave a way out, including the longevity civilization, which also left behind the meteor realm. Not long after, Lu Yin brought Jingmen Xiangyu to the place where the meteor realm would appear, which was outside the karmic celestial phenomenon. Lu Yin understood that when Jingmen Xiangyu created the abyss of the mind universe, she already had a fighting strength close to that of a rogue. Her speed was also close to eternal life. Otherwise, she would not have been able to get out of the karmic celestial phenomenon in a short time. Even the short distance from the mind universe to the karmic celestial phenomenon was not something an ordinary person could cross. No wonder Jingmen Xiangyu regretted not being able to fight with him when he was not in the eternal life realm. It's here. According to my observation, the meteor realm will appear in at most a few years. Are you sure you want to go? Jingmen Xiangyu asked. Lu Yin was certain. No matter what, I have to try. The disadvantage of teleportation is that you have to see it. It's as uncomfortable as being blindfolded. If I can get this talent, even if I can't control the distance I can see, I can escape. However, if I encounter danger, I can also leave instantly. Even a powerhouse like Ancestor Shan has a distance that it can't reach. Lu Yin was still thinking about the existence that was watching Ancestor Shan. Such an existence was extremely powerful. If one was targeted by such an existence, one could not escape even with one teleportation. This was something Ancestor Shan was sure of. However, if the teleportation distance was unimaginably far, would it still be impossible to escape? It was impossible to escape with teleportation. What was lacking was distance. The pulsing line of sight could satisfy this distance. Even if they went, their safety had to be guaranteed. Mr. Mu wanted to follow, but facing a powerhouse like Chang Tu who was compatible with two laws, especially an old monster, Mr. Mu might not be able to give him a chance even with the help of his treasure. Otherwise, Ancestor Shan would not have said that they could not escape at the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad. Therefore, Lu Yin decided to look for the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad boss. In the human civilization, only the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad boss was known to be compatible with two laws of the universe. Moreover, they had just helped the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad clan, so the boss would not refuse. In the consciousness universe, The Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad boss stared at Lu Yin in a daze. This reward came too quickly. How long had it been? Chapter 4240. Lu Yin said helplessly, "If it weren't for the fact that I have no other choice, I wouldn't want to trouble Senior. It's just that the immortal civilization has a powerhouse that is compatible with the two laws, and there might even be an old monster that is close to the level of old ancestor Shan. Only Senior has the confidence to fight for a chance of survival for this junior in a desperate situation, so I would like to ask Senior to accompany me." Big Brother looked at Old Five. Old Five also looked at it. "Senior, is something inconvenient?" Lu Yin asked carefully. Boss said, "There's no inconvenience." "Then how long will you be gone for?" 10 years at most. "Are you sure?" "Because the meteor realm can only exist for 10 years. If you can't finish what you want to do in 10 years, you have to come back." The boss nodded. "Alright, I'll go with you." Lu Yin said, "I'll have to trouble you to stay in Junior's Mount Supreme. Otherwise we won't be able to catch them off guard." "I understand. If there really is a powerful existence like Father, then it's impossible for him to escape. Only by catching them off guard would they have a chance of survival." "When are we leaving?" Boss asked. "Immediately." The boss of the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad was easier to communicate with than Lu Yin had imagined. Regardless of the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad's nature, Lu Yin had indeed helped them. Furthermore, this was under the premise that Patriarch Shan had clearly stated that he would not interact with the human civilization. In the previous battle, Lu Yin's actions had moved the boss, and the Startoad's attitude towards the human civilization had determined that the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad would not be able to completely draw a clear line with the human civilization. This was because the Star Toad was faintly seen as the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad's successor. After Big Brother left, the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad still had Old 4, Old 5 and Little 18. Big Brother had nothing to worry about. Soon, Lu Yin returned to the place where he would appear in the meteor realm and nodded to startled Gate Xianxia. Alarmed Gate of Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. This trip was actually quite risky. She was also unable to determine the current situation of the longevity civilization. It was much safer to have the boss of the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad with her. Human civilization could not afford to lose Lu Yin. Time passed day by day. More than a year later, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes. The starry sky in front of him changed and the space moved like water. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. In just 3 breaths, the void in front of him had formed a flowing space. It was oval-shaped and horizontally like a plane. The range was not large, but it stirred up the surrounding void, causing layers of ripples to spread out. It was quite spectacular, but it was still inferior to the regular weapons used by technological civilizations. It was not as shocking. "This is the meteor realm. Put your hand on my shoulder." Alarmed Gate Xianxia reminded. Lu Yin raised his hand and placed it on startled Gate Xianxu's shoulder. Startled Gate Xianxia stared at the flowing void of the meteor realm for a while. It suddenly started. Taking a step forward, Zhang Xian stepped into the spatial rift and vanished from sight. At the same time, a meteor world also appeared under the starry sky. Not far away, a group of green humanoid lifeforms were watching. "The meteor realm has appeared. Watch the surroundings carefully to prevent any special lifeforms from passing by. If you discover any life form, attack immediately. We can't let go of any life." Behind her, a figure stood quietly in the starry sky, exuding boundless majesty. His eyes were filled with complex emotions as he stared at the meteor realm. He didn't know when he would be able to see her again. He waited time and time again, specially applying to the clan to guard this place, but he was disappointed time and time again. "When will you come again?" His name was Chang Tian, an eternal being from the longevity civilization. He was also a powerhouse who would definitely come to guard the meteor realm every time it appeared. In the past, there was no lack of life forms who had accidentally entered the meteor realm. Some were captured while others were killed. This place was within the longevity civilization, and no external life forms were allowed to move about freely. Just as he was thinking about this, Chang Tian's gaze suddenly shifted. A life form was flung out from a direction outside the meteor realm. It was shaped like a monster and indescribably ferocious. It roared angrily, but what awaited it was an overwhelming attack. That monster was only at the level of sequence laws. Logically speaking, it didn't have the right to enter the core of space, but the appearance of the meteor realm might sweep some life forms over. The monster was quickly torn to shreds. This had happened too many times. Every few times, a life form would come over from the meteor realm. That monster was like a bait, attracting even more monsters. One monster after another was flung out of the meteor realm, causing the longevity civilization's lifeforms to attack and destroy them. Chang Tian frowned. It seemed that these monsters were testing the meteor realm. There had to be a problem with their civilization, so they had no choice but to test it. Otherwise they wouldn't have done this before. More and more monsters appeared, and the longevity civilization's lifeforms never stopped attacking. The most powerful of these monsters were only at the primordial realm, and they were killed as soon as they attacked. Chang Tian clasped his hands behind his back. There was no need for him to attack these monsters. Suddenly his gaze shifted and another life form was flung out. He looked over and his eyes narrowed. Was a human. Stargate Protector brought Lu Yin through the meteor realm and was flung out by a huge force. The moment they were flung out, Lu Yin tore open the void and restrained the meteor realm's power, allowing himself and Stargate Protector to stop steadily. There were green life forms everywhere. They were the longevity civilization's life forms and the roars of beasts in the distance. Stargate Protector had warned Lu Yin before that they would be surrounded by the longevity civilization as soon as they left the meteor realm. The first thing to do was to leave, as the ones guarding the meteor realm would definitely be at the eternal realm. Back then, she had been chased down by the longevity civilization's eternal realm and had been heavily injured before being rescued by Chang Tian. Now she didn't know who was guarding the meteor realm, but avoiding them immediately was the right choice. Just as Lu Yin was about to teleport away, Stargate Protector's body moved and his hand missed. Senior? Stargate Protector looked into the distance, where Chang Tian was also looking at her from afar. At that moment, countless attacks descended from the longevity civilization. Lu Yin waved his hand and annihilated all the attacks, attracting the attention of the surrounding longevity civilization. Senior, Lu Yin called out. Stargate Protector looked deeply at Chang Tian in the distance. Let's go, don't use teleportation. Lu Yin guessed it and followed Stargate Protector in a certain direction. Around them, all the longevity civilization's life forms were shocked and immediately tried to stop them. Some of them stared at Stargate Protector, who looked familiar. Right, was it her? With a whoosh, Chang Tian swept past a group of longevity beings and chased after Stargate Protector and Lu Yin. Don't move, leave them to me. In the blink of an eye, Stargate Protector and Lu Yin disappeared with Chang Tian. Stargate Protector brought Lu Yin across the starry sky. This meteor realm was located in the longevity civilization, and planets flashed past in the surroundings. The most shocking thing was the vines that covered the entire universe above their heads. Lu Yin looked up and saw that the vines were as huge as the mother tree. Could it be a plant of the same type as the mother tree? But this universe also had the mother tree. Yes, this longevity civilization had both the mother tree and the vines that covered it. The vines and branches hung down along the branches of the mother tree, forming a huge green canopy that covered the entire universe. This place gave Lu Yin the feeling that it was similar to the Nine Heavens universe. Behind them, Chang Tian chased silently without making a move. After a while, Stargate Protector stopped. Lu Yin looked around and saw that they had landed in a dark swamp. He discovered that there were many swamps in this universe, all of which came from the decay of the vines and branches. There was a huge branch in the depths of the swamp beneath his feet that had only decayed by half. If it had completely decayed, the swamp would have doubled in size. Every universe had its own characteristics. Chang Tian landed in the swamp and looked ahead with an excited gaze. Little Ji. Stargate Protector looked up and stared at Chang Tian with a calm gaze. Long time no see, Chang Tian. Chang Tian looked at Stargate Protector's calm gaze and her expression changed. She said bitterly, Little Ji, it's good that you're back. Little Ji? Lu Yin glanced at Stargate Protector. He had never known that Stargate Protector had another name. Everyone called her Stargate. To be honest, Stargate was not a woman's name. It should be an honorific after achieving immortality. Stargate Protector must have had another name before achieving immortality. If one wanted to investigate, it would be easy to find out. But Lu Yin had not specifically asked about it, so there was no need. Stargate Protector's tone was indifferent. I didn't expect you to be guarding beside the meteor realm. Chang Tian's voice was dry. Ever since you left, I've been there every time the meteor realm appeared. Stargate Protector's gaze flickered, but it was difficult to see through. Why? Chang Tian stared at Stargate Protector. You know my character very well. Then she looked at Lu Yin. He is? Lu Yin also looked at Chang Tian curiously. Just as Stargate Protector had said, his entire body was green and covered with leaf-like veins. Below his knees were not legs but vines, but because he was wearing clothes they looked similar to legs. If not for the green color of his body, this life form from the longevity civilization would look like a human. Stargate Protector looked at Chang Tian. I'm here for him. Chang Tian, you still owe me a promise, remember? Chang Tian nodded. Of course I remember. I want you to help him get the pulsating sight, Stargate Protector said. Chang Tian was surprised and looked at Lu Yin. Then she looked back at Stargate Protector. What do you mean? That's what I mean. You once said that I could get the pulsating sight, so I'll give this opportunity to him. I want you to help him get the pulsating sight, Stargate Protector said. Chang Tian looked at Lu Yin again. What's his relationship with you? You don't have to worry about it. Just fulfill your promise. Stargate Protector's tone was stiff. Lu Yin glanced at Stargate Protector. How could he say that? Even though he did not know much about relationships and had owed a few women in his life, and he had only been with Yenair, he still had some common sense. Stargate Protector's tone was stiff, and she wanted to fight for a stranger's promise in front of her child's father. Anyone would be unhappy. Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, I'm a rascal. Chang Tian? He did not react for a moment. Lu Yin said, I'm a rascal of the human civilization. I lack effective means to see far. That's why Stargate Protector brought me here to find him. Please don't misunderstand. Stargate Protector frowned. There's no need to explain. Lu Yin was speechless. Chang Tian's expression eased a lot. He stopped looking at Lu Yin and stared at Stargate Protector. Little Ji, where's my daughter? Chapter 42-41. Stargate Xianxia and Chang Tian looked at each other. He's doing well. You don't have to worry about him. Now you just have to fulfill your promise. Chang Tian was in a dilemma. What? You don't want to fulfill it? No. But suddenly, Lu Yin and Stargate Xianxia looked into the distance at the same time. Chang Tian also looked over. They saw the void collapse and a figure slowly emerged, accompanied by a terrifying murderous intent. This murderous intent boiled until the space trembled, as if the entire universe was swaying. Chang Tian's expression changed. You guys leave quickly. Can you leave? Stargate Xianxia frowned. He looked at the starry sky. Senior Chang Tu, long time no see. The figure's eyes were as sharp as a blade. However, it was like the beginning of the world. His left eye rose and his right eye fell. At a glance, his entire person seemed to be stripped of the void and was about to be dragged into an indescribable realm. Lu Yin only took a glance and subconsciously took a step back. Although Stargate Xianxia looked up, he did not look into the eyes of the person who came. The person looked at Lu Yin in surprise and slowly landed in front of Chang Tian. For a moment he did not look at Stargate Xianxia and only stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin exhaled. He looked at the person again. At this moment the person's eyes had recovered, and there was nothing strange. He looked at the person who came. The person's eyes were full of surprise. Chang Tian did not expect Chang Tu to come. Chang Tu was the strongest expert in the longevity civilization. He was in line with the laws of the two universes. He was a top expert. Why would he come here? Little guy. What's your name? Chang Tu stared at Lu Yin and asked with interest. Lu Yin felt a lot of pressure. This Chang Tu was very powerful. He gave him the feeling that he was not inferior to the boss of Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad. His murderous intent was the strongest he had ever seen. He slowly bowed. Junior Lu Yin is from the human civilization. Chang Tu nodded. I know you are from the human civilization, but I didn't expect the human civilization to give birth to such a powerful scoundrel. He can only take a step back when looking at me. Ordinary immortal realm can't do that. Chang Tian looked at Lu Yin deeply. He did not expect Lu Yin to be so powerful. He could only take a step back when looking at Chang Tuesday. He underestimated this person. Lu Yin replied, Senior, you flatter me. Please forgive me for disturbing you. Chang Tu sneered and looked at Jingmen Xiangyu. Little Ji, you said that you wouldn't come again. He hadn't even fulfilled his promise. You still have the nerve to ask others to fulfill their promises? Jingmen Xiangyu narrowed his eyes. Whether or not I fulfill my promise is my business. Whether or not Chang Tian's sect fulfills their promise is his business. Could it be that if someone owes Senior money and doesn't return it, Senior can owe another person money and not return it? Chang Tu sneered. Still as sharp-tongued as before. You can leave, the longevity civilization does not welcome you. Stargate Xianxia clenched his fists. Chang Tu's appearance was beyond her expectations. She had originally wanted to lure out Longevity Celestial after coming to the Longevity civilization and have Longevity Celestial secretly help Lu Yin learn how to use jumping sight, just like how she had stolen Qingyun from the longevity civilization. But Chang Tu had actually appeared. This old fellow had always disliked her. Back then, the two choices were also given by this old man. Lu Yin saw that Jingmen Xiangyu's expression was not good. He looked at Longevity Celestial. Only Longevity Celestial could help them now. Old man, you didn't like me back then. You thought that I wasn't worthy of your longevity civilization. Now that I'm also an eternal realm, let me tell you, Longevity Celestial isn't worthy of me. Jingmen Xiangyu suddenly said. This sentence immediately angered Chang Tuesday. What did you say? My longevity civilization's people aren't worthy of you? Little girl, don't think that you're so great after breaking through to the eternal realm. There are also differences in the eternal realm. You can't even take one move from me. Jingmen Xiangyu sneered. Is that so? How many moves can Longevity Celestial take from you? Just as Chang Tu was about to speak, Jingmen Xiangyu said again, Don't be shameless, speak the truth. Chang Tu opened his mouth and was about to speak again, but he was interrupted by Jingmen Xiangyu again. Don't lose the face of the longevity civilization. Damn girl, arrogant and conceited. With Longevity Celestial's ability, he can take 2 moves from this old man and not die. This is the truth. Okay, I'll take 3 moves from you. Longevity Celestial was shocked. Little Ji, you don't want to live. Shut up. Jingmen Xiangyu shouted. Longevity Celestial gritted his teeth. Little Ji, you definitely won't be able to take 3 moves. Let's go. Jingmen Xiangyu sneered. Why are you still talking nonsense when you don't even dare to fulfill your promise? You were right to take your daughter away. Otherwise, she would only be embarrassed if she followed you. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. These words were really insulting. Longevity Celestial gritted his teeth and looked at Chang Tuesday Elder. Chang Tu snorted and glared at Longevity Celestial. Get lost. This damn girl dares to look down on the longevity civilization. This old man will let her know the immensity of heaven and earth. She really thinks that she's invincible after attaining eternal realm. After saying that, he stared at Jingmen Xiangyu. Damn girl, 3 moves it is. You said it, don't blame me if you die. Jingmen Xiangyu took out Startling Cloud and pointed at Chang Tuesday. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Okay. Chang Tu shouted. The surroundings moved without wind, and the void was pushed horizontally. Longevity Celestial and Lu Yin were pushed back by the unshakable pressure. Jingmen Xiangyu did not hold back and stabbed out with Startling Cloud. The power of the abyss descended from above and shrouded the surroundings. Gates surrounded Startling Cloud. Yinzhao. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He did not use the Nirvana tree technique. This was the peak power of Jingmen Xiangyu during the battle with the insectoid nest civilization. Longevity Celestial was shocked. He had seen Jingmen Xiangyu in action before. It was when Jingmen Xiangyu had just broken through Eternal Realm and came to the longevity civilization to steal Qingyun. At that time, Jingmen Xiangyu's strength was far from what it was now. Even Longevity Celestial felt pressured. However, if that was all, he would not be able to withstand 3 moves. Chang Tu sneered and took a deep breath. The moment the power of the abyss descended, he roared. He did not make a move at all, but the sound wave shattered the void. It was as if there were countless sharp blades piercing through the abyss, tearing the power of the abyss into pieces. Jingmen Xiangyu's face was pale. Yun Zhao approached and stabbed at Chang Tu's face. Chang Tu raised his hand and pointed a finger. There was a faint glimmer of a blade on his fingertip. It collided with Yun Zhao and produced an ear-piercing tearing sound. The revolving doors were shattered one after another. Although Yun Zhao was very long, it was bent by Chang Tu's finger. The blade at his fingertip continued to approach Jingmen Xiangyu. Lu Yin was shocked. What a sharp killing intent. This person was the sharpest person he had ever seen. He had never seen such a sharpness before. Jingmen Xiangyu looked at the approaching blade and gritted his teeth. The power of the abyss spread through his arms and pushed Yun Zhao away. Girl, I remember that this weapon has always been with you. Don't you want it anymore? I said that I'll take 3 moves from you. Chang Tu waved his hand and Yun Zhao flew out of his hand and stabbed into the ground. Jingmen Xiangyu took a few steps back, his arms trembling. Blood dripped from his palms. Longevity Celestial stepped forward. Little Ji. Jingmen Xiangyu raised his hands. Both his arms were trembling. Chang Tu had held back, or else that attack would have been enough to shatter Yun Zhao. Lu Yin looked at Chang Tuesday. This person was not exaggerating. He was much stronger than he had imagined. If not for the Nirvana tree, Jingmen Xiangyu would not have been able to take 3 moves from him. However, even with the Nirvana tree, it was still unknown if he could take 3 moves. Little Ji, Elder Xiangyu will not hold back for the second move. You will use the real 4 steps blade. That move just now was just a test. You should leave. You definitely won't be able to take 3 moves, Longevity Celestial reminded softly. Jingmin Xiangyu looked at Chang Tuesday. I've heard of the 4 steps blade. Legend has it that the 4th step is enough to kill all living things within a square inch. Chang Tu clasped his hands behind his back. That's exaggerated. But it's not that far off. Girl, for the second move I will use the 4 steps blade. I advise you to give up. Your strength just now is not bad and worthy of praise. You're not much weaker than Longevity Celestial. It's enough to prove your battle potential. I also admit that you're worthy of someone from the Longevity civilization. However, since you've made your choice, there's no room for regret. Jingmin Xiangyu's gaze was firm. Old man, come on. Second move. Little Ji, Longevity Celestial shouted. Chang Tu laughed, his face was filled with killing intent. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Fine, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. After he finished speaking, he opened his 5 fingers and a blade appeared in his palm. It was simple and unadorned, but it was ancient. As the blade was raised, Longevity Celestial hurriedly blocked in front of Chang Tuesday. Elder, I'll take the second move. Get lost, Chang Tu shouted. Jingmin Xiangyu's figure moved and appeared on the other side. Shocking Cloud flew past, grabbed it and rushed toward Chang Tuesday. Chang Tu turned the blade and slashed down. The moment the blade fell, the cold air spread out in a circle, enveloping himself and Jingmin Xiangyu. Longevity Celestial wanted to rush in but was blocked by the killing intent. He could not rush in immediately. Jingmin Xiangyu looked at the blade descending. Heaven and earth were replaced by a blade. This was the 4 steps blade. When she was in the Longevity civilization, she had heard before she broke through the eternal life realm. Countless lives in the Longevity civilization yearned for it. Countless lives cultivated, but it was difficult for them to succeed. Chang Tu's blade was a real killing blade. The blade fell, and behind the blade was his eyes that were like those of a demon. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This blade was suffocating. In the entire human civilization, there were not many who could withstand this blade. People like Xianxian in human form, Xianxian in water droplet form, and those who carried the sky for eternity would definitely die. Facing this shocking blade, Jingmin Xiangyu's shocking cloud rose and wanted to take it head-on. Longevity Celestial was stunned. Chang Tu was also stunned. Was he looking for death? In the next moment, the power of the abyss exploded. The Nirvana tree technique combined with Mijin Xiangyu exploded with a power that shocked Chang Tuesday's shocking cloud and the blade collided. A huge crack split the sky and turned into an endless dark crack. It was as if the entire universe was being cut open. Countless longevity beings looked over in shock. They felt an extraordinary power. Jingmin Xiangyu resisted the blade with all his might. Chang Tu was stunned. He actually blocked it? Longevity Celestial was also stunned. How could such a strong power erupt? Lu Yin's face fell. This was not good. The second move had completely erupted with the power of Mijin Xiangyu's cultivation. What about the third move? He originally thought that Jingmin Xiangyu could block 2 moves by himself and then use his true strength. However, the first move had already pushed Jingmin Xiangyu to the limit. The second move had even reached the limit of Mijin Xiangyu's cultivation. The third move was difficult to block. With a bang, the blade was retracted. Jingmin Xiangyu retreated. Blood flowed from his hand along the shocking cloud. His face was pale. Longevity Celestial stared blankly. Xiaoji had surpassed him. Chapter 42-42. Chang Tu looked at Jingmin Xiangyu. What ability is this? It's similar to you but different. Did you absorb the power of others? Jingmin Xiangyu held Jingyun tightly and stared at Chang Tu. Old man, there's still the third move. Chang Tu praised. Girl, this old man has underestimated you and your civilization. You can actually reach this step. I'm not wrong, the power in your body is the path of civilization cultivation. You dare to test it and take the second place with the strength of the eternal life realm. This path of cultivation this old man admires. But you can't take the third move. You'll die without a doubt. I'll advise you again, go. Chang Tian looked at Jingmin Xiangyu with a complicated gaze. Little Ji, go. Don't worry, I'll find a way to let that person learn it. You go first. Chang Tu glared at him. Do you think this old man is deaf to say such words? Jingmin Xiangyu stared at Chang Tu coldly. Old man, the third move. Do you really want to die? Chang Tu shouted. Chang Tian looked at Lu Yin. Junior, go back immediately or she'll die. Lu Yin exhaled and looked at Alarm Gate Upper U before looking at Chang Tuesday. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Alarm Gate Upper U. Senior Chang Tu, you've been famous for a long time. When you were invincible in the square inch, we weren't even born yet. You're bullying the weak. Jingmen Shangyu didn't stop Lu Yin from speaking. In the human civilization, the one who made the decisions was Qinglian Shangyu, but now it was Lu Yin. They subconsciously handed the direction of the entire human civilization to Lu Yin. Chang Tu looked at Lu Yin. Bullying the weak? It's just 3 moves. If you're really bullying the weak, you won't be alive now. This is the immortal civilization. You trespassed into my civilization, forced my people, and even wanted to get the talent of my civilization. You're saying that this old man is bullying the weak. Is the human civilization so despicable? Lu Yin slowly bowed. Senior is right. We were rude first, but we never thought of disrespecting the immortal civilization. This junior has a presumptuous request. Please give us a chance on account of our ignorance. This 3rd move, Junior and Senior Jingmen Shangyu will take it. Chang Tu was surprised. You want to accept it too? Lu Yin said, yes, we'll take it together. We won't be able to take Senior's 3rd move on our own, but we're interested in learning the 4 steps of the blade technique and would like to ask Senior for advice. It would be best if we could learn something from it. So, could you allow us to take on the 3rd move together? Chang Tian shouted, Junior, don't court death. What level are you at? How dare you say that you can withstand the 3rd attack of an elder? Hurry up and take Xiaoji away. Jingmen Shangyu stared at Chang Tian coldly. Shut up. Chang Tian felt helpless. Chang Tu looked at Lu Yin deeply. Junior, this 3rd move will take your life. Lu Yin bowed. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Chang Tu sneered. Alright, let's see how much backbone your human civilization has. Elder, I also want to receive the 3rd move. Chang Tian's words angered Chang Tu so much that he wanted to stab him. Get lost. You can't tell right from wrong. I'll deal with you later. Chang Tian said bitterly, Elder, please show mercy. You won't have that chance. Chang Tu raised his hand and casually slashed down. However, at that moment, the void cracked open inch by inch. The blade was clearly descending, but it didn't seem to land. The space was condensing, turning into an even bigger blade. Then, an even bigger space condensed into an even bigger blade. There was no end to it. Chang Tu wasn't far from Lu Yin and the rest, but this blade seemed to condense the entire space. The moment it slashed down, Lu Yin felt as though he was separated by heaven and earth. He felt as though he was abandoned by the entire space. This blade was extremely terrifying. Lu Yin didn't hesitate to activate the God Catalog. Triple Blue Sword Intent, Hidden Sword. Triple Blue Sword Intent shot out from the God Catalog, turning into a long river of swords that slashed towards Chang Tuesday. Countless sword intents were annihilated the moment they got close to the blade. They couldn't even touch the blade. Continuing, the entire God Catalog was condensed by him. All the blue sword intents slashed out, but they could only last for a moment. The next move was the Gobi Desert. The darkness was infinite. The extended darkness turned into a flat surface that extended, trying to erase the blade. However, it was directly torn apart by the blade. There was no possibility of resistance. Lu Yin took a step back with a solemn expression. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. He clenched his fist, gathered all his strength and punched out. His strength was also torn apart by the blade. He raised his hand and formed a willpower wave. The greater the damage caused to the void by the blade, the stronger the willpower wave could be condensed. However, the willpower wave failed this time because the willpower itself was torn apart by the blade. No strength could stop the blade and would be torn apart. Lu Yin retreated again. He felt powerless. He hadn't felt this powerless for a long time. Even when he helped the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad fight against the Black Enlightenment civilization, he didn't feel this powerless. Confusion and Chang Tu were 2 different types. One was good at sealing while the other was good at killing. In comparison, he would rather face Confusion than face Chang Tu, who used killing to prove his heart. This boundless strength gave people the feeling that there was nothing it couldn't destroy. Teleportation couldn't be used. He had to keep it just in case. Divine power couldn't be used. Only God knew if this longevity civilization had faced the unknown before. Then karma. At the same time, Chang Tu and Chang Tian looked at Lu Yin in surprise. Lu Yin used his strength again and again to fight against the blade, but it wasn't simple strength. Hidden Sword Dao River made Chang Tian's heart palpitate. He was very sure that he couldn't easily withstand the Sword Dao River. There was also strength. How could this person's strength be so great? Not all strength was qualified to approach the blade. Ordinary strength couldn't form the blade used by the elder at all. Also, was that willpower? Xianxia looked at him in shock. How much strength did this human brat cultivate? He could even cultivate willpower, which was an empty power. If this wasn't the longevity civilization but his own civilization, perhaps he could even unite willpower. This kind of joke about the distance of a square inch really became a reality. What surprised him the most was that Lu Yin wasn't seriously injured or killed the moment the blade was used. This was extremely rare. If it wasn't for the extremely strong eternal life, it was impossible to make a move against this blade. This was the second step of the 4 steps of the blade movement. It could cut off the eternal life that broke through. How could Scoundrel do this? Wasn't Scoundrel at most able to fight against the most ordinary eternal life? How did this human brat cultivate? Under the blade, Lu Yin released the heavenly way of karma. It spread out, and an inexplicable aura appeared in the universe. Changtu and Changtian were shocked. Karma? They didn't expect Lu Yin to cultivate the power of karma. This was not an ordinary power. After Lu Yin, startled Xianyu held his breath. Lu Yin was trying his best to offset the blade. Of course, it was impossible to completely offset it, but if he continued to offset it, he might be able to withstand the third move. If it was him, he would die without a doubt. Changtu was extremely powerful. Lu Yin was good at using karma to calculate the past and interfere with cultivators. However, in the face of this sharp blade, he could only meet force with force. He couldn't interfere with Changtu at all. On the ground, the heavenly way of karma descended and turned into a huge arm that formed a circle. At this moment, heaven and earth were illuminated by the light of karma, replacing the darkness and covering the swamp with a layer of sacred intent. It replaced heaven and earth and gathered in a finger pointed at the blade. The 1,000 faces of karma, heavenly wheel. Chang Tian was illuminated by the light of karma. He looked on in shock. This person was not in the eternal life realm, but how could he be so powerful? Chang Tu stared at the finger under the blade. That finger restrained the blade, causing the second step of the 4 steps of blade travel to stop. The heavenly way of karma seemed to have changed the direction of heaven to resist his blade. That blade was constantly offset. Lu Yin stared at it. Although the blade was restrained, he knew that the heavenly wheel couldn't block this blade. Sure enough, the karma arms broke. Lu Yin immediately retracted the heavenly way of karma. The blade approached again and he retreated step by step. "Let me do it," startled Xianyu said. Lu Yin said in a low voice, "It's not enough." After he said that, his body withered. At this moment, he could withstand the pressure of startled Xiangyu's 35 abyss realms. Although he still couldn't offset the blade, he could offset it by a little. Unfortunately, he couldn't use his full strength. The blade kept approaching and Lu Yin stepped back. Every step he took cracked the void. His body constantly recovered and withered and recovered. Chang Tu and the others watched in disbelief. What kind of ability was this? He never thought that a scoundrel could restrain the second step of his 4 steps of blade travel to this extent. Logically speaking, this person should have been torn apart by the blade, and even the girl should have been torn apart. With a low growl, Lu Yin unleashed all of his power, which had been compressed to the extreme. He punched out, causing the blade's edge to tremble. Chang Tian's eyes narrowed as Lu Yin's attack was no longer a containment, but rather a tremor. He actually stopped this blade. Beside him, startled Xianyu took a step forward. The power of the abyss descended, and the door circulated above the shocking cloud. It was the strongest attack of the Nirvana tree, Cloud Zhao. The shocking cloud stabbed out from Lu Yin's side and collided with the blade. Lu Yin retreated behind startled Xianyu. His consciousness descended and integrated with the eternal matter and the chi of life, heaven and earth lock. The blade shattered and the shocking cloud cracked inch by inch. Startled Xianyu stood in place and let the broken blade cut his body. There were bloody wounds all over his body. He held the broken shocking cloud tightly and panted. He looked at Chang Tu with a stubborn gaze. However, this third move was blocked. Although he worked together with Lu Yin, Chang Tu agreed. The world was silent. Chang Tu looked at startled Xianyu and Lu Yin and sighed. The third move was blocked. That human brat had contributed the most. How could a scoundrel have such strong combat power? Chang Tian looked at startled Xianyu worriedly. "Little Ji, are you okay?" Startled Xiangyu's mouth was bleeding. He looked at Chang Tu with a gaze that changed from determination and stubbornness to complacency. On the contrary, Chang Tu was unhappy. What was with this brat's gaze? "Old man, the third move is over. How is it?" Startled Xiangyu's tone was relaxed and carefree. Chang Tu nodded and snorted. If it wasn't for that brat blocking the blade, you wouldn't have been able to take the third move. Startled Xianxia sneered. This is what you promised. Why, are you going back on your word? Changtu laughed. Back on what? Back out. Suddenly, startled Xianxia stopped talking. Right, what was there to back out on? Luin was speechless. How did he suggest taking the third move head-on? There wasn't even a bet. It was a waste. Chapter 42-43. Ha, damn girl, I didn't go back on my words, but you didn't say anything either. However, you did prove that you are worthy of Changtian. Not bad, not bad. How about it? I'll give you another chance to choose. You can stay in the immortal civilization or leave. Changtu laughed. Although he was blocked by 3 moves, he didn't lose out. Startled Gate Xianxia frowned. She was good at fighting but not good at talking. Changtian shook his head. He was beaten for nothing. This girl was still so impulsive. Luin said, Senior Changtu is invincible in the universe. It's not easy for us juniors to take 3 moves from you. Now that the 3 moves have passed, I don't ask for anything, but at least you won't interfere with Senior Changtian's response to your promise. Besides, this is between Senior Changtian and Startle Gate, it has nothing to do with you. Junior's request isn't too much, right? Changtu sneered, Kid, I know you can talk, but this is the immortal civilization. Since you're a scoundrel, you should know how important it is for a civilization to hide themselves. The more contact we have with you, the more danger we will be in. You took these 3 moves and didn't mention any conditions from the beginning. It's your business, what does it have to do with me? Girl, it's not easy for me to give you a second choice. Choose immediately. Startled Gate Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Old man, you're shameless. Nonsense, you didn't say anything. What does it have to do with me? Changtu didn't care at all. Luin continued, since Senior said that civilizations should hide, why does the meteor realm exist? Does Senior not know that the meteor realm will attract creatures from unknown civilizations? This has nothing to do with you. Changtu frowned. Luin shook his head. Since we can come here, it means that the meteor realm has connected our civilizations. Although this connection only happens once every 800 years, Senior shouldn't say that it has nothing to do with us. To put it bluntly, if the immortal civilization encounters a disaster one day, will they leave through the meteor realm? Changtu said coldly, then we won't go to your human civilization. Luin shrugged, that's hard to say. At least for my human civilization, this is a hidden danger. If my human civilization encounters a disaster, can Senior guarantee that we won't come to the immortal civilization? You dare? Changtu shouted. Luin met his gaze. Senior, please calm down. This isn't a threat, just a possibility. At the very least, the immortal civilization isn't that uncommunicable to us. Senior, if you were faced with a crisis between a known region and an unknown region, which one would you choose? I believe it's not that Senior hasn't considered this issue before. The longevity civilization's wisdom is unparalleled. They must have analyzed this matter before. They must have guessed that perhaps one day the human civilization would pass through the meteor realm. However, they haven't destroyed the meteor realm yet. The longevity civilization has their own considerations, and our human civilization also has our own considerations. How can it be unrelated? Changtian looked at Luin. This kid really knows how to talk. He had guarded the meteor world the most and had thought about this question many times. After all, the other side of the meteor world was connected to many other regions, not just the human civilization. Why didn't the race destroy the meteor world? This kid had hit the nail on the head. Changtu stared at Luin with his hands behind his back. Kid, your position in the human civilization isn't low. Luin laughed. He's a scoundrel after all, the kind that can fight against an Eternal Realm expert. How many Eternal Realm experts can a civilization have? At most 7 or 8. Changtu and Changtian were stunned, thinking that they had misheard. Kid, what did you say? How many Eternal Realm experts? Jingmen Xianxia sneered. 7 or 8, don't you understand? Old man, you're deaf. Changtu couldn't believe it. You have 7 or 8 Eternal Realm experts on your side? Luin nodded. What a joke. Senior, I dare not joke. I'm already being humble. Bullshit, do you think I'll believe it? Does it matter if Senior believes it or not? That's the truth. If you have the ability, take me for a walk. Changtu glared at Luin. Jingmen Xianxia angrily rebuked. Old man, I want to take you for a walk first. Luin said, this is just a digression. Whether Senior believes it or not has nothing to do with our trip. The existence of the meteor world makes it impossible for both sides to be unconnected. The so-called no communication between civilizations is not absolute. No one can guarantee the safety of their own civilization. No matter how strong a civilization develops, the final result is destruction. This is the final destination of a civilization. What we can do is to continue the legacy of our civilization as much as possible. Chang Tu's face was solemn. Who said this? Lu Yin said, an old senior of my human civilization. Chang Tu raised his eyebrows. An old senior? How old? Lu Yin smiled and said, a perfect interpretation of what eternal life is. Chang Tu's eyelids twitched and looked at Chang Tian. Chang Tian's face was full of shock and looked at Jingmen Xiangyu. There was such an existence in the human civilization? They didn't believe it. But the words of the final destination of a civilization just now were not something an ordinary person could say. That kind of mood could only be said by those who had lived for a long time and had a deep understanding of the distance of a square inch. They had no choice but to believe his words. Suddenly Chang Tu was afraid. He thought that there were at most 1 or 2 eternal realm experts in the human civilization and didn't care. But now this girl's strength improved at an amazing speed. The human civilization had more than one path of cultivation. She dared to try another path in the eternal realm. Either the human civilization was facing a desperate situation and needed her to try, or there were too many experts and they didn't care about her trying. If she came alone, it was very likely to be the first situation. But that rogue's existence made Chang Tu very clear that it should be the second situation. Rogue was not something that could be cultivated by any civilization. Even if a civilization had 3 to 5 eternal realm experts, or even more eternal realm experts, they might not be able to produce a rogue. For example, there was no rogue in the immortal civilization. There was a consensus in the distance of a square inch. A civilization with rogue was not simple. That kid was not easy to fool. Coupled with his words and the existence behind the human civilization, Chang Tu didn't know what to say for a while. Lu Yin exhaled. These words were the first step. It could temporarily suppress Chang Tu's arrogance and give them a chance. If they couldn't even suppress this trace of arrogance, what was waiting for them was probably a knife, and they might not be able to take it. Fortunately, this immortal civilization was not impossible to communicate. It could also be because of the relationship between Chang Tian and Jingmen Xiangyu. If they had a bet before taking the 3 moves, he wouldn't have to say so much. Unfortunately, Chang Tu was not stupid. If there was a bet, the power of the 3rd move might be stronger and they might not be able to take it. Lu Yin didn't think too much. He struck while the iron was hot and continued, whether the meteor realm exists or not, it needs the recognition of each other. The immortal civilization left the meteor realm as a backup plan. Why should our civilizations be completely unable to communicate with other civilizations? We have a channel of communication. Chang Tu glanced at Chang Tian. Chang Tian looked at Jingmen Xiangyu in a daze. Little Ji, stay and bring your daughter here. Jingmen Xiangyu stared at Chang Tu. Old man, the matter between me and Chang Tian has nothing to do with you. You forced my daughter to stay back then. What else do you want to do now? Chang Tu scolded in a deep voice. I gave you a chance back then. Is Chang Tian an eternal realm expert? Could it be that he can't decide about the immortal civilization? As long as I'm alive, that kid will always listen to me. Jingmen Xiangyu stared at Chang Tian. Does your promise count? Chang Tu shouted, girl, don't force me to attack again. Lu Yin was helpless. Jingmen Xiangyu was too anxious and forced Chang Tu to attack again. He had planned to talk slowly, just like offsetting the edge of a knife. Step by step, at least the opposition wouldn't be so strong. Now he had no choice. Senior Chang Tu, we are not easy to deal with. If you attack again, you don't care about the karma binding? Chang Tu was cold and arrogant. Go and ask around. When have I ever cared about the karma binding? Lu Yin understood. The unreasonable were afraid of the reckless, and the reckless were afraid of the reckless. All eternal beings cared about the karma binding. They were afraid of each other and restrained each other. Unfortunately, he met such a reckless person who didn't care about the karma binding and attacked anytime and anywhere. In fact, the more he was like this, the fewer civilizations would find trouble. He didn't care about the karma binding, but others did. As a result, he didn't have that many karma binding. If Lu Yin was also an eternal realm expert, he wouldn't want to fight with him. But he was a rascal. Senior doesn't care about the karma binding. I don't have any karma binding. But if you kill me, your karma binding should increase a lot. You want to try? I'm not afraid of anyone. Facing someone like Chang Tu, the more he retreated, the more he couldn't succeed. Lu Yin exhaled and took out the rascal Go Lien from his cosmic ring. With a light wave, a surge of vitality surged out and instantly filled the surroundings. Chang Tu was shocked. This vitality? The laws of the universe? Chang Tian also felt it. This person was still holding back. Lu Yin held the Golian tightly and looked at Chang Tu. I've respected you enough. This is a matter between Senior Startle Gate and Senior Chang Tian. It's wrong for you to insist on interfering. I know I'm not a match for you, but even if I die, I want to fight for some reason. Chang Tu looked at the Golian in Lu Yin's hand. That weapon is formed from the death of eternal beings. You're actually able to control it. You're more powerful than I thought. Kid, you didn't use your full strength just now. Lu Yin nodded. I'm going to use it now. Chang Tu sneered. Let's see if you can still take one of my attacks. Senior Startle Gate, if I die, go back and tell my master, tell the other seniors and especially the old ancestor that I was killed by Chang Tu of the Eternal Realm civilization. Human civilization has always only died standing and never lived kneeling. Find a chance to avenge me, Lu Yin shouted. Startle Gate Xiangyu's expression was cold. Don't worry. There are many Eternal Realm experts in our human civilization. Under the Nirvana tree, rascals will soon be born. No matter how strong this Eternal Realm civilization is, our human civilization can take it down. Chang Tu sneered. Are you threatening me? At most, I'll destroy the Meteor Realm. Moreover, whether the two of you can return alive is another matter. After he finished speaking, he raised his blade and his killing intent surged. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and was fearless. His battle intent was triggered. Chapter 42-44. Chang Tian suddenly appeared in the field, blocking Chang Tu and Lu Yin. He faced Chang Tu with a determined gaze. If you want to kill Xiaoji, you have to kill me first. Xiaoji, kill me first. Chang Tu frowned. Get lost. Chang Tian's gaze was resolute. Elder, you raised me. I should listen to you, and I have always listened to you. Even when you forced Xiaoji to leave, I didn't resist, but there was a problem with my state of mind. Fortunately, I had already broken through to the immortal realm at that time, otherwise I would never be able to break through again. But haven't you noticed that I haven't made any progress until now? Chang Tu's gaze was shocked. He stared at Chang Tian. Chang Tian closed his eyes and said in a low voice, the flaw in the state of mind is difficult to make up for. It's not as simple as cultivating from an ordinary person to the immortal realm. You know this path very well and I know it very well. Ever since Xiaoji left with my daughter, I will never be able to walk this path. You hope that I can bear the burden of the immortal civilization, but your approach is breaking my spine. Chang Tu shouted angrily, don't you know the law of survival? Any communication with the human civilization may expose us. What if we attract a powerful fishing civilization? Many times, the destruction of a civilization comes from insignificant matters. Chang Tian nodded. Then let me go. Chang Tu's eyes narrowed. Jingmen Xiangyu stared at Chang Tian's back in a daze, his gaze complicated. Chang Tian said bitterly, let me go. I have been guarding the Meteor Realm for so many years. I have been longing for Xiaoji's return and to see my daughter. Civilization is important to me, but my family is equally important to me. I know I am selfish, but I am willing to return everything to the clan. I can give up anything, but I beg you to let Xiaoji go. After that, he looked back at Jingmen Xiangyu. My promise can't be fulfilled, so I can only use my life to fulfill it. Xiaoji, I didn't go with you back then. Now, can you still give me a chance? Jingmen Xiangyu stared at Chang Tian, his eyes red. Lu Yin didn't expect Chang Tian to have such deep feelings for Jingmen Xiangyu. They hadn't been together for long. No one could explain emotions clearly. Giving up your civilization and leaving with me, don't you regret it? Jingmen Xiangyu asked in a low voice. Chang Tian raised his hand and revealed the karma chain. Lu Yin saw it and was surprised. Jingmen Xiangyu was also shocked. More than half of Chang Tian's karma chain had been completed, far more than Xiangyu of Jingmen and the others, even more than Master Qing Chao. But how long had it been since he achieved immortality? Chang Tu looked at the karmic chain in the sky. The boiling killing intent suddenly dissipated, and he seemed to have aged a lot. Chang Tian laughed, and he laughed very happily. I've already repaid everything I owed the clan. All these years, whenever the clan encountered a strong enemy, I would deal with them. It's not like the Eternal Life Realm hasn't come to the Meteor Realm, but I've already dealt with them. So what if the Binding Realm has reached perfection? I've been waiting for you to come back because I couldn't find you. Lu Yin was full of admiration for Longevity Celestial. Longevity Celestial had given Lu Yin so many karmic restraints for the sake of the Longevity civilization. Indeed, Longevity Celestial had repaid too much. If Lu Yin had not taken action, Longevity Celestial and the other Eternal Realm cultivators of the Longevity Civilization would definitely have had their karmic restraints increased by a lot. He sacrificed himself to repay his debt to the clan. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Originally, Lu Yin looked down on Chang Tian. He was obviously an Eternal Life Realm, but he couldn't say a word in front of Chang Tuesday. But he had already done it. Jingmen Xiangyu looked at Chang Tian with a gentle gaze. He had to repay what he owed and he had to bear the responsibility. He could let go of everything freely even if it was immortality. This was the kind of person she recognized. "Girl, you came here for the jumping site?" Chang Tu asked. His voice was much more dejected. Chang Tian felt guilty. Jingmen Xiangyu looked at Chang Tuesday. "Yes." Chang Tu looked at Lu Yin. "You want to learn it?" Lu Yin nodded and bowed slowly. "I hope you can help me. The jumping site is a talent. It can be taught, I know." Jingmen Xiangyu continued. Chang Tu looked at Chang Tian. Chang Tian was helpless. "We were in love at that time, so I said more." Chang Tu glared at him. "You've repaid your debt to the clan, but if that kid wants to learn the jumping site, he can only do it for your sake. How can you repay this favor?" Chang Tian was stunned and subconsciously looked at Jingmen Xiangyu. Stargate Xiangyu frowned. Indeed, Chang Tian had already repaid what she owed him and he could leave with her. However, if Lu Yin wanted to learn Twitch vision, then this favor would have to be repaid by Chang Tian. This was a promise that Lu Yin had made, so how could he repay this favor? They came here to let Lu Yin learn the jumping site, not to take Chang Tian away. Compared to taking Chang Tian away, Lu Yin learning the jumping site was much more significant to the human civilization. "I don't have to learn it," Lu Yin said decisively. Jingmen Xiangyu quickly stopped him. "Lu Yin." Lu Yin looked at Jingmen Xiangyu. "Senior, family reunion is more important than anything. Senior Chang Tian has sacrificed so much, it's enough." Jingmen Xiangyu looked at Chang Tian. "If I insist that Lu Yin learn the jumping site, what will you think?" Chang Tian looked at Lu Yin. "It's just a talent and it's not very useful. Why must he learn it?" Jingmen Xiangyu answered, "For the human civilization." Chang Tian was surprised. Chang Tu was also confused. Was the jumping site so important? In fact, this talent was very useless in the immortal civilization and no one used it. Why was it so important in the human civilization? Lu Yin and Chang Tian looked at each other. "It's not that important. Compared to the jumping site, the human civilization has an eternal realm like Senior Chang Tian. It's more worth it." In theory it was so. How could a talent be compared to an eternal realm? But it also depended on who the talent was and how it was used. Teleportation combined with the jumping site was too important to the human civilization. However, Lu Yin and Jingmen Xiangyu would not say this. Teleportation was their trump card. No one was sure that they would not encounter danger in the immortal civilization. Otherwise, why would they bring the boss? Chang Tian looked at Jingmen Xiangyu. Although they had not known each other for long, he knew this woman. Looking at her expression, he knew that she wanted Lu Yin to get the jumping site. Strange, it was just a talent. Chang Tu looked at them. "Have you decided? Do you want Chang Tian or the jumping site?" After a pause he continued, "Girl, Chang Tian has sacrificed too much for you. I have seen it all these years. He is willing to leave his own civilization for you. What about you? Can't you stay for him? Let that human boy learn the jumping site. You stay and fulfill Chang Tian's dream. This is the most perfect. I have already taken a step back." Jingmen Xiangyu's gaze was complicated. "Stay. What about the human civilization?" It seemed that the human civilization had calmed down, but the unknown enemy still existed. If the unknown was gone, she might not be unable to come. Facing Chang Tian's gaze, Jingmen Xiangyu slowly said, "Everyone has different burdens. Your departure is a blow to the immortal civilization. The kindness of giving birth to you and raising you will never be repaid. If I leave, it will also be a blow to the human civilization. I will not take you with me, nor will I stay. It is not because of the jumping site but because of the civilization itself." Chang Tian and Jingmen Xiangyu looked at each other with dim eyes. "I understand." Lu Yin wanted to say something but was stopped by Jingmen Xiangyu. Chang Tu heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Chang Tian didn't leave, everything would be fine. Love, I've already seen through it all. Both of you didn't make a wrong choice. No one has to give up everything for anyone. Human boy, if you want to learn the jumping site, you can. But it is not the jumping site, it is something more powerful." Lu Yin and Jingmen Xiangyu looked at each other. "Something more powerful?" Chang Tu slowly said, Every once in a while, our longevity civilization will organize a vine climbing competition. This kind of vine climbing competition is for the younger generation of our civilization to obtain the blessing of the longevity vine. The so-called blessing is a kind of powerful dual-eye combat technique. The pulsating line of sight also originates from this combat technique. Because this combat technique has been passed down for a long time, over time, the descendants were born with the pulsating line of sight. In fact, compared to this combat technique, the jumping sight is nothing. This combat technique is called the divine eye. Divine eye? This name was quite impressive. Luin asked, "This divine eye can see very far just like the jumping sight?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "It is much more powerful than the jumping sight. It allows you to have the same attack method as a clone." "Can it see very far?" Jingmen Xiangyu asked. Xianxia looked at her. "It is different from the jumping sight. This divine eye." "I want the jumping sight," Luin said. Xianxia frowned and stared at Luin. "Human kid, you don't understand what the divine eye represents. Even in my immortal civilization, there is not much to learn. We want the jumping sight," Jingmen Xiangyu said. Xianxia was angry. "Don't be ungrateful. It is already against the rules to let this kid learn the divine eye." Luin was firm. "I want the jumping sight." "You!" Xianxia was furious. He glared fiercely like a mad lion. Xianxia was puzzled. "Luin, right? You seem to want to see very far." Luin nodded. "That's right. I want to see very far, very far. Other than that, I don't want anything else." Xianxia said, "But even if the jumping sight allows you to see very far, you can't control the distance. You don't know how far you will see in the next second. It could be very close or it could be so far that you can't even reach the immortal life. It is meaningless." Luin was helpless. "It is meaningful to me. I hope the two seniors can fulfill my wish." "You must have the jumping sight?" Xianxia asked. Luin nodded. "I want the jumping sight." Xianxia waved his hand. "Go back. I can't give it to you." Jingmen Xiangyu was dissatisfied. "Old man, you just agreed. Why are you going back on your word? The divine eye is willing to let him learn, but the jumping sight is not. What? Do you think we are stupid? It is obvious that the jumping sight is more useful than the divine eye." "Nonsense!" Xianxia roared. "Useful my ass. If it is not." He suddenly paused and took a deep breath. He gritted his teeth. "You don't know whether it is useful or not. What's the use of being able to see far? It is not that we don't want him to learn it. He can't learn it. That is a talent. Little girl, that is a talent. How can he learn a talent?" Jingmen Xiangyu stared at Xianxia. Xianxia opened his mouth and smiled bitterly. "We are in love. It is not too much to say something crazy." Chapter 42-45. Alarmed Xiangyu panicked. "You lied to me?" "It's not a lie. I wanted you to learn the divine eye, but at that time, you weren't sure if you would stay. The clan rules forbid outsiders from learning the divine eye, so I couldn't tell you directly. I could only say that it was a pulsating vision. If you had stayed, you would have learned it long ago." "I want the pulsating vision." "Then I really can't teach it. Little Ji, I swear with everything I have. This pulsating vision is a gift from birth. I can't teach it at all." Alarmed Xiangyu glared at Xianxia. "This bastard." Lu Yin's heart sank. He could see that Xianxia wasn't lying. The pulsating vision was indeed useless. Everyone knew that it was meaningless to be able to see so far away without being able to hear. What was the use of seeing so far away? Scouting for information? Matter in the universe would move. Even if one could remember that matter at that moment and let the vision pulsate on that matter, one could be sure of seeing a certain place. After many years, that matter might no longer be there. This type of vision didn't have the ability to attack or communicate, so it was meaningless. It might be useful in a war, but it definitely wouldn't be as useful as eternal life or instant transmission. The divine eye that the longevity civilization had set a clan rule forbidding outsiders from learning was definitely more useful than the pulsating vision. At least they had talked so much with Xianxia and even received 3 attacks. Xianxia knew that it was for the sake of learning the divine eye. What he didn't want to teach was the divine eye, not the pulsating vision. Therefore he naturally wanted to teach Luin the divine eye. But he didn't know that Luin only wanted the pulsating vision. No matter how powerful the divine eye was, he didn't want it. Xianxia had never felt so sullen. He had clearly broken the clan's rules to teach Luin the divine eye, but Luin didn't want it. Instead, he wanted a gift that was useless to the longevity civilization. If this gift could be given, he would have done so long ago. But it was a gift. How could he give it? The atmosphere was deadlocked. Human brat, we can't give you the pulsating vision you want. You can either learn the divine eye or leave. There's no third choice. Changtu turned and looked into the distance. He didn't even want to look at Lu Yin and the rest. Alarmed Xiangyu couldn't wait to beat Chang Tian up. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have come. It was a waste of time. She looked at Lu Yin and asked, "Can your Lu family's ancestors still plant it?" Even a teleportation innate gift could be planted, and it had even come from a bug, so there was no need to mention the pulsating sight. Lu Yin shook his head. The ancestor can only plant his innate gifts 3 times. The general appointing platform, the apotheosis catalog, and instant transmission. He can't use it a 4th time. Chang Tu and Chang Tian couldn't hear his words, as instant transmission couldn't be exposed. Jingmen Xiangyu stared at Chang Tian. Is there really no other way? This is very important to us, very important. Chang Tian said helplessly, I know you very well. If it wasn't important, you wouldn't have come. But I really don't have a choice. As long as there is a way, I won't make things difficult for you. Alarmed Gate Xiangyu sighed deeply and looked at the broken shocking cloud in his hand. The startling cloud was broken, yet he still failed? Actually, you should learn the divine eye. Although it won't be able to see as far as the eye can, it'll at least allow you to see further than you can now, Chang Tian told Lu Yin. Chang Tu glanced at him. You're a traitor. Chang Tian laughed mockingly. Lu Yin saw Jingmen Xiangyu looking at Jingyun and felt guilty. He couldn't let this trip go to waste. This immortal civilization was very powerful. Legend had it that there was an unfathomable ancestor. To be able to give birth to such a civilization, the divine eye, as an inherited power, was definitely not simple. After spending so much effort, he should at least learn the divine eye. Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss. Thinking of this, he bowed slowly. I'll have to trouble you, senior. I'll learn the divine eye. Chang Tian heaved a sigh of relief. This way Xiaoji could stay for a while longer. Jingmen Xiangyu had no choice but to do so. Chang Tu turned around and glanced at the 3 of them with a cold expression. I can only give you the right to learn the divine eye. As for whether you can learn it or not, it's up to you. The vine climbing competition is fair and just. You have to fight for it yourself. If someone else snatches your spot, don't blame us. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. He really didn't believe it. Chang Tu sneered. The vine climbing competition isn't about strength or cultivation. You'll know when the time comes. In any case, the spots are limited. If you can't get it, don't blame us. The vine climbing competition is fair and just. This is your own choice. You'll have to wait for 2 years. The vine climbing competition is held once every 20 years, and only 8 years have passed since the last one. Because of you, it's been brought forward. However, you have to give the youngsters 2 more years to prepare. Otherwise, they won't have grown up yet. You don't want them to be children. Lu Yin nodded. I understand. Don't go anywhere for the next 2 years. Stay at the place that I've arranged for you. Otherwise, you'll be expelled from the immortal civilization and sent back to wherever you came from. After speaking, he took a step forward and headed off into the distance. Chang Tian gestured for them to follow. Chang Tu moved very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they had already traversed the universe. He brought Lu Yin and the others to a corner of an extremely splendid building. He then had someone set up a sourcebox array to ensure that Lu Yin and the others wouldn't be able to move around for the next 2 years. The sourcebox array couldn't trap them at all, but as soon as they left the array, they would immediately be discovered. There were several elders who had set up the sourcebox array, and they were all equivalent to the human civilization's origin heavenly masters. When they found out that the array's purpose was to trap Lu Yin and startled Gate Xiangyu and the others, they would immediately know. The elders immediately guaranteed that they wouldn't be able to leave at all. Chang Tu didn't argue with them. Couldn't leave? What a joke. The immortal civilization didn't have a sourcebox array that could trap an eternal being, let alone these 2 who weren't simple. They would be considered powerhouses even among the eternal beings. While the origin heavenly masters were setting up the sourcebox array, Chang Tian pestered startled Gate Xiangyu, wanting to catch up with her. Even though startled Gate Xiangyu didn't hate him as much, it was obviously not possible for them to catch up. Little Ji, at least let me see my daughter. How is she doing? What's her cultivation level? Is she married? I want to know all these things, Chang Tian pleaded. His attitude left the origin heavenly masters dumbfounded. They obviously knew who Chang Tian was, and when they saw Chang Tian's attitude, they began to guess who startled Gate Xiangyu and Lu Yin were. At this moment, they were disguised as beings from the immortal civilization. The Origin Heavenly Masters couldn't tell that they were from another universe, as the difference in strength was too great. Startled Xianxia became impatient. She's doing well. You don't have to worry about her. Her cultivation level isn't bad either. What does she look like? Isn't she beautiful? Is she as beautiful as you? Shut up. I said you don't have to worry about her. Then is she married? Not yet. Does she have someone she likes? You can leave now. I want to see what my daughter looks like. Get lost. In the distance, Luyin couldn't bear to listen any longer. Startled Xianxia had a bad temper, and the more Chang Tian pestered her, the more annoyed she became, even though her impression of Chang Tian had changed. Luyin raised his hand and drew in the air, drawing Qing Yun's appearance. Senior, this is your daughter. Chang Tian looked at Qing Yun excitedly and wanted to touch her, but this was only a drawing and not a real person. Good, that's great. This is my daughter. Thank you. You're welcome. Suddenly, Chang Tian stared at Luyin with a sharp gaze. What's your relationship with my daughter? Luyin blinked. We're friends? Just friends? Chang Tian's gaze became even sharper. Startled Xianxia barked, get lost. Chang Tian left, but before he left, he looked at Luyin suspiciously as if trying to see through him. Luyin was speechless. His kindness had not paid off. The sourcebox array had taken several months to set up, and Luyin and Startled Xianxia lived within the array. Each of them had their own courtyard and they were quite far apart. Of course, to cultivators, it was as if they were right next to each other. Senior Startled Gate, this immortal civilization also has a sourcebox array. It looks like the cultivation civilizations in the core space have all more or less developed their own sourcebox array. It's possible. Sourceboxes fill the entire core space and come from ancient times. Regardless of whether it's a cultivation civilization or a technological civilization, they would all want to make use of this power. Living beings cultivate from nothing, and sourceboxes are inherently destructive, so it's only natural for civilizations to research them. I just don't know if any of them have developed their sourcebox array to the level of a fishing civilization. If they have, then it would be very terrifying. Startled Xianxia said, any kind of power in this boundless core space can reach its peak. Hopefully we won't meet them. Not long after, Chang Tian came and wanted to chat with Startled Xianxia, but Startled Xianxia rejected him. A few days later, Chang Tian came again. This time he wanted to chat with Luyin, but Startled Xianxia also rejected him. Another period of time passed and Startled Xianxia was displeased. He held the cracked startling cloud in his hand and wanted to attack. Don't be angry, little Ji. I'm here to give you a gift. A gift? For who? Our daughter, of course. No need. Chang Tian shamelessly said, you've already met your daughter, so how can you not give her a gift? That's too much. Don't worry, I'll leave once I give you the gift. Startled Xianxia was helpless. Give it to me. Chang Tian carefully took out a vine and handed it to Startled Xianxia. Startled Xianxia was about to take it when Chang Tu walked out of the void and shouted, Chang Tian, what are you doing? Chang Tian hurriedly stuffed the vine into Startled Xianxia's hand and growled, put it away. Startled Xianxia was puzzled, but he still put it away in his cosmic ring. Chang Tu stretched out a hand. Girl, give it back to me. Startled Xianxia did not move. Chang Tian stood in front of him. Elder, this is mine. I can give it to whoever I want. Chang Tu shouted, do you know that you've made a huge mistake? Is that something that you can give away so casually? I'll give it to my daughter. That won't do. Unless your daughter stays with the longevity civilization, you can't give it away. I'm willing to seek punishment from the ancestor, Chang Tian said in a low voice. Chang Tu stared at him, then looked at Startled Xianxia. He then flicked his sleeve. Whatever. Go find the ancestor yourself. He then left. Chang Tian sighed in relief. What is this? Startled Xianxia was curious. Chang Tian smiled. It's nothing, just a small piece of longevity vine. Take it back to Qing Yun and apologize to her on my behalf. I didn't fulfill my responsibilities as a father. If in the future, and I'm saying if we ever meet again, I won't ask her to call me father. I just hope she won't blame me. He then left. Chapter 42-46. Stargate Xianxia looked at the small vine. Was this the longevity vine? Everything about the longevity vine came from the longevity vine. This was the longevity vine, and even Chang Tu cared about it and did not want it to be lost to the outside world. Luyin retracted his gaze. Daughter? He also had a child, xuanhuan. When he thought of this, his heart ached. He really wanted to bring that child into the real world, not just some karma. Let go? How could he let go? Achieving eternal life, building a strong mental state, and letting go of everything. However, he could not let go of xuanhuan. On the other side, Xiangtu entered the starry sky and faced the longevity vine. He slowly bowed. Ancestor, 2 humans have arrived. One of them is Xiangtian. After a while, Xiangtu finished speaking and waited quietly. At that moment, within the sourcebox array, Luyin was feeling vexed. He walked out and saw Stargate Xiangyu staring at the longevity vine in a daze. You know a lot about sourcebox arrays, right? Can you go out for a walk? You can't let Xiangtu discover you. Luyin looked at the sourcebox array for a while. Sure. Senior, do you want to go out? Stargate Xiangyu looked up. I want to see what kind of punishment Xiangtian will receive for giving away this vine. Luyin nodded. Give me some time. After speaking, he began to study the sourcebox array. Even though this sourcebox array had come from several origin heavenly array masters, Lu Yin's attainments in this area were extremely high. He could be considered one of the most powerful people in the current human civilization. With the support of his cultivation, this sourcebox array was not difficult for him. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he froze in place. At the same time, the longevity vine in Stargate Xiangyu's hand fell onto the table. She also did not move and just stared blankly at the ground. For a moment, just a moment, the two of them returned to normal. However, in that moment, Lu Yin's back was drenched in sweat. He silently returned to his residence, no longer thinking about breaking the sourcebox array. Stargate Xiangyu put away the longevity vine and went into seclusion. Beneath the starry sky, Xiangtu maintained his bow and did not move. An ancient voice said, "Do as you say." Xiangtu bowed deeply. This disciple is useless. They are not simple. I understand that child, Xiangtian. His mental state has always been flawed. If he wants to improve, he must overcome this obstacle. You did the right thing. But we might interact with the human civilization. So be it. Then, how about the vine climbing competition? I will suppress him. He won't be able to obtain the divine eye. Hearing this, Xiangtu heaved a sigh of relief. Then I can rest assured. Leaving them here is only for Xiangtian. As long as Xiangtian can pass this stage, it will be fine. The god's eyes cannot be learned by outsiders. Thank you, Master. 2 years passed by very quickly, and as the sourcebox array dissipated, Lu Yin opened his eyes and walked out of his room. Right now the outside world was extremely lively. Countless creatures from long-life civilizations flew over, vines falling from the heavenly dome one after another. They were separated from each other by a great distance, extremely great, as if they were a stairway to heaven. On the day of the vine climbing competition, countless beings from the longevity civilization would attempt to climb the vines. There was no limit to their cultivation level. As long as one could explore the starry skies and come into contact with the descending vines, they could attempt to climb the vines. In the end, a group of people would obtain the divine eye. Lu Yin looked at the starry sky. There really was a terrifying old monster in this longevity civilization. More than a year ago, he and Jingmen Xiangyu were swept by a gaze at the same time. He would never forget the feeling that came from that moment. It was a feeling like a blade had cut through his body. It was as if his skin was being torn apart inch by inch. The feeling of resistance. It was just a single gaze. No wonder there were such legends in the longevity civilization. That old man's strength might not be inferior to the 7 treasures heavenly toads. He was a true old monster. Lu Yin looked at his cosmic ring. Could the 7 treasures heavenly toads boss really fight for a chance of survival against such an old monster? He was somewhat doubtful. Jingmen Xiangyu walked out and looked at Lu Yin with a solemn expression. Get ready. It seems like you just need to get close to a vine and climb up. Lu Yin nodded and walked out. Soon he arrived at the vine closest to him. At this moment, there were already many beings from the longevity civilization around the vine. The green color of their bodies was exactly the same as the green color of the vine. Lu Yin's arrival did not attract their attention. To them, Lu Yin was just an ordinary cultivator who wanted to fight for a chance in this vine climbing competition just like the majority of the people. Lu Yin quietly listened to the conversations of the beings from the longevity civilization around him and gradually understood the vine climbing competition. This vine climbing competition was actually very simple. There was only one word to it: climb. One just had to climb up along the vines. There was no need to do anything else. There were strong and weak cultivators as well as high and low cultivation levels. To Lu Yin, climbing to the top of the vine did not seem difficult. but in fact the longevity vine was very strange. It would release different degrees of pressure according to the level of the life form. The difficulty was the same as the climb of a powerhouse who had crossed the bitter calamity. It tested one's temperament and perseverance. Luin looked up at the starry sky. Was this pressure coming from the longevity vine or from an eternal life form of the longevity civilization? If it was artificial pressure, then it would not be good for him. Xianxia kept talking about fairness and justice, but the more he said this, the more unfair it was. Now that he thought about it, Xianxia had said several times that he should fight for a spot and that the spots were limited. Could it be that he was paving the way for this so that even if he lost he could not blame them? If Luin was Xianxia he would do the same. Therefore the divine eye would not be broken if it did not spread. Luin narrowed his eyes. The longevity vine itself couldn't give him much pressure. Xianxia's confidence must have stemmed from the fact that this pressure was man-made. In that case it was easy to guess who it was that could give Xianxia the confidence to suppress him. Either it was him, but he was already familiar with his strength so it could only be that old monster. Then he would let him see what kind of pressure could suppress him. He did not care much about the divine eye. Let me tell you a piece of news. It is said that the reason why the vine climbing competition was brought forward is because there are foreign creatures participating. A life form from the longevity civilization whispered in the distance. The people around him could not hear him, so he only said it to his friends. However, Luin could hear him clearly. He looked into the distance. How could this kind of news spread? That's impossible. Foreign creatures can participate in the vine climbing competition? Will the elders allow it? This is against the clan rules. Someone did not believe it. The person who spoke in a low voice said, I don't believe it either. In fact, people who heard this news did not believe it at first, but the source of the news is said to be more reliable. Also, why do you think the vine climbing competition was suddenly brought forward? It doesn't make sense. It has almost never been brought forward in history. That's right. I've asked the elders and they don't know why it was brought forward. Our generation has caught up. Under normal circumstances, we have to wait 10 years before we can participate in the vine climbing competition. We are unlucky. The vine climbing competition does not have a limit on age and cultivation. Those of the older generation and even the older generation will participate. The reason why the clan stipulates that it is held once every 20 years is because we have to wait for our physical conditions to mature before we can participate. Otherwise, it will be harmful and not beneficial. It is not good for us to participate this time. Didn't your elders stop you from participating? They stopped me, but I am traveling outside. The elders don't know that I will participate. Is it really not good for the body? Then I'd better not participate. Coward, what are you afraid of? Feel it. You will be more used to it after 20 years. Really? Of course. Then I will give it a try. It won't be that I can't grow tall, right? Luin retracted his gaze and looked in other directions. Some people were also talking about the vine climbing competition because of foreign creatures. It seemed that this rumor had spread very widely. Who was the one who spread the news? There should not be many people who knew that they were participating in the vine climbing competition. The longevity cosmos was huge and it was about the same size as the Xuanhuan cosmos. These cultivators could only see the hanging vines and the unreachable stars. Luin, on the other hand, could see Xianxia and another eternal that he had never seen before. Where was Xianxia? Sho. The Soldier King is here. Soldier King? Where is he? Lower your voice. In the distance, a young man with an indifferent expression approached. Luin glanced over and was surprised to see that he had reached the level of a half-ancestor. Although he could not compare to the geniuses of the Nine Firmaments Universe's Xiaoyu Pavilion, he was already quite good. He seemed to be younger than the Nine Firmaments Universe. Was he an elite of this universe? Hearing the whispers around him, Luin understood that this person was known as the Soldier King and could be considered a legendary figure. Ever since he had stepped into the cultivation world, he had been training on the battlefield. His master was a general-type figure who was worshipped by many powers and could lead cultivators. He was an expert in war, regardless of whether it was between mortals or cultivators. He was famous throughout the longevity universe, and this person had followed his master into the battlefield since he was young. He had honed his battle tactics in mortal battles and cultivated in cultivator battles. He had walked step by step. Luin looked at this Soldier King a few more times as this type of person was very rare. Cultivators were generally not good at war, just like the war between the Nine Firmaments Universe and the insectoid nest. There had been no command and all tactics were weak in the face of absolute power. Even if Shui Chuanxiao Wangwen, and the others had been brought to the Nine Firmaments universe at that time, they would still be able to reach the Nine Firmaments universe. This was because they could not completely understand the difference in strength between the two sides. However, if there really was someone with an extremely high cultivation who could see through the difference in strength between civilizations and command them, then it would be very rare. Shui Chuanxiao's cultivation was too low, and he could not keep up. Wei Rong and Wang Wen were more scheming, and they were not good at commanding large-scale battles. Bodhi Saint's cultivation was alright, but he still could not reach the level of commanding a civilization. This Soldier King's master was called the War Sage, and it sounded like his cultivation had reached the level of Dooku. He was a genius. Unfortunately, he did not belong to the human civilization. With the Soldier King's arrival, the surrounding chatter quieted down. They all distanced themselves from him, treating him like a ferocious beast. In the end, Lu Yin discovered that he was actually the closest to the Soldier King. The Soldier King looked up at Lu Yin, his gaze sharp but not overbearing. It felt like he could withdraw his gaze at any time. Lu Yin had seen this feeling in Wei Rong's eyes before, but Wei Rong's gaze was more of a contemplative one, and it was not as sharp. Lu Yin smiled at the Soldier King. The Soldier King's gaze became even sharper. That guy actually dared to look at the Soldier King. That's a provocation. That kid is out of luck. Lu Yin heard this. Was looking at each other a provocation. Chapter 42-47. At this moment, a long spear appeared in the soldier's hand. He slowly raised it and pointed it at Lu Yin. Name, origin, purpose. Lu Yin was stunned. Ha! The soldier asked again, name, origin, and purpose. The surrounding people moved further away, gloating over Lu Yin's misfortune. Lu Yin was speechless. I'm here for the vine climbing competition. The soldier narrowed his eyes and stared at Lu Yin as if he was considering. Lu Yin said, I hope I'm not disturbing you. The soldier widened his eyes and stared at Lu Yin in shock. At this moment, laughter came from afar. I was wondering why it was so familiar. So it's Changhe. Changhe, long time no see. The soldier turned his head and looked into the distance. His name was Changhe. Lu Yin also looked over and saw two youths. They looked older than the soldier, but they were still part of the younger generation and should be younger than him. Hearing the whispers around him, he knew the two's identity. One was called Chang'e and the other was Changqi. They both came from the xianxia courtyard and were very famous. They were not below the soldier. The xianxia courtyard belonged to Chang Tu and was the most terrifying force in the longevity civilization. Chang Tu lived in the xianxia courtyard while his disciples lived in the xianxia courtyard. All the disciples lived in the xianxia courtyard. There were many xianxia courtyards in the longevity civilization. The place where Lu Yin and Jingmen Shangyu had stayed for 2 years was the nearest xianxia courtyard. From the looks of it, these two had walked out of the Slaughter Heart courtyard just like him. The soldier looked at the two and then back at Lu Yin, his eyes full of scrutiny. Chang'e and Changqi greeted. Changhe, why do you act like we didn't see you? Did we offend you? The soldier's tone was cold. We'll talk later. Changqi laughed. The vine climbing competition will start soon. How long can you talk? He then looked at Lu Yin and his eyes flashed. Brother, do you have any grudges with Changhe? The vine climbing competition is about to start. How about we settle it after the competition? Chang'e also said, any consumption at this time is not good for the vine climbing competition. Changhe, you'll definitely get a spot. You gave up many competitions in the past. Since you're here this time, don't waste it. Changhe looked at Chang'e and Changqi deeply. Why did you wait until now to join the competition? Zhangqi smiled and said, you're so smart, why don't you guess? Zhanghe retracted his gaze. Not interested. Zhangqi shrugged. Still so boring. Chang'e looked at Lu Yin. Would you like to talk? Lu Yin smiled. I won't disturb you. With that he left. Many people in the surroundings felt that it was a pity that they didn't get to watch the fun. There were thousands of people around the vine, and the chief and the 3 people were undoubtedly the focus of attention. Even Lu Yin had attracted a lot of attention because of what had just happened. The Soldier King conversed with Zhangqi and the others, seemingly forgetting about the conflict just now. At this moment, the vines swayed. Everyone looked up and saw that the void around the vines was distorted, extending all the way to the sky above the stars. It's starting. Brothers, charge. Someone shouted. One by one they rushed towards the vines. Every vine was very big, and it would not be a problem for them to encircle tens of thousands of people. Thousands of people rushed towards the vines, young and old. Their eyes were filled with excitement and determination. They had to climb to the top and fight for a spot. The little soldier king also rushed over and grabbed the vine. His shoulders clearly sank as he climbed up with a serious gaze. Chang'e and Xianxia looked at each other and rushed over as well, grabbing the vines to climb up. Everyone had different degrees of spatial distortion around them. The spatial distortion around those with weaker cultivations was very small, almost indiscernible. However, for those with stronger cultivations such as the Soldier King and Chang'e, the spatial distortion around them was very obvious. It was a middle-aged man, and the void around him flowed down like water. This middle-aged man was a primordial realm cultivator, and no one noticed at first. The little Soldier King and the others looked at the middle-aged man. A primordial realm cultivator was a powerhouse no matter where he went. They could not understand why a primordial realm cultivator had not obtained a spot in the vine climbing tournament and possessed a divine eye. The middle-aged man's gaze was resolute. He had tried the vine climbing tournament countless times, but he had failed every time. It was all because he had taken a shortcut in his cultivation. However, this shortcut was not something he wanted to take, but rather something that his physique and luck had not allowed him to do. He had taken a shortcut and broken through the progenitor realm at a much faster speed than others. He had broken through the sequence laws and finally reached the primordial realm. However, while his cultivation was in the primordial realm, his mental state and willpower were far from reaching the primordial realm. This vine climbing tournament did not look at cultivation, only mental state and willpower. The pressure that everyone faced was equal, which was why he had failed countless times. Seeing those youths and even youths obtain a spot in the vine climbing tournament, he felt depressed. He spat out blood, but there was nothing he could do. He had to continue. Luin looked up. The little Soldier King and the others were climbing very quickly, but the higher they went, the greater the pressure. After everyone had climbed a certain distance, he headed towards the vines. If his guesses were correct, then there should be a huge disturbance. Luin approached the vines, raised his hand and grabbed them. He had guessed that he would cause a huge disturbance, but he had not expected it to be like this. The moment he touched the vines, not only did the void distort and boil, but even the vines that covered the heavens trembled. Afterwards, the distorted void washed over him like a waterfall. Luin was speechless. Was there a need for such a huge reaction? Did I step on your tail? The little Soldier King and the others were stunned. They all looked down and saw Luin, who had almost been submerged by the void waterfall. They were all dumbfounded. Just what was his cultivation level? It was as if he had caused such a huge disturbance. The life vine was exerting pressure on him. They did not have time to think too much. The longevity vine above the heavens shook, and then an even more majestic void waterfall descended, causing the deep and dark starry sky to have an additional white color. It was a phenomenon formed purely by the void's distortion. At this moment, the entire longevity universe was shaking. Above the heavens, Chang'e frowned. The commotion was too big. This won't do. Originally, there was a rumor below that there was a foreign creature participating in the vine climbing tournament. This commotion could only be caused by someone who had crossed the bitter adversity or even the eternal life. How could such an existence not obtain the divine eye? It's obviously incompatible. Senior, please suppress it, said the eternal realm powerhouse beside him. He was called Chang'e, and he had broken through to the eternal realm earlier than Chang'e. Chang'e looked into the distance and said, "Ancestor, isn't this commotion too big? If I intervene, I can suppress this commotion, but that commotion will come out." Chang'e was helpless. "I can only increase the pressure on this basis to ensure that this child will not get a spot. However, the commotion at this moment cannot be eliminated. Forget it, don't worry about it. It has its dignity." Chang'e bowed. Understood. Below, Luin was submerged in the void waterfall. He felt like a mortal climbing a waterfall. The pressure on his body was extremely great. He finally understood what these people were enduring. Where did this pressure come from? He didn't believe that no eternal realm powerhouse was involved. Otherwise, how could a longevity vine, which was just a plant, give him so much pressure? It didn't make sense. If it could be done, this longevity vine would be able to suppress it. The eternal life. It must be that old monster from the longevity civilization. He grabbed the vine and climbed up. Although there was pressure, it wasn't to the extent that he couldn't climb. That old monster was really smart. He knew to take it slow. If he couldn't even climb at this moment, it would be too suspicious. The pressure meant that his cultivation was high, but it didn't mean that the difficulty of climbing was higher than others. Since he could reach this level of cultivation, if he didn't get a spot, he would be letting down his mental state. He wanted to see when that old monster would completely suppress him. It was fine if he couldn't get the divine eye. Maybe he could use this opportunity to see the old monster's strength. Above, the middle-aged man was stunned. He had thought that he had caused enough of a commotion. Looking at the history of the vine climbing competition, there weren't many people who had reached his level who had participated. It was enough to be recorded in history. But what was up with this guy? Or was he a hidden powerhouse from the bitter adversity realm? Or was he an eternal life realm? Lu Yin continued to climb, and the others retracted their gazes. Ignoring everything else, they also began to climb. The Soldier King was scared. Fortunately, he hadn't made a move. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He could only blame himself for being careless. It was taboo to make an enemy without understanding the other party's situation. Throughout the longevity civilization, vines fell one after another. Each vine had thousands of people climbing it, competing for the limited spots. The scene was spectacular. In Shaxing courtyard, startled Xianghu looked at the sky. Was Chang Tian not here because he had been punished? Time passed slowly. To Lu Yin, it was rare for him to experience such a slow flow of time. Every second of climbing was arduous. He overtook many people, including the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was unexpectedly worse. The Soldier King, on the other hand, maintained his initial speed and pressed down on Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin couldn't catch up. Chang Yi and Chang Qi fell behind slightly, but they were only slightly behind the Soldier King. They were also above Lu Yin's head. The commotion caused by Lu Yin was like a monster chasing after them. Many people had failed because they were afraid of the terrifying commotion, even though the commotion didn't affect them at all. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Half a month later, Lu Yin was still climbing. Chang Qi stopped and panted heavily. He couldn't climb any further. He lowered his head and saw Lu Yin continuously approaching him. He felt rather bitter. Chang Yi's face was flushed red. Although he was still climbing, his speed was much slower. Only the Soldier King was as resolute as before, even though he had also slowed down. At this moment, only the few of them were left on this vine. There were so many vines in the longevity universe, and many of them didn't even have a single person. Some of the vines still had people persevering and stopping when they couldn't climb any further. There were even some vines with more people than Lu Yin's group. The Soldier King, Chang Yi, and the others were definitely not the most outstanding. There were many geniuses in the longevity universe. One particular vine was surrounded by cheering youths. The person climbing this vine was a young girl, and her beauty was enchanting. Time continued to pass, and in the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. The middle-aged man had long since failed. The vine climbing competition would rank the participants according to their highest climbing record. Only the top 100 would receive the innate gift of the divine eye. Lu Yin didn't know if he would be in the top 100. He had already surpassed Chang Qi, so he asked before he overtook him. Can you be in the top 100? I don't know. Guess? I don't think so. Are you that unconfident? There are too many experts climbing this time. I don't know why some people chose this time to climb. Otherwise, I would definitely be in the top 100. Chapter 42-48. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. This was probably Chang Tu's doing. He had forced the elites who had no intention of participating and wanted to wait a little longer to appear. Some of them might have been in seclusion and were forcefully pulled out just to place Lu Yin below the top 100. Damn it. He buried his head and continued climbing the vine. At the same time, Chang Tu was uneasy. When will the patriarch act? This person is very close to the top 100. If he enters the top 100, any one or two of the others will give up on him. I know. It should be soon. Chang Tu looked into the distance. Not long after, just as Lu Yin was about to reach Chang Yi, the pressure suddenly increased. The sudden pressure almost shook him off. He grabbed the vine tightly and looked up. Chang Yi and the rest were fine, but he felt the pressure suddenly increase. No, he had been observing just now. Chang Yi and the rest did not suddenly increase the pressure when they climbed to this position. There was no reaction at all. This meant that this pressure was directed at him. Others could not sense it. Was this the real attack of that old monster? This meant that the pressure was really from the longevity vine. This longevity vine could actually release the pressure that was suppressing him. How did it do that? Lu Yin did not understand. Could this longevity vine be a turbid treasure? Boom. There was a loud sound beside his ear. Lu Yin's fingers grabbed the vine tightly. The pressure had increased again. This old monster. At that moment he felt as if 100 people were kicking him from above and tugging at him from below. They were constantly trying to push him down. Trying to push him down? Impossible. Since this old monster had acted, it meant that he was about to enter the top 100. Otherwise he would not have acted. Surpass Xiangxia. As long as he could surpass Xiangxia, he might be able to enter the top 100. Although he did not care about the God's Eye innate gift, he was not happy about being targeted by the longevity civilization. He felt like he was being played. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and continued climbing. Below, Xianxia was puzzled. Why had this person suddenly stopped? Furthermore, he saw that Lu Yin's hand was exerting more force. Had the pressure changed? But the movement was still the same. No one could understand the pressure Lu Yin was under. He gritted his teeth and climbed bit by bit. Xiangxia looked down and panted heavily. He could not hold on any longer, but why was this person climbing so slowly? Was he going to give up? Although Lu Yin was not far from Xiangxia, this distance was like a moat to him. He could only grit his teeth and climb slowly. Xiangxia sensed that Lu Yin was getting closer and he felt a sense of urgency. At this moment, the most anxious person was someone called xianxia. He was stunned. How could a mere vine climbing competition attract the attention of his family's patriarch? Damn brat, hurry up and crawl. Don't give up. Crawl. Feldstone was dumbfounded. Elder ancestor, I can't crawl anymore. Beside the vines, an old man glared with bloodshot eyes. Even if we can't crawl, we still have to crawl. We can't give up even if we die. Longstone was on the verge of tears. Patriarch, is it that serious? How about next time? No, just this once. If you dare to give up, I, the old ancestor, will skin you alive. I swear that I will definitely skin you alive. This is absolutely not a joke. The old man was about to go crazy. Feldstone was also going crazy. What was going on? It was just a vine climbing competition. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have participated. His family had told him to try it from the start. Why was it so serious? At this moment, there were 101 people in the entire longevity universe climbing vines. If one were to attribute the distance to a single vine, then Lu Yin was not above Xiangxia but Feldstone. He was only 3 meters away from Feldstone. Xiangxia was more than 10 meters long. There were 5 people within these 10 meters. However, no matter how many people there were, as long as Feldstone gave up and fixed his position, Lu Yin would be able to climb higher than Feldstone. Hence, Xiangtu did not care about the others. They could climb as high as they wanted. It did not matter even if they gave up now. The distance was there. Feldstone could not do it. Feldstone had to climb. Unless Feldstone surpassed someone, that person would replace Feldstone and have to climb. Climb until Lu Yin gave up and became the 101st person. Hence, Xiangtu dragged out Feldstone's family's patriarch and forced him to suppress Feldstone. He had to force Feldstone to continue climbing. He could not give up even if he died. Looking at Feldstone's crying face, Xiangtu felt helpless. Patriarch, oh patriarch, why couldn't you have done something earlier? Look at how the child forced you. The longevity ancestor felt rather helpless when he saw this, as he had never expected Lu Yin to be able to withstand his pressure and climb up. This kid's state of mind and willpower had surpassed his expectations, and he could obviously increase the pressure even more. However, that was not the time to do so. It was too obvious. It was unfair. Unfairness could be divided into overt and covert. The first increase in pressure was covert. It was normal for Lu Yin to fail. However, if he increased the pressure again, it would be too obvious. It would be embarrassing. At this moment, the others were watching to see who could climb to the highest point. However, the longevity civilization's patriarch was watching Feldstone. If Feldstone knew, he might be scared out of his wits. Anyway, their patriarch was scared out of his wits. He knew that Elder Xiangtu was watching. Little Feldstone, you must work hard. Whether or not the family can turn the situation around depends on you. Blood dripped down the vines. Feldstone gritted his teeth and climbed until his muscles were torn. He climbed until he collapsed. Lu Yin stared at Xiangxia. He used Xiangxia as his target. He was afraid that he would climb until he collapsed. 2 people who were not together were fighting with their lives on the line. Feldstone did not know that he was fighting with Lu Yin, a scoundrel who could kill Eternal Realm experts. Lu Yin also did not know that Feldstone was suffering because of him. He only knew that Xiangxia had given up. Xiangxia was bitter. He had given up on climbing the vines. However, no one cared about him. Xiangtu did not care. He only cared about Feldstone. He climbed bit by bit. Every step left a bloody palm print. Feldstone was on the verge of collapse. The pressure made him muddle-headed. He did not know who he was. He only knew that if he did not climb he would be skinned alive. Their patriarch looked at him with heartache. Child, it was not me who forced you. It was Elder Xianxia who forced you. Climb. If you can climb this step, you might be able to join the Xiaxing court. In the future you will be able to build your own Xiaxing court. Child, climb. Climb to the top. In the end, Feldstone fell down. He fainted and fell onto the vines. Xianxia closed his eyes. This child had done his best. Luin was still climbing. He was originally 3 meters away from Feldstone. Now he was less than 1 meter away. He would be in the top 100 if he climbed a little more. Xianxia looked into the distance. He still had to make a move. Boom. Another loud sound. A monstrous pressure descended. Luin seemed to see a person who replaced the sky and pressed down on him. He let go of his hand. He had failed. He could not catch up to Xianxia. He had failed. After leaving the vines, Luin immediately recovered. He exhaled and looked up at the stars. He did not know where the patriarch of this universe was. He could only see Xianxia's day. Xianxia smiled at him. Luin smiled back. His smile was full of mockery and disdain. He did not care. Xianxia's face sank. He did not look anymore. How embarrassing. The promised fairness was trampled under the feet of this person. But there was no other way. The immortal civilization could not be exposed. Everything was for the continuation of the civilization. The soldier king was still climbing. Luin did not care about the other rewards for the first place in the vine climbing competition. He was sure that he would not be able to enter the top 100. In the distance, Xianxia and Xianxia wanted to speak. Luin did not even look at them and disappeared. They looked at each other. They knew that Lu Yin's strength was beyond their imagination. Luin returned to the Xiaxing court. Startled, Xianxia said, "You failed." Luin nodded, somewhat shameless. The old monster took action personally. "That can't be helped." Startled, Xianxia said, "But it doesn't matter. This divine eye talent does not meet your requirements. Obtaining this talent might hinder you from obtaining other abilities that allow you to see further in the future." Luin smiled bitterly. "I can only comfort myself like this. When are we leaving?" Startled, Xianxia looked deeply at the stars. "I want to see Changtian again. At least, I need to understand the use of that longevity vine." Luin nodded and did not rush him. After all, the meteor realm would last for 10 years. The vine climbing competition ended. It had lasted for 3 months. The soldier king climbed the highest in their area. He was worthy of having trained his will on the battlefield. He obtained 3rd place in this competition. The 1st place was a woman. She was ugly and surprising. It was normal for cultivators to change their appearance, but this woman was ugly. The 2nd place was also a woman. She was beautiful and had many suitors. The 3rd place was the soldier king. Luin was curious about this result. It was not strange that the first 2 places were both women. But it was strange that one was ugly and the other was beautiful. The contrast was too strong. The vine climbing competition ended. Next was the bestowment of the divine eye talent. Perhaps out of guilt or compensation, Xianxia came to Xiaxing courtyard and invited Luin and startled Xianxia to see the bestowment of the divine eye talent. This is a very high honor. In the longevity universe, only a few people can witness this scene. Any young person who obtains the divine eye will be a hero of the civilization. Witnessing this scene can be considered as witnessing the birth of a new era. Jingmen, Xianxia sneered, "So we should thank you?" Xianxia coughed, "There's no need for that. After all, you are considered to be my honored guests." Seeing that Jingmen Xianxia was about to speak again, Xianxia quickly said, "Let's go, I'll lead the way." With that, he headed straight for the starry sky. After leaving Luin, he told Luin to change his appearance to prevent others from recognizing him. "Old man, where is Changtian?" Xianxia paused and looked back. "He violated the rules of the clan and has to pay the price. But don't worry, it is not too serious. He will be out in a few years." Startled, Xianxia did not speak. He silently followed Xianxia to the stars. Above the stars, the longevity vine was like a green land. It stretched endlessly and almost completely covered the longevity universe. This place was like the crown of the mother tree of the human civilization. Only a few people could come here. At this moment, the top 100 of the vine climbing competition had arrived. They stood in a circle of light. They did not discuss with each other. Instead, they looked around curiously, especially at the front. There stood the top figures of the longevity universe. From top to bottom, there was the primordial realm expert, the bitter adversity expert, and the highest eternal life expert. When Xianxia arrived, everyone looked over and bowed respectfully. Chapter 42-49. Xianxia was the strongest person on the surface of the longevity civilization. That ancestor only existed in legends. Xianxia was the guardian of the entire civilization. Startled, Xiangyu and Lu Yin stood at the highest position with Xianxia. They looked down and could see everyone. Lu Yin looked ahead and glanced at Xianxia. This old fellow was right. They were indeed being respected. Being able to stand here and witness the bestowal of the divine eye was an honor for the longevity civilization. It was just like how he was standing on the celestial stairway. It was the same above. A stairway to heaven lined up the top experts of the Xuanhuan universe's human civilization. This kind of treatment made his mood slightly better. Startled, Xiangyu's expression also softened. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, he did not care whether Lu Yin and startled Xiangyu were angry or not. After all, there would be no communication in the future. However, the longevity civilization also wanted face. If it was exposed in front of others, although it would not spread throughout the civilization, it was also a very embarrassing thing for him. Now that they were well aware of it but did not expose it, it was best. Senior Xianxia, where is the ancestor of the longevity civilization? Will he come? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Xianxia was startled and coughed. No. Lu Yin said regretfully, I really want to see that ancestor. After all, we have interacted before. Xianxia was speechless. Wasn't this exposed? This kid's face was detestable. Startled, Xiangyu smiled faintly. Xianxia underestimated them too much. The trick was too obvious. Although it made their mood better, it was not enough. Lu Yin only mentioned it briefly and did not say much. It was fine to stop there. Did this old guy really think that he could control them? Did he really think that there would never be communication? He liked to hold back when doing things. He could not let this old guy think that the human civilization was easy to fool. There was no communication between civilizations. That was right. However, in his opinion, the premise of not communicating was that they would never meet. Since they met, then it was another story. He had a good impression of this longevity civilization. Although they were a little despicable, at least they knew how to be shameless. Such a civilization could be dealt with. From Xianxia, he could see the bottom line of the longevity civilization in order not to be exposed. And from Xiangtian he could see the friendship of the longevity civilization. Such a civilization was actually no different from the human civilization. Thinking of this, he glanced at Xianxia. There was not much difference in appearance. Xianxia coughed again. Girl, keep the small piece of longevity vine that Xiangtian gave you. It's very important. How do I use it? The alarmed king asked. Xianxia looked at her. Keep it with you. It can save your life at critical moments. Jingmen Xiangyu's eyes flashed. To what extent? Xianxia retracted his gaze and looked at the light circle in the distance. All the levels you know so far. Cognition. This word had appeared far too many times within the square inch. The more it appeared, the more it meant that the creature was ignorant. That was why the concept of cognition existed. In the distance, within the circle of light, 100 people stood neatly. The 10 people in the front row were undoubtedly the most outstanding ones in this competition. Little Soldier King stood there while Chang'e stood at the back. These people all looked at the highest point in front of them and saw Xianxia. They also saw Jingmen Xiangyu and Lu Yin, who were disguised as members of the longevity civilization. They were all curious and didn't understand who these two people were to actually be able to stand at that position with Xianxia. The old and the old stood side by side. If a new eternal life was born in a civilization, it was impossible for there to be no news at all. Everyone was curious. Not to mention them, even the primordial realm experts under Xianxia were curious, including the old ancestor of Xianxia's family. He was also curious about who these two strangers were, but he only glanced at them. Then he looked forward and saw Xianxia standing at the back of the circle of light, swaying. Xianxia was the last in the vine climbing competition, but he was already very satisfied. Little Stone had one glory for his family. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to stand here as an old ancestor. The people in the circle of light looked at Lu Yin and Jingmen Xiangyu curiously. Lu Yin and Jingmen Xiangyu also looked at the two women standing at the front of the 100 people beside the Little Soldier King. One was extremely ugly, so ugly that she didn't look like a cultivator. They had never seen such an ugly cultivator. Even the star toad was a little better looking than her. At least it was pleasing to the eye. The other was the complete opposite. She was so beautiful that she shone. That kind of beauty was different from any kind of beauty Lu Yin had ever seen. It wasn't just her appearance. Her entire person was filled with vitality. She was like a rising sun. One ugly and one beautiful. When the two extremes stood together, The contrast was strong enough to attract everyone's attention. It could be said that everyone outside the circle of light had seen the two women. "Old man, what's up with those two women?" Xianxia was curious. As a woman, she didn't have the courage to be so ugly. That kind of ugliness didn't seem to be born with it. It was more like it was man-made. She lowered her voice. Chang Tu looked at them and sighed. "That ugly woman is called Chang Ling, and that beautiful woman is called Chang Ling." Their looks came from each other. Lu Yin and Xianxia were stunned. What? They had almost the same name. Chang Tu slowly opened his mouth and narrated a seemingly ordinary but extraordinary past. Chang Ling was born beautiful, so beautiful that she shone. That was Chang Ling's current appearance. Because she was too beautiful, she attracted too much attention. However, her family couldn't protect her beauty. As a result, she encountered too many disasters. Even if she wanted to cultivate, she couldn't. In her heart, it was as if all the eyes in the world were staring at her. Chang Ling was born ugly, so ugly that it was Chang Ling's current appearance. That kind of ugliness made people not even want to look at her. In the end, like Chang Ling, she suffered too many disasters and was humiliated by all parties. She didn't even have a master. She was taken in. Chang Ling was so beautiful that it was difficult to be satisfied. Chang Ling was so ugly that it was difficult to be satisfied. One day the two of them met. They met on what they thought was the most difficult day. When they saw each other, they walked together as if their hearts were connected. They put the other's appearance on themselves. Chang Ling thought that as long as she lost her beauty, she would be at ease. The disasters of the past would be far away. Chang Ling thought that as long as she was beautiful enough, no one would humiliate her. The disasters of the past would be far away. They walked on a completely different path. They realized that the lives they were walking on were no different from their previous lives. Disasters still existed. Regardless of whether it was praise or humiliation, they would always be exposed to the eyes of countless people. Next. Over time, their lives became nutrients for their state of mind. They saw through the prosperity of the world and the fickleness of human nature. They walked on their own paths. Today they shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. They became the first and second place of the vine climbing competition. Actually, when they exchanged their lives, someone wanted to take them in as a disciple. However, they rejected him. That person had the cultivation of wuxia. Then, when they saw through their own paths and cultivated with astonishing willpower, someone else wanted to take them in as a disciple. That person had the cultivation of wuxia, and could break through to the eternal life realm at any time. This kind of cultivator was tempting to everyone. Because once they broke through to the eternal life realm, their status as a disciple would be completely different. "It's better to reject them," alarmed Gate Xiangyu said. Chang Tu nodded. Alarmed Gate Xiangyu looked at the two women with shining eyes. They had experienced everything that a woman could experience for her appearance. For a woman, this was extremely rare. Some female cultivators would purposely make themselves beautiful and ugly in order to experience certain things. However, it was completely different from these two women. They were real. One had to have a firm will to give up her beautiful appearance. The other had obtained beauty, but because of her previous ugliness, she had seen through everything. Similarly, she had a firm will. These two women were too suitable to be his disciples. It was a pity that they belonged to the immortal civilization. Luin looked at them. Was it admiration? No. There were many people in the world who suffered. They were just two of them. However, he was quite envious. They could meet the person who could help them the most at the most difficult time in their lives. Change. He raised his head and looked at the starry sky of the universe. Was all of this destined? Let these two women meet? Even their names were similar. If it was destined, who was manipulating it? If it wasn't destined, why were they so compatible? He had thought countless times about whether there was a life outside the universe. It could see everything, control time, and arrange karma. This feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Otherwise, countless coincidences shouldn't exist. Everyone was the protagonist of their own life. The experiences they witnessed seemed to be controlled by the immortal civilization. If they died, would this universe still exist? Did the universe exist because of their existence? "I want to take them away," alarmed Gate Xiangyu suddenly said. Chang Tu stared at her vigilantly. "Don't act recklessly. They belong to the immortal civilization." Alarmed Gate Xiangyu looked at him. "Old man, taking them away is for their own good. The immortal civilization can't give them what they want." Chang Tu sneered. "Girl, you think too highly of yourself. My immortal civilization is stronger than your human civilization. Let's not talk about strength first. At least in this immortal civilization they can't reach the top," alarmed Gate Xiangyu retorted. Chang Tu said, "You're talking nonsense. Believe it or not, even if you accept them as disciples they won't be willing," alarmed Gate Xiangyu said. Luin was surprised. He didn't believe it. Chang Tu naturally didn't believe it. "You want to bet with me?" Alarmed Gate Xiangyu looked at the two women. "You shouldn't bet with them. If you really want their good, let them come with me." At this time Chang Fu arrived. "Then let me accept them as disciples and see if they are willing." Alarmed Gate Xiangyu and Luin looked at Chang Fu. Chang Fu smiled and said, "Girl, long time no see." Alarmed Gate Xiangyu retracted his gaze. Another old man. Chang Fu wasn't embarrassed. He smiled at Luin. "I'm Chang Fu. Nice to meet you, Luin." Luin bowed. "Greetings, senior. You are much more polite than this girl. After all, you once gave her advice. You forgot it in a blink of an eye. You even insulted me. Too much." Chang Fu glanced at Alarmed Gate Xiangyu. Alarmed Gate Xiangyu's tone was cold. "Should I thank you for betraying me in Changtian?" Chang Fu was helpless. "That's not betrayal. At most it's a notice." Alarmed Gate Xiangyu sneered. Chang Fu sighed. "I was really afraid that you would kidnap Changtian. After all, he is an immortal realm expert of my immortal civilization. Once he leaves we will lose a lot. And I also like your daughter very much. That little girl is so cute. I even thought of accepting her as a disciple and passing on my mantle." Alarmed Gate Xiangyu raised his eyebrows. "We don't want the mantle of a betrayer." Chapter 4250. Luin found that Jingmen Xiangyu and the eternal life realm of the longevity civilization got along quite well, but there was a difference in civilization. No wonder the longevity civilization was willing to keep her. They looked at Jingmen Xiangyu as if he was a junior. The longevity civilization couldn't lose Changtian, and the human civilization couldn't lose Jingmen Xiangyu at that time. Although he didn't show it, Jingmen Xiangyu had a lot of bitterness in his heart over the years. Qingyun must be looking for her father too. At this time Changtu's voice sounded, and the loud voice spread through the starry sky. "God's eye bestowal, begin, calm down, wait." Inside the light circle hundreds of people closed their eyes. And, for the rest of the content, please go to Zhongheng to continue reading. Baidu or major application markets search for Zhongheng, or visit Zhongheng directly. I'm a failure. I hardly pay attention to whether the sun is bright or not because I don't have time. My parents can't provide me with support. My education is not high, and I'm alone in the city looking for a future. I found a lot of jobs but I couldn't be hired. Maybe no one likes a person who is not good at talking, doesn't like to communicate, and has not shown enough ability. To see the latest chapter content, please download the Star Text Reading app and read the latest chapter content for free without ads. The website is no longer updated with the latest chapter content, but the Star Text Reading app is updated with the latest chapter content. I only ate 2 loaves of bread for 3 days. Hunger made me unable to sleep at night. Fortunately, I paid a month's rent in advance and could continue to live in the dark basement. I didn't have to go outside to bear the unusually cold wind in winter. Finally, I found a job. I kept watch at the hospital and the morgue. The night in the hospital was colder than I thought. The wall lights in the corridor were not turned on, and it was dark everywhere. I could only rely on the little light that penetrated the room to help me see my feet. The smell there was terrible. From time to time, the dead were stuffed in body bags. We helped to move them into the morgue. It's not a very good job, but at least I can afford bread. I can also use the free time at night to study. After all, no one wants to come to the morgue unless there is a body to be sent or burned. Of course, I don't have enough money to buy books, and I don't see the hope of saving money at present. I have to thank my former colleague. If it weren't for his sudden resignation, I might not even have been able to get such a job. I dreamed of being in charge of the day, but now I always sleep when the sun is out and wake up when the night comes. It makes my body a little weak and my head occasionally hurts. One day the movers brought in a new body. I heard from others that this is my former colleague who suddenly resigned. I was a little curious about him. After everyone left, I took out the cupboard and quietly opened the body bag. He was an old man. His face was green and white and there were wrinkles everywhere. He looked very scary in the very dim light. He didn't have much hair, most of it was white. His clothes were all taken off, not even a piece of cloth was left for him. The website updates slowly. Please download the Star Literature Reading app to read the latest chapters. I saw a strange mark on his chest. It was greenish-black, but I can't describe it. The light was too dim. I reached out and touched the mark. There was nothing special about it. Looking at this former colleague, I wondered if I would be like him when I was old if I continued like this. I told him that I would accompany him to the crematorium tomorrow and personally bring his ashes to the nearest free cemetery. I didn't want the people in charge of these things to find it troublesome and find a random river or wasteland to throw them away. This would sacrifice my morning's sleep, but fortunately it was Sunday soon so I could make up for it. After saying that, I finished the body bag and stuffed it back into the cupboard. The light in the room seemed to be dimmer. After that day, every time I slept, I would dream of a thick fog. I had a premonition that something would happen soon. I had a premonition that sooner or later, something that I didn't know if it could be called a human would come looking for me, but no one was willing to believe me. They felt that my mind had become abnormal in that kind of environment and that I needed to see a doctor. A male customer sitting in front of the bar looked at the narrator who suddenly stopped. And then? The male customer was in his 30s. He wore a brown tweed shirt and light yellow trousers. His hair was pressed flat, and he had a simple dark-colored bowler hat by his hand. He looked ordinary like most of the people in the tavern. He had black hair and light blue eyes. He wasn't good-looking, nor was he ugly. He lacked any obvious characteristics. The narrator in his eyes was a young man in his late teens. He was tall and had slender limbs. He also had short black hair and light blue eyes. However, his facial features were well-defined, making one's eyes light up. The young man looked at the empty wine glass in front of him and sighed. And then? Download the Star Literature reading app to read the latest chapters. Then I resigned and returned to the countryside. I came here to brag with you. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face. It was a mischievous smile. The male customer was taken aback. What you said just now was just boasting. Haha. Laughter erupted around the bar. The laughter came to a halt. A thin middle-aged man looked at the slightly embarrassed customer and said, "You're an outsider. Outsider, how can you believe Lumien's stories? He tells different stories every day. Yesterday he was an unlucky man whose fiancée broke off the engagement due to his poverty, and today he's a corpse watcher. Yes, he says something like 30 years to the east of the Srenzo River, 30 years to the right of the Srenzo River. He only knows how to spout nonsense." Another tavern regular added. They were all farmers from the large village of Koldu. They wore short black, gray or brown shirts. The black-haired young man named Lumien used his hands to support himself on the bar counter and slowly stood up. He smiled and said, "As you know, I didn't make up the story. It was written by my sister. She loves to write stories. She's also a columnist for the weekly." With that said, he turned to the side and spread his hands at the outsider. He smiled brightly. "It looks like she's quite good at writing. Star Literature reading app, I'm sorry for the misunderstanding." The ordinary-looking man in a brown tweed shirt wasn't angry. He stood up and replied with a smile. "It's a very interesting story. How should I address you? Isn't it common sense to introduce yourself before asking someone a question?" Lumien smiled. The foreign guest nodded and said, "That's right. My name is Ryan Koss. These two are my companions, Valente and Lia." The latter sentence was referring to the man and woman sitting beside them. Star Literature reading app. The man was in his late 20s. His blonde hair was covered in powder. His average-sized eyes were a shade darker than the lake's blue. He wore a white vest, a blue tweed jacket and black trousers. It was obvious that he had dressed up meticulously before heading out. His expression was rather cold, and he didn't look at the farmers and herdsmen around him. The woman looked younger than the two men. Her light gray hair was tied into a complicated bun, and she wore a white veil as a hat. Her eyes were the same color as her hair. She looked at Lumien with an undisguised smile, as though she was amused by what had just happened. Under the illumination of the gas wall lamp in the tavern, the woman named Lia revealed her sharp nose and beautifully curved lips. She would definitely be considered a beauty in a rural village like Kordu. She wore a white pleated cashmere tight-fitting skirt, a beige jacket and a pair of mazel boots. There were two small silver bells tied to her veil and boots. When she walked into the tavern, the bells jingled all the way. It was very eye-catching and many men couldn't take their eyes off her. In their eyes, only the provincial capital, Baijer, and the capital, Trier, would have such a fashionable look. Lumien nodded at the three outsiders. "My name is Lumien Li. You can call me Lumien." "Li?" Lia blurted out. "Star Literature reading app, what's wrong? Is there a problem with my surname?" Lumien asked curiously. Ryan Koss helped Lia explain. "Your surname is terrifying. I almost couldn't control my voice just now. Seeing the confusion on the faces of the surrounding farmers and herdsmen, he further explained. Anyone who has interacted with sailors and sea merchants knows that there's a saying on the 5 seas, I'd rather encounter those pirate admirals or even kings than a person named Frank Lee. That person's surname is also Lee. Is he scary? Lumian asked. Ryan shook his head. I'm not sure, but since there's such a legend, it can't be bad. He stopped the topic and said to Lumian, thank you for your story. It's worth a glass of wine. What do you want? A glass of green fairy. Lumian didn't stand on ceremony as he sat down again. Ryan Koss frowned slightly and said, Star Literature Reading App. Green fairy? Absinthe? I think I need to remind you that absinthe is harmful to the human body. This wine can cause mental confusion and hallucinations. I didn't expect the trend in Trier to have spread here, Leah added with a smile. Oh, Lumian replied. So the people of Trier also like to drink green fairy? To us life is already tough enough. There's no need to mind a little bit of harm. This wine can make our minds more relaxed. All right then. Ryan sat back down and looked at the bartender. A glass of green fairy and a glass of spicy heart for me. Spicy heart was a famous fruit liquor. Why don't you give me a glass of green fairy as well? I was the one who told you the truth just now. I can even tell you the kid's situation as it is. The thin middle-aged man, who was the first to expose Lumian's daily storytelling, shouted unhappily. Outsider, I can tell that you still have doubts about the authenticity of the story. Pierre, you're really willing to do anything for a free glass of wine. Lumian replied loudly. Without waiting for Ryan to make a decision, Lumian added, why can't I tell you the story myself? Why can't I do it myself? That way I can drink another cup of green fairy. Because they don't know if they should believe what you say. The middle-aged man named Pierre smiled smugly. The story your sister loves to tell the children is The Boy Who Cried Wolf. People who always lie will lose their credibility. All right. Lumian shrugged and watched as the bartender pushed a glass of pale green wine in front of him. Ryan looked at him and asked, Is it okay? Is it okay? No problem, as long as your wallet is enough to pay for the wine. Lumian didn't mind. Then another glass of green fairy. Ryan nodded. Pierre's face immediately broke into a smile. Generous outsider, this kid is the most mischievous person in the village. You must stay away from him. 5 years ago he was brought back to the village by his sister, Aluo, and he hasn't left since. Think about it. He was only 13 years old before that. How could he be a guard at the hospital? Yes, the nearest hospital is at the foot of the mountain in Darish. It's an entire afternoon's walk. Brought back to the village? Mia asked sharply. She tilted her head slightly, and the tinkling of her glasses could be heard. Pierre nodded. To view the latest chapters on the StarText Reading app, please download the StarText Reading app. You can read the latest chapters for free without ads. The latest chapters are already on the StarText Reading app. The website no longer updates the latest chapters. Then he followed Aluo's surname, Li. Even his name, Lumian, was given by Aluo. I don't even remember his original name, Lumian said with a smile as he took a sip of absinthe. It seemed that he did not feel inferior or ashamed about his past being exposed like this. Chapter 4251. After a pause, Chang Fu continued, everyone said that Changbai's death was ordered by Elder Changtu. Changchi was just an executor. Actually, this has nothing to do with Elder Changtu. Why would he pay attention to Changbai? But Changchi doesn't think so. Changbai's disciples don't think so either. They insist that Changbai's death was caused by Changtu, so they have always wanted to take revenge. Speaking of this, his gaze was complicated. How is it possible to seek revenge on an Eternal Realm expert, especially the strongest one in the longevity civilization? But that's what they did. Is there someone behind them? Startled Gate Xiangyu asked. This was a very reasonable guess. If not for the support of an Eternal Realm expert, how would they dare to find trouble with an Eternal Realm expert? Chang Fu smiled bitterly. Everyone said that I'm behind them. Lu Yin, startled Gate Xiangyu. This guess was not wrong because it seemed that no one else could find trouble with Changtu except Chang Fu. Could it be Chang Tian? Chang Tian was also Changtu's disciple. Chang Fu sighed. This has nothing to do with me. It's Changbai's charm that made his disciples willingly offend Elder Changtu. For this reason they didn't hesitate to hide Changchi's identity. Chang Yi is acquainted with Elder Changtu and joined Sha Xang courtyard to seek revenge. They can't possibly cause any harm to Elder Chang Tuesday. I believe they are prepared for this. However, as long as there is a slight possibility, they will still act. Especially this time it involves the clan rules. Lu Yin understood. The clan rules are greater than heaven. They think that as long as they can prove that Elder Chang to let foreign creatures participate in the vine climbing competition, they can prove that Elder Chang to violated the clan rules. This is the greatest harm they can do to Elder Chang to. They pin their hopes on the clan rules and the legendary ancestor. Chang Fu nodded. That's right. Lu Yin was curious. Changqi is Changbai's son. It's normal for him to offend Elder Chang to. But those disciples are also willing to do so. It seems that Changbai is very capable. Chang Fu said, Changshi said that Changbai is a person who exchanges his heart for another. It's rare in the cultivation world. Then why was there a battle? This is their feud. We won't ask too much. Lu Yin looked down. If Elder Chang Tu wants to, he can solve it with a wave of his hand. Chang Fu looked at Lu Yin. Do you treat your subordinates like this? Jingmen Xiangyu said calmly, such a thing has never happened in human civilization. Lu Yin smiled at Chang Fu. We're also good at trading hearts for hearts. Chang Fu, Senior doesn't believe me? I don't know how to believe it. If a calamity befalls our civilization, we will die before our civilization is destroyed. Chang Fu's eyes flickered. He smiled and said no more. The eternal life realm stood above the civilization and held all power. It was not only because of their strength and cultivation, but also because of their responsibility and their contribution to the civilization. The eternal life stage was the spear and shield of the civilization. No matter what happened in the civilization, the spear and shield could not be destroyed unless the eternal life stage was too evil. Results came from effort, and no one could get results without putting in effort. Lu Yin was the same. He enjoyed the resources of the entire human civilization. He could mobilize them unconditionally and decide the future direction of the human civilization. That was because he stood at the front of the civilization time and time again, fighting for the civilization and risking his life. He had boosted the morale of the human civilization time and time again. Even if he died, he had to die in front of the majority. There was a difference between the human civilization and the immortal civilization. The human civilization had faced too many external wars during this period, but the immortal civilization might have been peaceful for too long, causing internal instability. If there was a civilization war, this kind of thing would not happen. On the other hand, this kind of thing was actually a kind of happiness. Chang Qi and the others dared to offend the eternal life stage, which in itself showed that the civilization was very peaceful now. Moreover, the eternal life stage was not a vicious person, otherwise this kind of thing would not have happened. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. Chang Fu said. Lu Yin smiled. The immortal civilization is not bad. Chang Fu glanced at Lu Yin strangely. This human kid's thinking was very strange. Chang Tu solved the matter slower than expected. He was actually debating. Chang Fu sighed. Let me send you two away. No, it seems to involve us. It has nothing to do with you. Lu Yin pointed below. Now it has something to do with you. Under the stars, Chang Chi's eyes were red as he stared at Chang Tu with hatred. Since the elder said that it was not an external life form and that the last phenomenon came from the divine eye, then let that person enter the eye world. As long as he can enter the eye world, we will believe him. Yes, please let him enter the eye world. The eternal life stage cultivator said in a deep voice. This person was one of the immortal civilization's life forms that were bestowed by the divine eye. He stood below Lu Yin and saw the last phenomenon with his own eyes. Although he was immediately sent away by Chang Tu, he still saw it. Chang Tu stared at them fiercely. Chang Qi, your father's death has nothing to do with me. Don't be unreasonable here. Do you think Chang Shi does not know that you have joined the Shaxing courtyard? Chang Qi gritted his teeth. I dare not offend the elder, but the clan rules are the most important. Please prove my innocence. Chang Tu quarreled again. Lu Yin found it strange that an eternal life stage cultivator who was compatible with two universal laws was quarreling with the little guy. Chang Tu's domineering behavior at the beginning was only directed at external civilizations. This was similar to the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad. The Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad's fourth and fifth brothers were very kind to the younger Seven Treasures Heavenly Toads. They did not put on the airs of an eternal life stage cultivator at all. After quarreling for a while, Chang Tu's expression changed as if he had heard something. Has the ancestor awakened? The eternal life stage cultivator asked excitedly. Chang Qi and his people all knelt down. Please awaken, ancestor, and uphold the rules of the immortal civilization. Please awaken, ancestor, and uphold. Chang Tu's expression changed. Very soon he looked at Chang Chi. All right, if you want him to enter the eye world, then let him. Chang Chi's body shook. Chang Tu dared to let that life form into the eye world. Did that mean that life form was not an external life form? Impossible, Chang Yi had leaked it. It must be an external life form. Thinking up to there, he looked at Chang Tu. That life form can stand at the same height as the elder, so he might be an eternal life stage cultivator. If an eternal life stage cultivator can change his appearance, we can't see through him. How can we prove that he entered the eye world? Boom. The world shook. Chang Tu erupted with might, sweeping through the stars and causing the entire universe to shake. At that moment, let alone Chang Chi and the others, even Lu Yin and the alarmed gate Xianyu shivered. Chang Tu had lost his temper. Little thing, I'm not going to argue with you, but you're really going too far. If I wanted to do something like that, it would be even easier to wipe you out. Chang Chi's face paled as sweat dripped from his forehead. He became dizzy from the reverberating voice. The primordial realm expert coughed up blood. We understand. Chang Tu snorted. Our immortal civilization has always been fair and just. Now, piss off and watch from outside the eye world. The primordial realm expert hurriedly helped Chang Chi up and led them towards the eye world. On the longevity vine, Lu Yin found it strange. The immortal civilization sure is fair and just. Chang Fu became embarrassed. Eye world? I think I've heard of it before. The alarmed gate Xiangyu was curious. Chang Fu said, you once stayed in our immortal civilization for a while, so it's not surprising that you've heard of it. The eye world is not a secret. Anyone who obtains a divine eye can enter the eye world to absorb eye energy. The more eye energy you absorb, the more you can unlock the divine eye. Of course, there's only one chance. This eye energy is the power of the divine eye? It can be retained? Lu Yin was surprised. Chang Fu did not want to say too much. You'll know when you go in. I can really go in? Lu Yin was surprised. Chang Fu felt Lu Yin's gaze filled with disdain and immediately said, of course you can. Since Elder Chang Tu said so, it should be the ancestor who helped you. Lu Yin laughed and did not refute. The alarmed gate Xiangyu also sneered. Chang Fu was helpless. The immortal civilization's reputation was completely gone. However, Chang Tu really let Lu Yin in this time. He faced Lu Yin and the others. Go in, but don't cause trouble after you go in. Just stay in a random place and wait for everyone to come out. Old man, you really let Lu Yin in. I underestimated you. The alarmed gate Xiangyu sneered. Chang Tu was furious. Stupid girl, what nonsense are you talking about? The alarmed gate Xiangyu was disdainful. Can this junior's heaven's eye absorb eye energy? Lu Yin asked. Chang Tu was impatient. Up to you. After that, he led them to a certain place in the immortal civilization. Lu Yin was surprised. Chang Tu did not refute. Did this mean that the heaven's eye could absorb eye energy? Was this for real? He suddenly felt that this immortal civilization was very strange, but he could not tell what was strange about it. The eye realm was located above the longevity vine. It was a space that could not be seen clearly from the outside. They could only see the vines wrapped around the space. At this moment, many people gathered outside the eye realm. Other than the 100 people who wanted to enter the eye realm, there was also Chang Chi and the others. Chang Yi stared at Chang Chi, his eyes filled with disappointment and helplessness. Chang Chi did not look at Chang Yi. He used Chang Yi, but Chang Yi was the son of Chang Shi, the son of the enemy who killed his father. However, Chang Yi had been very good to him all these years. He did not know how to face it. Chang Ling, and the others looked on in surprise. They did not expect this to happen. Was the person standing beside Elder Chang Tu a foreign creature? They could not tell at all. Chang Shi was much more comfortable now. He had finally recovered a little. Thinking back, the vine climbing competition was like a dream. How could he have persevered for so long? Could this be what the brothers meant when they said that men must persevere? Lu Yin and the others arrived. Everyone looked at him curiously. They could not tell that Lu Yin was a foreign creature at all. Chang Chi also stared at Lu Yin. He and Chang Yi had deliberately looked for the vine that Lu Yin had climbed. He wanted to find evidence that Lu Yin was a foreign creature, but the other party was too strong. He had no chance at all. Lu Yin looked at Chang Chi and smiled at him. Chang Chi was stunned. He could not understand why Lu Yin was smiling. Lu Yin did not care about what happened in the immortal civilization. He only knew that because of Chang Chi he could enter the eye realm. The eye realm was a very important place in the immortal civilization. He had gained benefits for free. Of course he was happy. Chapter 4252. Zhang Qi looked away, not daring to make eye contact. Who knew what abilities the outsider possessed? He was definitely terrifyingly powerful. Even now, he was still traumatized by what he had seen in the vine climbing competition. Just what kind of expert could cause such a disturbance? It was not unreasonable for him to stand beside Elder Chang Tuesday. Chang Tu glanced past everyone. It's time. Enter. No one entered. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. Chang Tu gestured for Lu Yin to enter. Lu Yin did not mind. It had nothing to do with him whether he could enter or not. He walked towards the entrance step by step and entered under everyone's gazes. The eye world did not react at all. He had entered successfully just like that. Zhang Qi's eyes widened. He had actually entered. He stared at Chang Tuesday. Just when he was about to say something, the primordial realm expert beside him stopped him. Don't say anything. Don't say anything right now. Apologize and leave. Zhang Qi refused to accept this. They must have switched people. The one who went in is not an outsider. I know. Don't say anything. Apologize and leave. Listen to me. The primordial realm expert grabbed Zhang Qi firmly and reminded him softly. Zhang Qi trembled as he breathed heavily. Under everyone's gazes, he bowed deeply towards Chang Tuesday. It's my fault, senior. Chang Tu casually waved his hand and tossed Zhang Qi and the others down. What a waste of time. In the distance, Chang Yi's gaze was mixed. Just how unwilling was he to do something like that? Let's go in, said Chang Fu. The 100 people entered the eye world one after another. Under the longevity vine, Zhang Qi was taken away by the primordial realm expert. He said nothing at all. The people behind him dispersed under the orders of the primordial realm expert. That person is an outsider. Chang Yi wouldn't lie to me. I know. Chang Tu must have switched people. Have you ever considered that there's more than one way to get an outsider to enter the eye world? Zhang Qi looked at the primordial realm expert in confusion. What do you mean? The primordial realm expert's gaze sank. Ancestor can do that too. Zhang Qi's eyes narrowed as he stared at the primordial realm expert blankly. The primordial realm expert shook his head bitterly. Let's go. We'll talk about this in the future. At the entrance of the eye world, Chang Tu stood with his hands behind his back as he stared into the distance in a daze. Chang Fu dismissed everyone and whispered to Chang Tu with his back facing the startling gate. I didn't expect it to be like this. Could he have seen through it? This is an opportunity. It's compensation. Chang Tu looked at Chang Fu. There's nothing to compensate. Alright, stop talking. Send him away when he comes out. The eye world was a purple region. It didn't look big from the outside, but it was vast and boundless inside. It felt like a parallel universe. What was even stranger was that there were various scenes floating in the air. It was like a scene formed by the air, but also like a reenactment of the past. Lu Yin looked at the palace in front of him and raised a hand to touch it, causing it to disperse. Behind him, the bright moon hung high in the sky, but it was scattered by his breath. On the ground, there were scenes that looked like they were formed by the air. Some of the scenes could still move, which made him think of the monolith world and the broken worlds. However, the monolith world and the broken worlds were formed from the substance of eternity, and there was no such substance here. In the distance, a young man sat cross-legged. His eyes occasionally opened and closed. His pupils changed as he tried to absorb eye power. Is this eye power the purple energy that flows through the world? Lu Yin asked. The young man was startled. Oh. When he saw Lu Yin, his mouth fell open, but he didn't know what to say. Lu Yin smiled at him. Excuse me, I wanted to ask how to absorb eye power. The young man's face twitched. No one taught you that? No one. How could that be? You're really an outsider. Absorbing eye power was something that every immortal civilization knew. Although not every immortal civilization could obtain a divine eye, absorbing eye power was common knowledge. If this young man didn't know this, then he was definitely an outsider. Zhang Qi was right. But how did an outsider get in? Furthermore, this guy had asked directly. Wasn't he afraid that the young man would expose him? Would he be silenced? The more he thought about it, the more terrified the young man became. He hadn't lived long enough. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, great-grandfather. Hey, are you stupid? Lu Yin waved a hand. The young man reacted and trembled. Absorbing eye power isn't difficult. You just have to stare at it. When you feel that it can enter your eyes, then you can absorb it. Lu Yin understood. That's easy. Thank you, kid. He then disappeared. The young man looked at the empty space in front of him and stood up to leave. Living was so difficult. Father, mother, grandfather. On the other side, Lu Yin sat cross-legged and stared at the purple air floating in front of him. This was eye power. There was so much eye power floating in the eye world. He didn't know where this eye power came from. Lu Yin opened his celestial eye and stared at the purple eye power. At this moment, the purple eye power floated not towards Lu Yin but towards Changling. Lu Yin looked over. It was her again. This girl's talent, determination and perseverance were all very good. She was also the fastest to absorb eye power out of everyone in the eye world. When absorbing eye power, everyone had to spread out. Once someone else absorbed it first, it would be troublesome for Lu Yin to absorb it because the eye power would be directed towards that person. Lu Yin was like that at this moment. He could only watch as the purple eye power floated towards Changling. He changed to another place and continued to stare. There was no one around. After a while, the celestial eye suddenly became more lively. The surrounding eye power floated towards the celestial eye. Lu Yin was shocked. Could it really be absorbed? He had tried to use the celestial eye to absorb eye power purely because of Changtu's whatever. Changtu didn't deny it. Moreover, the celestial eye had been repaired by the god's eye, so he wanted to try. He didn't expect it to work. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes and opened his celestial eye. He started to absorb eye power continuously. He didn't know how much he could absorb. In the distance, Changling was still absorbing eye power. Changling should have done the same. The god's eye had 3 levels of power. Normally, after everyone entered the eye world and absorbed eye power, they would be able to reach the first level in about 10 years. The first level was the easiest, but the second level was difficult. One had to be at least in the primordial realm to comprehend it. Throughout the history of the longevity civilization, no one below the primordial realm had ever comprehended the second level of the god's eye. As for the third level, it seemed that only the legendary patriarch had comprehended it. Even Elder Changtu hadn't comprehended it. There were 3 levels of the god's eye, and each level was equivalent to a sky. With each additional level, one's battle prowess would skyrocket. He didn't know how long it would take for him to comprehend the first level after leaving the eye world. Why wasn't it absorbing anymore? The surrounding purple eye power should have been directed towards the eye world, but at this moment, it actually floated motionlessly. Then it suddenly changed direction and headed in another direction. Changling was shocked. There was someone who could absorb eye power better than her. Who was it? The same thing happened to many others. Changling was also shocked. Who was it? The eye power around her was actually being drawn away? Was it Changling? Impossible. Changling was very far away. Who could it be? One by one, the beings from the longevity civilization looked in a certain direction. Their eye power was drifting in that direction, and the range was getting bigger and bigger. Before they entered the eye world, they had discussed the distance between each other. In theory, no one could disturb others at this distance. After all, the longevity civilization had a long history, and it was very easy to determine the distance that wouldn't disturb others. They had a tacit understanding with each other. But at this moment, many people were being disturbed. At first, they thought that they were the only ones being disturbed. They thought that there was someone close to them who happened to be able to absorb eye power better than them, so they went over with dissatisfaction. They had clearly discussed this outside. They didn't believe that someone could exceed the distance recorded by the longevity civilization to affect them. But as they walked, they felt that something was wrong. This distance had already exceeded the distance they had agreed on. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be affected. Even if they were affected, there was no reason to look for the other party. The other party was powerful. But when they saw each other, they realized the seriousness of the problem. They weren't the only ones who were affected. Many people were affected. This wasn't simple. This meant that there was someone who could absorb eye power in a range that was beyond imagination. How could there be such a person? They immediately thought of the person who they suspected to be an outsider. Thinking of this, they hesitated. Could they look for him? They didn't dare. The other party was able to stand beside Elder Changtu, and they had also heard about the vine climbing competition. That kind of commotion was either from the bitter adversity realm or from the eternal realm. Looking for trouble with such a person would be courting death. Only Changling, and the soldier elite resolutely walked in that direction. They wanted to see who exactly was affecting them. The further they walked in that direction, the thicker the purple eye power became. It was like a thick fog. Gradually they saw each other. At this moment, aside from them, no one else was approaching. At the same time, they also saw Lu Yin. They saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Lu Yin sat cross-legged as his celestial eye frantically devoured eye power. The purple eye power converged like a river into his celestial eye. At this moment, Lu Yin felt an indescribable desire. It was as if power was water, the source of life. The more he devoured, the better. Looking down at the entire dimension, there was a vortex with Lu Yin at the center. An enormous amount of purple power extended towards the center of the vortex. Outside the vortex, a giant eye appeared. It was the eye that had repaired Lu Yin's celestial eye when he was bestowed the divine eye. It was vivid and lifelike, and as it looked at Lu Yin, it gave off a feeling of contemplation. Although Lu Yin's eyes were closed, his celestial eye could see even further. He saw that eye, and when he looked into it, he forgot everything around him. It was as if he had fallen into a time vortex. He saw shadows fighting, and those shadows all had celestial eyes. He saw all kinds of strange battle techniques. Although he didn't understand them, he inexplicably knew that they were the ways to use the celestial eye. Suddenly the giant eye blinked. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and the boundless purple eye power around him dissipated. It was as if nothing had happened. It was like a dream. He suddenly stood up and stared into the distance. Why did the eye he saw have all kinds of celestial eyes? Wasn't the celestial eye a combination of Wu Tian's own powers? Wu Tian's celestial eye could see through all battle techniques. This was Wu Tian's power, so why could he see other celestial eyes here? What was that eye? The purple eye power dissipated, and Changling and the other two looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked into the distance, and the surroundings were silent. What was truly unforgettable was that when Lu Yin's celestial eye had absorbed the most eye power, his disguised appearance had been restored. Chapter 4253. The moment his appearance was restored, the purple eye power dissipated, and in the next moment Changling and the other two collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Lu Yin looked at them with a solemn gaze and suddenly turned around. An old man had appeared behind him without him noticing. The old man seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life, and there were still traces of time on his body. He was looking at Lu Yin with a faint smile. He looked at the old man and slowly bowed. Junior Lu Yin from the human civilization greets Senior. The old man nodded and praised, "I'm Changgue. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lu Yin." Lu Yin stood up and looked at Changgue. "Senior, are you the oldest existence of the longevity civilization?" Changgue smiled. "Yes, I'm the oldest, but I'm already half a step into the grave. Eternal life means immortality. However, in theory, the so-called eternal life means that he himself has not found a way to die normally. For example, you, Lu Yin, can you find a way to die normally? Excluding the time factor." Lu Yin thought about it and really could not find a way. Illness? No. Other than natural selection, illness was the most common way for normal creatures to die, excluding dying of old age. However, he would not fall sick. Once he broke through to the eternal realm, he would ignore the time factor and would not die of old age. The only way to die was through battle. For this powerful old man in front of him, there should not be many creatures that could kill him through battle. For example, Patriarch Shan was not even a match for him at the peak of the Dark Enlightenment civilization. Even if this old man was not as strong as Patriarch Shan, he was not too far off. Moreover, only the heavens knew if he was comparable to Patriarch Shan. Even if there were powerful creatures that could kill him, they would not do so as the price was too high. Lu Yin said, "Since you're excluding the time factor, why did you say that you have 1 foot in the grave?" Changgue sighed. "Feeling?" Lu Yin was surprised. "Feeling?" Changgue looked at Lu Yin and smiled. "I don't know, but I feel that death is approaching. Would you believe me?" Lu Yin did not know how to answer. Civilizations cannot communicate, fishing civilizations constantly destroy other civilizations. Is there an explanation for this? There should be, Lu Yin replied as Patriarch Shan had once made a guess. Xianhui shook his head. But no one can prove that explanation. My existence has led countless people to believe that eternal life is truly eternal because I've lived for far, far too long. However, there is no such thing as truly eternal life in the universe, and similarly, there is no such thing as an eternal civilization. Lu Yin's civilization will eventually perish. Lu Yin's body trembled, as these were also Patriarch Shan's words. These creatures that had lived for a long time seemed to be certain of this. He bowed deeply to Changhua. "So what should we do?" Changhua looked into the distance. "Only by inheriting can one be as eternal as possible. Perhaps the history of civilization will be severed, perhaps the past will be forgotten, but as long as one is alive, it will be fine." Lu Yin didn't say anything as he had a feeling that Chang Eru was implying something. Changhua looked at Lu Yin again and smiled faintly. What you saw just now is a method that your heaven's eye can deduce. There might be some that are suitable for you. Have you memorized it? Lu Yin was surprised. That's how to use it. What else? Lu Yin looked at Xianhuan's smile, which was very benevolent, as if he was looking at a junior. However, Lu Yin felt that there was something hidden behind this smile. Although Lu Yin was young, he had experienced far too much, and he was not inferior to Wei Rong and the others in terms of scheming. However, he could not guess Xianhuan's thoughts out of thin air. Senior, may I ask what the eye that this junior saw was? Lu Yin asked. Xianhuan replied, that was the longevity vine. Lu Yin was stunned. Isn't the longevity vine a plant? Xianhuan smiled. That's why we've been able to preserve it for so long. The outside world thinks that the longevity vine is a plant, and there have been powerful civilizations that have tried to snatch it, but what they managed to snatch was fake. Did Senior Chang Tian give Senior Wonder Gate a small section of the longevity vine? The longevity vine and the eye complement each other. A vine that loses the longevity vine can be reborn, but without the eye, the longevity vine will no longer exist. The longevity vine that you saw is actually a part of the longevity vine. Lu Yin seemed to understand, but he didn't ask any further. This was a secret of their civilization, and it was already good enough that they were willing to tell him. You should understand why I'm telling you this. Is to make up for it. Xianhuan didn't hide anything. My race has never thought of letting you obtain the divine eye, but we didn't expect you to have a battle technique that can be repaired by the divine eye. This heaven's eye is very compatible with the divine eye, so can you leave the cultivation method behind? Consider it compensation for absorbing the eye power. This eye power comes from generations of the divine eye cultivators of my race. After death, the eye power will be scattered in the eye world, saving the cultivator a lot of time. It's also helpful to your heaven's eye. If not for me, you wouldn't even be able to enter the eye world, especially since I helped you deduce how to use the heaven's eye. Lu Yin was helpless. I didn't cultivate the heaven's eye, but it came from a senior called Wu Tian. I don't know how to cultivate it. Xianhuan stared at him and just stared. Lu Yin was very frank. He really didn't know how to cultivate the heaven's eye. After a while, Xianhuan sighed. Then forget it. Lu Yin probed, can I continue to absorb the eye power? Xianhuan laughed. If you absorb it, what will happen to my race? Do you know how much eye power you just absorbed? According to my race's classification, it's enough to push the divine eye to the second level. Second level? Lu Yin was puzzled. Xianhuan clearly didn't want to say more. Once everyone finishes absorbing the eye power, you can leave. Don't come back. Lu Yin shouted, I can bring Senior Wu Tian here. Senior Wu Tian will teach the longevity civilization the heaven's eye. No need, don't come back. Xianhuan's voice gradually disappeared. Lu Yin looked at the empty ground and recalled every word he said to Xianhuan. He felt that there was a lot of information in these words, but he couldn't sort them out in a short time. On his forehead, the heaven's eye opened. There was a surge of soreness as if it wanted to release something, but he didn't know what to release. When he first obtained the heaven's eye, it didn't have an invincible killer move. That's right, the second level. He looked at the unconscious Changling and the others. With a wave of his hand, the small soldier kings were thrown back, leaving only Changling and Changling. The two woke up. They rubbed their heads and slowly got up. When they saw Lu Yin looking at them, they weren't surprised. They just looked at each other. Changling, your names are similar, but your experiences are completely opposite. Yet, you can obtain extreme experiences from each other to enrich your will and state of mind. You are very lucky. Lu Yin smiled. Changling looked at Lu Yin. You are a foreign civilization. Lu Yin nodded. Elder Chang to let you in? Lu Yin pointed above his head. The higher one. The two girls' eyes changed. They understood. No wonder this person could enter. If that legendary existence didn't nod his head, he wouldn't have entered the eye world. Changling and Changling bowed to Lu Yin slowly. Senior, do you have any instructions? Since that existence let him in, there must be a reason. They didn't need to ask anything. Lu Yin looked at them. What is the longevity vine? The two girls didn't understand. Senior, what do you mean? Lu Yin asked again, longevity vine? What's that? The longevity vine is the longevity vine. What else can it be? Changling didn't understand. It seemed that they didn't know about that eye. How many realms are there in the divine eye? 3. 4. 2 answers, one from Changling and the other from Changling. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. How many realms are there? Changling looked at Changling. Do you really believe that there is a fourth realm? Changling nodded. I believe in the legends. Changling shook her head. It's just a story made up by a storyteller. A story made up by a storyteller can't be passed down until now. It's even recorded in ancient history. But our longevity civilization has been around for so long, and I haven't heard of anyone who has comprehended the fourth realm. But I believe that there is a fourth realm. Luin interrupted, please tell me more. I'm not very sure. The two girls looked at Luin cautiously. Since you were placed in the eye world by that existence, why don't you know about the divine eye realm? Luin shrugged. I don't cultivate the divine eye. I'm lucky to be able to absorb the eye power. That senior told me to comprehend it myself. He said that the divine eye realm is different from what I cultivate, but I'm lazy and don't want to comprehend it. The two girls looked at each other. Changling said, please forgive us for not being able to tell you. Luin looked at Changling. Changling said, I can't tell you. Luin shook his head. He could only ask someone else. There were only 3 people who saw him in the eye world and they probably wouldn't tell him. Even if the divine eye realm was common knowledge. After all, he was a creature from a foreign civilization. Thinking of this, Luin was about to leave. Before he left, he looked at the two girls. If Elder Chang too wants to take you as his disciples, are you willing? The two girls were shocked and looked at Luin in a daze. Luin looked at them too. Answer me. Changling's voice was low. No. Changling shook her head. No. Luin left without asking why. Elder startled gate, you win. After Luin left, the two girls heaved a sigh of relief. Oh no, he must have asked someone else. Changling exclaimed. Changling said, it has nothing to do with us. It's not a secret. It's just that we can't say it out loud. On the other side, Luin found someone who was running in the opposite direction. Stay away from me. I don't want to go through this again. Ancestor, why can't I just absorb the eye power? You didn't tell me. Changling was bitter and kept running away. Not long ago, he was absorbing the eye power when it mysteriously floated in a certain direction. He felt that something was wrong. The others were curious and went in that direction. Changling, on the other hand, stayed away. He didn't want to experience the vine climbing competition again. He couldn't take it anymore. He didn't care what happened. Even if a treasure appeared, he didn't care. He just wanted to stay away. Luin moved casually and coincidentally saw Changling. Then he opened his mouth. He didn't show his face, but his voice covered 100 meters around Changling. It was earth-shattering. Little guy, why are you running? Chapter 4254. Feldstone was shocked and stared blankly at the sky. He then looked around. Where was that sound coming from? Stop. Yes, it stopped. Feldstone was on the verge of tears. He had never heard of such a thing happening in the eye dimension. Wasn't it said that absorbing eye power was enough? It was as simple as keeping a distance from each other and not interfering with each other. Why was it different this time? Also, during the vine climbing competition, no one had forced his uncles to climb the vines. He had encountered all sorts of unlucky situations. Now I'll give you a test. If you pass, you can continue to absorb eye power. Feldstone's heart skipped a beat. Banish you. Feldstone's jaw dropped. He was inexplicably happy. Banish him? That's great. I can go home. I don't want to cultivate for the rest of my life. It's good to be a normal person. What kind of test is this? There's no way I can pass it. I don't have any confidence. The test begins. First question, how many realms are there in the divine eye? Feldstone subconsciously wanted to answer that there were 3 realms, but after thinking about it, he realized that this test shouldn't be that simple. He recalled the storyteller's words and replied, 4 realms. Luin raised his brows. This kid had also said 4 realms. What are the realms? The first realm, oppressive force. The second realm, external avatar. The third realm, absolute invincibility. The fourth realm, absolute domination. Luin was shocked. Absolute invincibility? Absolute domination? Who came up with this name? It was much more domineering than the names given by the ancestors. But wasn't this a little too much? Tell me in detail. Yes, the first realm is to use pressure to oppress the masses. The so-called pressure comes from eye power. The eye power of our divine eye is actually another form of power that can only exist within the divine eye, but it's also equivalent to one's own strength. There are many ways to use it, but the first realm is mainly used to oppress the masses. Once you reach the second level, you will be able to transform your eye power into any form of power you desire. It will be the most suitable form for you. Some experts can combine the form of their eye power with their own combat skills, cultivation methods, weapons, and so on. Their power will multiply. I don't know much about the third realm. The ancestors didn't mention it either. You're quite professional, Luin said. This is the main point. The elders of the clan will test you. Longstone was very honest. Luin touched his forehead. This eye power was similar to vitality, but the difference was that vitality came from eternal life and was compatible with the laws of the universe. Eye power, on the other hand, was a power that could be cultivated and stored. Its nature was similar to origin energy, but its usage was similar to that of active origin energy. One thing that made him excited was that this eye power only existed in the divine eye and did not interfere with any of his own power. However, the divine eye could also absorb eye power that was equivalent to his own power. In other words, his eye power doubled the amount of power he could use. The first level was just the most superficial usage of it. Using one's eye energy to oppress the opponent was equivalent to using one's full strength to oppress the opponent. If one's eye energy was strong enough, it would be practically invincible against opponents of the same level. The divine eye could store eye energy and so could his heavenly eye. Feldspar waited anxiously. He had only asked 2 questions but the test was far from beginning. However, he didn't care. At worst he would be expelled. What about the 4th stage? Changshi's body trembled. This 4th realm only exists in legends. Junior doesn't know much about it either, but the storyteller said that the 4th realm can control everything. No living creature in this universe can escape the control of the 4th realm. The storyteller? It was just as Changling had said. Alright, you've passed the test. Luin left. Changshi was dumbfounded. This was the test? Was he playing with him? Wasn't this common sense? Well, you've passed the test? No one answered. Senior? No one answered. I wish Senior a long life. Changshi finally said this. He was scared half to death, but he had only asked a few questions. Then he wished Senior well. On the other side, Luin found a place far away from everyone and released his heavenly eye. In an instant, purple light was released and the ground sank. The purple light formed a huge heavenly eye that overlooked the earth, and the terrifying pressure caused the void to flow backward. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The pure pressure formed by eye power was still very powerful. If he didn't have any other power and only had eye power, it would be unreasonable to use it like this. It was impossible to crush an eternal being with pressure alone. Even the most ordinary eternal being couldn't be crushed. However, eye power was superfluous and coupled with his own attack, Luin was excited. No matter who you were, if you were suddenly oppressed in the middle of a battle, no one would be able to withstand it. But this was only the first level. Luin felt that there were other ways to use the eye power in his heavenly eye because he had an exaggerated amount of eye power. External eye avatar? He had the experience of transforming the living eye into a Golian. Coupled with the fusion of the wish force and the universe's wish, he was much more familiar with it this time. Surging eye power surged out and filled the world. Under Lu Yin's control, it constantly changed. He had indeed cultivated to the 2nd level. Outside the eye realm, Changsu had his hands behind his back. In front of him was the scene of Lu Yin cultivating the 2nd level of eye power. Changtu was standing beside him. Changtu exclaimed. The first time he absorbed eye power, he pushed it to the 2nd level. Not only that, he barely reached the 2nd level. Moreover, he seems to be very familiar with it. Could it be that this kid knows everything and is here to trick us? Changsu said, he doesn't know, but he should have guessed something. Changtu said, then what should we do? Should we destroy the meteor realm? Changsu hesitated. What does he want to transform his eye power into? Changtu was puzzled as he stared at the scene. Changsu slowly said, the transformation of the 2nd level of eye power is very important because not everyone can cultivate to the 3rd level. Since ancient times, there were only a few people who could cultivate to the 3rd level of eye power in our longevity civilization. Changtu felt guilty. I didn't cultivate to the 3rd level either. I'm sorry, master. Changsu shook his head. The 3rd level of eye power requires not only talent but also opportunity. Don't blame yourself. Then can this kid cultivate to the 3rd level? Changtu asked. Changsu's eyes flickered. This kid has great opportunities and great talent. There is a high possibility. Changtu was envious, but then he frowned. It's better to destroy the meteor realm. The more this kind of person is, the easier it is to get into trouble. Although Master has reminded him, this kid might not understand. Changsu didn't say anything and stared deeply at the scene. What does this kid want to transform his eye power into? He was also very curious. The second level of eye power, external avatar, could reflect a cultivator's understanding of cultivation or the universe to a certain extent. There was a limit to how much eye power one could transform into. Some people could transform their eye power into weapons. There was no limit, but the increase in strength was not much. Some people could transform their eye power into some kind of creature that could accompany them to kill. There were also some who could transform their eye power into another person, which was equivalent to two people attacking. There were even some who could transform their eye power into some kind of mechanism. It was very powerful at a lower realm and could kill enemies above their level. However, the higher the realm, the less help these mechanisms could provide. In the end, they were even inferior to weapons. The more cautious a person was, the more likely they would transform their eye power into weapons. Through the external avatar, one could see the cultivator's personality. They were all very curious as to what form Lu Yin would create with his external avatar. Lu Yin himself was also thinking about what form he should create. Weapon? Impossible, he already had a rogue. Animal or plant? It was meaningless. The materialization of a battle technique? Right, he suddenly thought of something and pondered for a moment. His gaze was piercingly cold. That was it. He released his purple eye power and caused the entire space to boil. Fortunately, he was far away from the others. As long as he did not absorb the eye power, he would not be affected. Lu Yin constantly distorted his eye power, cutting, dispersing, and shaping. Time passed by slowly. Xuanhuan and Changtu watched Lu Yin use his external avatar. Was that armor? No way, this kid was actually going to create armor? Was this his personality? Indeed, in the history of the longevity civilization, many people had transformed their eye power into defensive objects. However, there were very few who could create armor. Most of them used bells, cauldrons, and other forms that could completely encase themselves. Even a ball was more convenient than armor. Moreover, who would still wear armor these days? Changtu shook his head. I really can't see through it. In the eye world, Lu Yin looked at the hexagonal armor in front of him and smiled. This was it, the Mahakala seal. The Mahakala seal was an inherited battle technique of the Dark Enlightenment civilization. It did not rely on cultivation, but grew with the life of the Dark Enlightenment. It could not be taught to outsiders. Lu Yin had once given up on this inherited power. However, the appearance of his eye power gave him the idea to try. The power of the Mahakala seal came from his own body, and his eye power also belonged to him. The Mahakala seal contained the corrosive power and sealing characteristics of the Dark Enlightenment life forms. Lu Yin used his eye power as a guide to form a sealing ability. Of course, it was far from being comparable to the Mahakala seal. At most, it was similar. Using eye power to form a seal could only rely on the eye power itself. It could not compare to the Mahakala seal, but there were 100 seals in the universe. Even Lu Yin's eye power was far from the Mahakala seal's power. After all, it was an inherited power of the fishing civilization and could not be easily imitated. He was doing this for the sake of the 100 seals. He took out a piece of armor from his cosmic ring. This piece of armor had fallen off from the 100 seals. He had 11 pieces with him, and they recorded Patriarch Shan's knowledge and inheritance of the universe. He stuck this piece of armor onto the hexagonal armor formed by his eye power and fused it. His eye power adhered to the armor and moved along with his eye power. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This piece of armor was relatively sturdy, and even boss could not break it. Now, it seemed that using eye power to form the Mahakala seal did not have much meaning. At most, he could fuse 11 pieces of armor to form a partial defense. However, if he could gather 100 seals one day and fuse them all, then things would be different. Everything else aside, if he completely sealed himself inside, no one would be able to break through. If he sealed others, it would be difficult for them to escape. This eye power was originally extra. Compared to his various powers, Lu Yin did not need it to help him much. He would just wait for the 100 seals. Once he completely fused with the 100 seals, he would use his eye power to replace the life of the Dark Enlightenment. He wanted to see who would be able to break through the seal at that time. Chapter 4255. When everyone who entered the eye realm had absorbed the eye power, Lu Yin's external pupil avatar was also completed. After leaving the eye realm, Lu Yin did not see Xuanhuan. Instead, he faced Changtu. Changtu sent Lu Yin and Jingmen Xiangyu to the meteor realm. Girl, kid, don't come here again. Have some self-awareness. The more you communicate, the easier it is for something to happen. If your civilization encounters a disaster one day, he paused. Please destroy the meteor realm first. Don't cause trouble for us. Jingmen Xiangyu turned around coldly and walked towards the meteor realm. Lu Yin looked at Changtu deeply. Elder, if the human civilization encounters a disaster one day, will you sit back and do nothing? Changtu was stunned. Of course. Lu Yin smiled and left with Jingmen Xiangyu. Looking at their backs, Changtu had a complicated expression. Would they? Of course they would. Not long after, Jingmen Xiangyu brought Lu Yin back through the meteor realm. Lu Yin looked back at the meteor realm and felt like he was in a dream. He did not get the pulsating vision, but he repaired the celestial eye. You seem to have something to say, Jingmen Xiangyu said. Lu Yin shook his head. If not for this meteor realm, we would not have met again. Let's just pretend we never met. It's a pity that you did not get the pulsating vision. Jingmen Xiangyu regretted. Lu Yin also felt that it was a pity. Talent was useful to some people and not to others. This talent was actually useless to anyone in the longevity civilization, but if it was given to him, it would be very useful. Mr. Lu, have you thought of another way to get the pulsating vision? Jingmen Xiangyu suddenly asked. Lu Yin was puzzled. What way? Jingmen Xiangyu looked at him with a smile. If Qingyun has a child, her child may inherit the pulsating vision. If that child is also yours, it may also have teleportation. Lu Yin was speechless. After returning to the human civilization, Jingmen Xiangyu told Qinglian Xiangyu and the others what happened. Lu Yin went to the Tianyuan universe to look for Wu Tian. This trip actually helped the celestial eye, which originally belonged to Wu Tian. He wanted to give Wu Tian an explanation. In the Tianyuan universe, Wu Tian looked at the celestial eye in surprise. The purple eye power was oppressive, but it also gave him an indescribable familiarity. I did not expect that the eye could be repaired one day. Lu Yin replied, I didn't think of that either. Senior, how should I return the heaven's eye to you? In fact, he had thought of returning the heaven's eye to Wu Tian before it was repaired. He had also tried to take it off, but he couldn't. The heavenly eye had already merged with his flesh and blood. He didn't know how Wu Tian had taken it out. If he forcibly removed the heaven's eye, it was very likely that it would be destroyed. As for returning it, Qin Wenyan was sincere. Although the second level of eye energy had already created a form, this form could also be given to Senior Martial Heaven. After gathering 100 seals, Senior Martial Heaven would definitely be extremely powerful. Wu Tian smiled and said, There's no need to return it. The heaven's eye has been taken by me once. After being sorted out by your power and absorbing the eye power, there's no way to return it to me. You can just use it. Furthermore, with my current strength, I am unable to control the heaven's eye that possesses such boundless eye power. Lu Yin felt guilty. It's my fault for not thinking things through. He had been so absorbed that he didn't consider that if he returned the heavenly eye to Wu Tian wouldn't be able to control it. Wu Tian waved his hand. Zhuzi, you don't have to be so polite with us. Lu Yin smiled. In the past he felt awkward when he was called Zhuzi, but now he felt warm inside. Only a few people would call him that. They were the people closest to him. Right, Senior, the heaven's eye is your battle technique, right? It should be. What do you mean? I don't know how to put it. I wanted to create a technique that could see through all battle techniques, so I created Wu Fa. The heaven's eye was naturally born from Wu Fa, so it should be considered a battle technique I created. Lu Yin hesitated. Is there a possibility that it's an innate gift? Wu Tian thought about it. It's not impossible. Wu Tian had never used an innate gift. In the past, he had used the martial god scriptures the most. Even after breaking through to the primordial realm, he had never used an innate gift. The heaven's eye could be an innate gift. But if it's an innate gift, why didn't it appear in the beginning? Wu Tian was confused. This was something Lu Yin was uncertain about. An innate gift should have appeared from the beginning, but the heaven's eye had only appeared after Wu Tian had created Wu Fa. It should have been born after Wu Tian had gained enlightenment, which was why Wu Tian believed it to be a battle technique and not an innate gift. However, even he himself did not know how the heaven's eye had been born. Lu Yin gazed into the distance, towards the meteor realm, the longevity civilization. 3 years passed very quickly. During these 3 years, Lu Yin continued to build his mental state. Before he broke through to immortality, this was a step he had to take constantly. It seemed like he was building a wall, but it was actually a shortcut to breaking through. On this day he suddenly had an idea. Could he use the pulsing eye to look at the pieces of armor? If he could, he would be able to look in the next direction through the pieces of armor. That way he would be able to quickly collect the other pieces that were scattered around, and he would also be able to use the pieces as a locator to return to wherever he was in the universe. Luin immediately tried it. If he could do it, he would be able to move about as he pleased and would no longer be limited to this region. He jumped from the world seen by ants to the world seen by toads, and then to the world seen by lions and tigers. After that, he kept jumping until he reached the world seen by birds. However, this world was boundless and it was not enough. It was far from enough. He raised his hand and enhance appeared on the die. He looked at it and used the pulsing eye to try. He failed. He could not see the material of the pieces of armor clearly. The pulsing eye needed a certain material as a medium to pulsate, but the material of the pieces of armor could not be seen clearly at all. Luin was helpless. He kept the pieces of armor and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at a bustling market. At this moment, Xuanhuan was sitting at a table by the window, looking at the market in a daze. There were only ordinary people here. Lu Yin's sudden appearance shocked Xuanhuan. She looked at Luin in surprise. "Why are you here?" Luin sat opposite her. "You seem to have looked for me. Have you received the gift?" Xuanhuan's gaze was complicated. "Yes." "What kind of person is my father?" Luin looked at the market. "Didn't Elder Jingmen tell you?" Xuanhuan said, "A mother will always be biased against a father. I want to hear your thoughts." Luin said, "He is a person worthy of respect. He is able to pick up and let go. He is willing to bear the responsibility, but it is difficult for him to give up his civilization." Xuanhuan did not speak and drank her tea silently. Luin did not disturb her. After a while, Xuanhuan asked, "Why are you looking for me?" "I want to borrow your innate gift." A distance of a square inch. Far away from the human civilization there was a huge tree. The tree covered the universe and the stars. It was as if it was supporting this distance of a square inch and taking root in that part of the universe. Countless creatures in the universe worshipped this tree. From bottom to top, all kinds of creatures flew. They were all birds. Some were very small, only the size of a palm, but they were abnormally agile. Some were extremely huge, and a flap of their wings could sweep across the starry sky and cause disasters. Every creature could only fly in a parallel direction. They could not go up or down. This formed the unique scenery of this square inch. On the crown of the tree there was an egg. It was not big and there were strange patterns on the surface of the egg. The surface of the egg was like a swirling nebula. From time to time, there would be traces of time. Occasionally there would be flashes of lightning and the river of time would surge past. On this day the egg cracked open and small wings stretched out. They expanded in the wind and then more wings stretched out. No matter how big they expanded, they did not break the eggshell immediately. Instead, they slowly walked out of the eggshell. The head, the claws, and the body. When the entire body walked out of the eggshell, it looked up and screeched. Under the crown of the tree, the flying creatures all looked up and screeched. Under the roots of the tree, countless creatures in the universe knelt and worshipped. It was a very beautiful bird. It was shaped like a crane and there were pink patterns on its feathers. It sat cross-legged on the crown of the tree, elegantly licking its feathers. Its eyes were long and narrow. It was obviously a bird, but it gave people a feeling of charm. Its movements were gentle, and there was a smile in its eyes as it looked at the deep starry sky. As it got up, a thin pink gauze dress fell and covered its body. White boots also appeared under its claws. It glanced below the tree and then disappeared. Knowing its whereabouts, the hanging coffin fell and a voice sounded, "It's about time. It should appear." "What should appear?" "Strange birds. I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it." "Yeah, I don't know which strange bird will appear this time and where it will appear. It depends on who is unlucky." "Bosse, what if the strange birds target us? Will we start a war?" "Forcibly conscripted. Kill as many as you can." "Hee teleportation. How troublesome. I wonder how that kid is doing. With him around we can really kill a few strange birds. My name is Moon Heron. You mere ants treat me as a god. I won't help you, but you aren't worth killing." Within inches, the elegant pink bird instantly appeared in a cosmic civilization, alarming the entire civilization. All the cultivators of that civilization looked over and felt a monstrous pressure. But then the bird disappeared. In the civilization all the creatures worshipped it. They felt the power of a god. It was a power that could not be resisted. In fact, it was called Moon Heron. Moon Heron teleported again and again. Most of the time, it appeared in the starry sky with nothing. Occasionally, it would appear in a certain cosmic civilization. It was looking for eternal life. Only eternal life was worth killing. It did not know how long it would take to find it. This time it wanted to kill 3. Every time it teleported, it did not know where it would appear. Sometimes it did not even know the distance. It did not need to know. Anyway, it could always find its way home. How long ago was the last time it woke up? It could not remember. It had been a long, long time. It was so long that the dream of 1,000 years had automatically shattered. It was so long that the karmic restraint of killing 2 eternal lives had faded. 3 was just right. Come out, eternal life. Fulfill my wish. It teleported and disappeared. When it appeared again, Moon Heron suddenly looked up. Its charming eyes suddenly narrowed. Karma? What a huge karma. It was definitely a powerhouse. Chapter 4256. At the same time, in the continent of the 9 clouds, in Yihai, Blue Lotus Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. Not good, there was a strange eternal life. He immediately looked in one direction and suppressed the karma. The karma great celestial phenomenon flared up, and a karma like a broken sky pressed down on Yulu. At the same time, all the immortal realm masters of the human civilization noticed that the Azure Lotus Imperial Guard had suddenly made his move. Yulu's eyes narrowed. This was an expert that was not easy to deal with. However, the moment this expert made his move, Yulu sensed the aura of more than one eternal life. Interesting, very interesting. So many eternal life forms were likely from a fishing civilization. Yulu liked fishing civilizations. He teleported and disappeared. Superior Blue Lotus was shocked. Teleportation? Not good. Could it be the existence behind the immortal master? In the next moment, doors flickered in the starry sky as startled Gate Xianxia walked out of the startled Sparrow Terrace. Teleportation? Careful, it's a bird. Qing Lianyu's voice was not only transmitted to Jingmen Xianxia, but also to all the Eternal Realm experts, including Lu Yin. At this moment, Lu Yin was still building the high walls of his heart. When he heard the Azure Lotus Emperor's voice, he immediately teleported and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in Yihai. Senior, where is it? I don't know. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. Could it be that the immortal master had drawn them here? Suddenly, the Azure Lotus Emperor stared in a certain direction and pressed down with his palm. The karma celestial phenomenon rumbled as karmic streaks shot towards a certain direction. At the same time, Lu Yin teleported away. In the starry skies, Yulu raised her head. This person was truly valiant, a karma expert. It instantly disappeared and reappeared on the other side of the karma celestial phenomenon. Azure Lotus was in no hurry to attack, and he immediately told Lu Yin its location. Lu Yin then fused the karma heavenly Tao with the karma celestial phenomenon to observe the 3 universes. His teleportation required him to be able to see it. The distance was not important as long as he could see it. For example, he wouldn't be able to see the entire karma celestial phenomenon in an instant. He would still need to fuse it with the heavenly Tao of karma. However, given his current power, it didn't take long for him to see through the karma heavenly Tao. There was no need for Azure Lotus Emperor to remind him as he instantly disappeared. Under the karma celestial phenomenon, Yulu was waiting for the superior Green Lotus to attack. It had teleportation, so it had nothing to fear. But at this moment, danger came from behind. It suddenly turned around and came face to face with Lu Yin. When Lu Yin opened his celestial eye and released his purple eye force, suppressing all living beings. At the same time, he wielded the scoundrel Golian and swung it down mercilessly. Who are you? Yulu's charming and narrow eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Scoundrel? It wasn't worth it to make a move. It instantly disappeared. At the same time, Lu Yin vanished as well. In the next moment, Moon Heron left its previous position. It only wanted to kill eternal life forms. Only eternal life forms had value. That rascal was not worth its time. Rascal had the strength to deal with ordinary eternal life forms. Killing him would be troublesome and meaningless. It would also increase the unnecessary karma shackles. It was not worth it. But all of a sudden, Golian's sharpness descended before its eyes. Impossible. Teleportation? Yulu was astonished. It avoided the sharp blade and the surging vitality entered its body, causing it to retreat step by step. The laws of the universe? Wasn't this shameless? Lu Yin's purple eye power suppressed the masses once more, and Golian slashed down from above. Who are you? Why are you here? Yulu did not immediately explain. Even if they were enemies, Lu Yin and the rest would not hesitate. Yulu narrowed her eyes and disappeared instantly. Lu Yin teleported at the same time. The two figures continuously teleported around the great karma celestial phenomenon, and it was only when Yu Lu teleported out of its range that Lu Yin stopped chasing after her. Lu Yin tightened his grip on Go Lien, and his expression darkened. It really was teleportation. The civilization behind the Immortal Lord was detestable. They should have killed the Immortal Lord back then. No matter what price they had to pay, the Immortal Lord must have lured them here. This must be the creature that Old Man Kiki had mentioned that could teleport. Outside the great karma celestial phenomenon, Yu Lu felt as if her worldview had collapsed. How could this creature teleport? That was impossible. Aside from them, there should not be any other creatures in the entire zone that could teleport. This was their absolute technique, so how could this be possible? She stared at the great karma celestial phenomenon. This range of karma, those eternal life forms, and that rascal who could teleport were definitely from a fishing civilization. That's right, those creatures look familiar. Where have I seen them before? Yu Lu did not think too much about it. Her gaze turned gloomy and terrifying. No matter what civilization they were from, she had never felt so aggrieved before. 1, 2, 3, Yu Lu counted the eternal life forms that she had just sensed. They were spread out over a wide area, and that rascal did not chase after her. Could it be that he could only teleport under this karma celestial phenomenon? If that was the case, then it was not a complete teleportation, which made it easier to deal with. She instantly disappeared. Here we go again. Azure Lotus Defender's voice rang out. Lu Yin teleported away and then reappeared right in front of Yu Lu. Behind him, the triple firmament sword intent slashed out, and Yu Lu immediately disappeared with a mocking smile. Xuanhuan universe. Azure Lotus Defender barked. Lu Yin turned around and teleported away as well. In the Xuanhuan universe, above the Heaven's Sex back mountain, Yu Lu appeared. She had sensed the eternal life form here. Mr. Mu was seated at the back mountain, and he turned around the moment Yu Lu appeared. Yu Lu's white boots shattered and she clawed at Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu casually waved his hand, and a gray color circulated as he traced back to the past. Yu Lu was shocked as this claw had not been able to shatter time. Lu Yin instantly appeared, and his external eye avatar Feng Jian appeared. Yu Lu's body turned, and her claws swept out in all directions to disperse part of the eye power. Mr. Mu took out his cauldron and slammed it against Yu Lu. Yu Lu's heart palpitated, but it instantly disappeared. Lu Yin and Mr. Mu's attacks missed, and they looked at each other. Before they could even speak, the great karma celestial phenomenon rumbled, and a spiritual universe appeared in front of Grandmaster Grass. Karma exploded, pointing heavenly wheel. Yu Lu's shock instantly disappeared. Azure Lotus Defender's expression was solemn. When Yu Lu had attacked Mr. Mu, he had expected that it would attack Grandmaster Grass or Blood Tower Defender. This strange bird's target seemed to be the Eternal Realm. Grandmaster Grass heaved a sigh of relief. When Yu Lu had appeared, he had felt that it would be difficult to resist. If not for Azure Lotus Defender's heavenly wheel, he would not have been killed so easily, but he would have had to pay the price. Yu Lu disappeared again. Lu Yin instantly appeared in front of Grandmaster Grass, and when he saw the latter's solemn expression, his expression turned ugly. What was this strange bird trying to do? Was it trying to kill all the eternal realms? If that was the case, then the consciousness universe. Just as he thought of this, he suddenly looked at the consciousness universe. Scram. Yu Lu looked at the seven treasures heavenly toad boss in front of her and was stunned. Was there another expert hiding here? It instantly disappeared. The next moment, Lu Yin arrived and looked at the boss. What was that? The boss was apprehensive as he had seen Lu Yin teleport. Lu Yin disappeared again before he could say anything. When Yu Lu appeared in Ninefold Universe, she was not facing Lu Yin but a door. The Gate of Wonders Defender came out from behind the door, and shocking cloud pierced towards Yu Lu. Yu Lu was puzzled. Another one that could teleport. The Gate of Wonders Defender had a very small range, but it could capture everything within this range, including teleportation. Luo Chan had been at a disadvantage before, and she had been chased to the ends of the earth. Yu Lu also felt it now. Lu Yin also instantly appeared and cooperated with the Gate of Wonder to deal with Yu Lu. Yu Lu disappeared again, this time appearing in the law domain. Azure Lotus Defender was shocked. Not good. Lu Yin hurriedly teleported away. Yu Lu passed through the Gate of Arts before he did. The unknown, there was a gate of those disgusting unknown bastards. This civilization was also on the unknown's list to be destroyed. Yu Lu did not care what was on the other side of the gate. The complete teleportation was an innate ability of their race, and it was almost unbreakable unless one directly entered the Gate of Knowledge. Obviously, this gate of knowledge was impossible. After passing through the gate, Yulu immediately saw Master Bitterlamp, who also looked at her. Bird? Yulu's charming and narrow eyes were full of murderous intent. She instantly approached Master Bitterlamp. Master Bitterlamp did not cultivate to the eternal realm by luck. Bitter Abyss cultivated the mind. Seeing Yulu suddenly appear, he suppressed all his shock, emptied his mind and threw out the abyss. Yulu's figure instantly bypassed the abyss and appeared behind Master Bitterlamp. She took out the feather spear and threw it out. The feather seemed to have no power, but it directly penetrated Master Bitterlamp's body, making him spit out blood and fall back. He did not expect Yulu to be so powerful. Heart lamps lit up around him. When Yulu was about to attack again, Luin appeared and grabbed Master Bitterlamp. Yulu also disappeared at the same time. The next moment, Luin and Master Bitterlamp reappeared, but there was no trace of Yulu around. Luin looked at Master Bitterlamp. "Sir, how are you?" Master Bitterlamp coughed out blood. "What kind of creature was that?" Luin did not know either. He asked Master Bitterlamp to go back first and asked others to guard here. Master Bitterlamp did not try to be brave. He was indeed injured. Not long after, the Blood Tower Defender came out and asked Luin to go back. "Sir, be careful." Luin reminded him. The Blood Tower Defender smiled. "It is not a big problem here." The strange bird went back through the Gate of Arts, but it disappeared so fast that no one could catch it. "Don't worry, I am more resistant than Bitterlamp." Luin had thought that the strange bird had disappeared from this space, but it had returned to the human civilization. He immediately went back through the Gate of Arts and went to Yihai. Master Bitterlamp was sitting cross-legged and healing. When Luin arrived, Blue Lotus Defender said, Bitterlamp was badly injured. He was not injured because the enemy was stronger than him, but because he did not resist at all. The abyssal power failed completely. Luin was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Stargate Xianxia looked at Luin. Ku Deng used the power of the abyss to block the bird's attack, but the power of the abyss was ineffective. It didn't stop the bird's attack at all. His body was pierced and even his cultivation spirit was damaged. Luin looked serious. "Sir Bitterlamp, do you know why the abyssal power failed?" Alarmed Gate Defender shook his head. Blue Lotus Defender said, "The strange bird itself was not that strong, but with the help of teleportation even I could not deal with it. Moreover, it could render Bitterlamp defenseless. Once it attacked again it would be very troublesome." "Luin, I remember you said that you knew the whereabouts of this creature." Luin nodded. "I will go and ask now." Finding a remote place, Luin entered the trace through the red hanging coffin. Chapter 4257. Jizong was still as cold as ever. Luin looked outside. "Eight colors, are you there?" The eight-colored voice replied, "I will always be here. Let's talk alone." "Go ahead. I want to know about the civilization that can teleport." Eight Colors was silent for a moment. "Did you encounter it?" "Yes." Luin didn't hide anything. "I can't tell you, you need to complete a mission." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "You need to complete a mission?" "I told you there's a price to pay for knowledge." "Okay, what's the corresponding mission?" "A 3 stars mission is fine." "Destroy Tuofeng?" "That's the mission you received before, you can do it." "You're not saying that just to get me to destroy Tuofeng, are you?" "There's a corresponding mission reward." Luin sighed. "I just want to know about that civilization. Isn't it too much to destroy a civilization with 5 Eternals?" "It's up to you whether you want to or not." Luin was helpless, but after some thought he shouted, "Demao, are you there?" No one answered. "Ah, old man, are you there?" Still no answer. "Lanmeng, are you there?" Still no answer. Luin was speechless, completely ignoring him. "Eight Colors, are those guys there?" No comment. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "I encountered a strange bird, the kind that can teleport." He couldn't get any information from 8 Colors, so he could only see if he could get it from the other unknowns. "So they went to you, haha, you're unlucky little human, you're in trouble." Laughter rang out. Luin sneered. "Demao, why are you pretending to be dead? Are you afraid to face me?" You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die." "Who can make me face death?" "That strange bird?" "Sorry, I beat it back." There was another burst of laughter, but this time Luin heard an unfamiliar voice that he hadn't heard before. "Little guy, you need to complete a 3 stars mission if you want to know about those strange birds. We can't tell you, but we can give you some pointers. For example, those birds don't know the concept of retreating." Demao gloated. The old man chuckled. Their teleportation often appears randomly. They don't know the concept of fear, and for an innate gift like teleportation, there's no such thing as retreating because they can appear in front of you at any time. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn as this was not a bad idea. Normally, if an enemy was forced to retreat, they would at least have to come over to fight again. However, this strange bird could instantly appear in front of you. How could that be considered as retreating? Humans? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Are you saying that the strange bird will attack the human civilization? Definitely. Demao, were you the one who lured those strange birds to our human civilization? Lu Yin suddenly shouted. Demao sneered. A familiar voice suddenly came. So it's you. I remember now. We've met before. Lu Yin was surprised. Che? He was too familiar with this voice. Although they hadn't spoken much, it was imprinted in the depths of his memory. Yes, it was Che's voice. He was the one who had reminded him in the consciousness universe. He was the first eternal realm powerhouse he had met besides Master Grass. Che belonged to the unknown. Lu Yin knew this, but he hadn't met Che several times. For an eternal realm powerhouse, it was normal to not appear for thousands of years. On the contrary, it was abnormal for Demao and the old man to keep track of him. He didn't expect Che to come suddenly. Che smiled. You still remember me? Lu Yin exhaled. Of course, long time no see. Not too long. About 1,000 years. I didn't expect you to join the unknown. Welcome. Che? Do you know each other? Demao asked. Che replied, we met once. Why didn't you kill him? What a pity. Demao regretted. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Demao, do you want to visit my human civilization? I'll treat you well. Human civilization? Civilizations targeted by those strange birds are bound to be destroyed. Your human civilization is finished and you still want to be a guest? Demao mocked. The old man's voice came out. Little guy, those strange birds are called Xianling. They are called the Xianling civilization. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Xianling? Xianling, the characteristic of the Xianling civilization is that it has a tendency to kill eternal beings. Your human civilization is very suitable to be its hunting ground because you seem to have a lot of eternal beings. Go back and think about how to deal with them. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why would eternal beings take the initiative to kill eternal beings? Aren't they afraid of karma? If you want to know more, you can only complete the 3 stars mission. The old man said. Lu Yin's heart was heavy. Che said, Lu Yin, teleportation is one of the reasons why you can join the unknown. Those strange birds are your enemies and also something we need to destroy. I hope you can successfully kill one. Lu Yin asked, is what Demao said true? That strange bird holds a grudge? Demao? Che was puzzled. It's me. Demao said, then reacted, Bah, it's not me. So it's you, how appropriate, Che said. Demao was angry. Just because of these 2 words, I want to destroy the human civilization. Sorry, it's difficult for you to destroy the human civilization with your strength, Che said. The old man continued, not all of the human civilization, just a branch. Strictly speaking, it's abandoned bait. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. They all knew. Demao sneered, yes, it's just bait, but I didn't expect that the bait of the human civilization could grow, but it doesn't matter. Without the inheritance of the 9 bases, this human civilization is nothing. Demao, the human civilization invites you to be a guest, Lu Yin interrupted. Demao sneered, wait until you can deal with that strange bird. Pushing open the hanging coffin, Lu Yin walked out and exhaled. Although he didn't know the details of the Xianling civilization, he knew a little, but this knowledge was depressing. He told Qinglian Xiangyu and the others about this situation, and everyone's heart was heavy. They didn't know where the strange bird was, so they couldn't take the initiative to attack. Even if they did, it would be useless as the bird could disappear in an instant. It wasn't Luo Chan. Even if Qinglian Xiangyu attacked with all his strength, it would be difficult to catch it immediately, let alone the Blood Tower Protector. Teleportation was their innate gift, and they must have the power to cooperate with it. After all, it had been passed down for countless years. This was the most troublesome thing. Unable to think of a way for the time being, Qinglian Xiangyu could only keep an eye on the karmic celestial phenomenon and warn him when the strange bird appeared. Lu Yin rubbed his head. He thought that after dealing with the hive civilization and obtaining teleportation, he wouldn't be disgusted by this innate gift. Now that feeling came again. It was even more disgusting than facing Luo Chan. That strange bird was very strong. Although it didn't conform to the laws of the two universes and wasn't an opponent of boss level, it had the advantage of being fast. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. The strange bird didn't appear. In these 2 years, Lu Yin went to the unknown from time to probe for information, but the unknown wasn't stupid. They were all cunning, and no matter how he probed, he couldn't get more useful information. He deliberately chatted with Che. This unknown was very polite, very polite. Perhaps he would tell him something. However, Clear directly refused and apologized several times. He also didn't say anything about the immortal plume civilization, which left Lu Yin helpless. Lu Yin wanted to find Lan Meng the most. As long as he knew where Lan Meng was, Qinglian Xiangyu and the others could capture him, and he would be able to obtain some information about the immortal plume civilization through Lan Meng. Lan Meng was the one that Lu Yin felt was the least threatening of the unknown. In Nina Firmament's universe, on a giant branch in the crown of a tree, Dan Hong looked at the colored glass in his hand. Senior Sky Carrier, this glass is smaller than before. In the distance, a giant snail opened its eyes and stared at Dan Hong. I vomited for so many years. How much longer do you want me to vomit? Dan Hong bowed. This isn't something that I can decide. I'm only responsible for the transportation. Sky Carrier Forever was dissatisfied. I'm an eternal and I helped you deal with the unknown. Is this how you repay me? I don't want to vomit anymore. Dan Hong was helpless. Then I'll report to Qinglian Xiangyu. Please wait a moment. Sky Carrier Forever closed his eyes and didn't mind. He had vomited for so many years and he was tired. Suddenly, an indescribable horror descended upon him, and he subconsciously spat out a spatial swamp. His entire body began to boil with vitality, and a shadow appeared behind him. It was Yulu. Yulu stared at Sky Carrier Forever and flung out a feather from her wings. It was the same feather spear that she had used against Master Bitter Lamp. The feather pierced through both the spatial swamp and the vitality, but these two forces were useless. It continued until it pierced through the shell on Sky Carrier Forever's back and cracked it open. The feather pierced through from one side of the shell to the other, making Sky Carrier Forever feel as if he was infinitely close to death. He stared blankly at Yulu, unable to understand why his defenses had been completely useless. Even when he had tried to kill Lu, the spatial swamp had been useful. At this moment, karma descended and Lu Yin instantly appeared. However, he was still a step too late as Yulu had disappeared. She had disappeared with a carefree smile. She had appeared in an instant just to unleash a single attack, and that was all. Sky Carrier Forever had been heavily injured. Lu Yin looked at Sky Carrier Forever. Sky Carrier Forever's enormous body had shrunk, and the shell on his back had cracked open. He was in an extremely miserable state. Dan Hong had seen everything from beginning to end. She had seen the strange bird appear, unleash a single attack and then disappear. Everything had happened in an instant, but that instant had been enough to heavily injure an eternal. That strange bird had cast a shadow over her. No, more accurately, it had cast a shadow over all of human civilization. The strange bird had completely disappeared. Qinglian Xiangyu couldn't find it even after looking through karma. Lu Yin clenched his fists and asked why Sky Carrier Forever hadn't been able to block it. Just like Master Bitter Lamp, Sky Carrier Forever couldn't explain it, but he could sense the laws of the universe. Chapter 4258. He had waited for 2 years before attacking. If the strange bird attacked irregularly in the future, what would happen to the human civilization? Cultivation would become a problem. As for building a high wall of mental state, he could forget about it as it could be interrupted at any time. As a last resort, all the eternal beings of the human civilization were in groups of 2. Even if they were ambushed, nothing would happen. A year later, the strange bird appeared and attacked the Startle Gate Upper Imperial. It had completely determined the location of the Eternal Realm. However, its sneak attack was useless. Alarmed Gate of Xiangyu was already deserted, and he wanted to catch the bird instead. He even cooperated with Master Qdeng. However, instant transmission was really unsolvable, and the strange bird only appeared for a moment and then disappeared. Alarmed Gate of Xiangyu was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Then another year passed. It was still a sneak attack on the Startle Gate Upper Imperial, which was unexpected. In fact, the group of Eternal Realm did not leave the location locked by the strange bird. They were afraid that once they left, the strange bird would attack indiscriminately. They could block it, but the people below could not. However, even with the Eternal Realm, the strange bird did not attack the Startle Gate Upper Imperial this time. Instead, It attacked the startled sparrow platform, flapping its wings and almost overturning it. Then more than a year passed. The strange bird attacked the back mountain of the Above Heaven sect. It did not hurt anyone, but it shocked the Above Heaven sect and shocked many cultivators. In desperation, Lu Yin went to the area of the technological civilization through the Gate of Arts. He had no choice but to attack the devouring seal civilization and complete the mission as much as possible. He wanted to know more about the immortal plume civilization so that he could target it. He did not know how many more times the strange bird would attack. The intervals were different and no one could guard against it. Also, did the strange bird come to the human civilization by accident? Could it be the immortal master? Or was it related to the unknown? Louis needed to know more to analyze. The human civilization could not suffer such a big loss. Lu Yin brought the door out far away from the technological civilization and then instantly appeared next to the other two doors. He put down the third door and disappeared again. This was the correct way to use teleportation. Looking back, there were already 3 doors. At the same time, there was a huge oval light far away from the door. A sound came from inside. Beep, foreign matter detected. Beep, foreign matter detected. Don't remind me. It's the third door. Another civilization behind it. They really know how to use us. Do you want to send the information to the Empire? Of course, I'll send it immediately. Lu Yin left, leaving the door open. Technological civilizations lacked resources the most. If other civilizations destroyed other civilizations because of their guesses about the universe, then technological civilizations would destroy other civilizations even if they did not have guesses. This was because they needed endless resources and could not stop. Once it stopped, it would mean a decline. In the space of an inch, decline meant destruction. He just didn't know how long it would take for them to attack the Devourer civilization. Lu Yin thought about the advantages and disadvantages of technological civilizations, and he was sure that they would definitely attack the devouring domain instead of directly destroying the portal. However, he had underestimated the technological civilization. There was only one word that the technological civilization sent back to this place: wait. It was true that technological civilizations had to destroy other civilizations to seize their resources, which was equivalent to using war to support war, but they could wait. After the first 2 times that Lu Yin had opened the door, they had analyzed that the civilization that was using them was in a hurry. Every time they went to the other side of the door, 2 civilizations would be fighting each other. Since they had decided not to rush to the other side, there had to be another civilization fighting each other. Even if that wasn't the case, the civilization behind the door had to be dealt with by the civilization that was using them. Since that was the case, he would wait for a while before making his move. It might take 100 years or 1,000 years, but as long as the door was still there, they would be able to reach the other side and seize the resources. However, the civilization or life form that was using them might not be able to wait. Lu Yin did not know this, and he did not know that the technological civilization had already decided to wait. No one was perfect, and it was impossible to take every situation into consideration, especially when facing an entire civilization. It was only a few years later that he realized this point. Seeing that the technological civilization had no intention of attacking the devouring domain through the door, Lu Yin knew that they would not make a move for the time being. In Yehai, Uppermost Lotus was helpless. After all, it's a civilization. We can't be used forever. This technological civilization did not destroy the door. It's obvious that they want to go over as well. Technology cannot be separated from resources, but they are not in a hurry to go over. They must be waiting for us. They can afford it since they don't lack the resources of a civilization, but we can't afford it, Uppermost Lotus said in a low voice. Lu Yin's head hurt. They were all too smart and his heart was tired. Can we sow discord? Boss asked. The strange bird had ambushed the consciousness universe and he could not stay out of it. He then looked at Lu Yin. He clearly remembered that Lu Yin was the one who had instigated the war between the Black Apocalypse and the technological civilization. He was very good at this. Lu Yin was helpless. It was not easy to sow discord. Was he supposed to trick the devouring domain into attacking the technological civilization? It was not impossible, but since the devouring domain was listed as a 3-stars mission by the unknowns, it was very likely that they understood the unknowns and had fought them before. Once the door appeared, they would most likely destroy it instead of attacking it. It was just like the human civilization. They would either prevent the unknowns from activating the door, such as the Door of Arts, or destroy it. These were the only 2 choices that a civilization that understood the unknowns would make unless they had the confidence to face the unknowns head-on. Mr. Mu said, "We can't influence the technological civilization's choice. We can only consider how to deal with it ourselves. Wei Rong visited during this time and gave us a solution. Luin looked at Mr. Mu. He had not met Wei Rong, and Mr. Mu was the one overseeing the back mountain. Mr. Mu said, all creatures have a purpose in their actions. Since this strange bird has a tendency to kill the eternal realm, let it kill it and let it achieve its goal. Luin was surprised. Master, what do you mean? Mr. Mu said, since the technological civilization does not want to attack the devouring domain, we will attack and use the eternal lives of the devouring domain in exchange for this strange bird's departure. Everyone pondered. They had not thought of this. It was not impossible. This strange bird must have a reason for killing the eternal realm, so they would capture the eternal realm and give it to it. It was better than it endlessly attacking the human civilization. Moreover, there was a karmic restriction. Even if the strange bird wanted to attack, it could not do so. At most, it could kill 2 or 3 eternal realm beings. However, it felt very uncomfortable to do so. The human civilization had reached this stage and was already very strong. They even had the confidence to face the unknowns and the fishing civilizations. Now, they were being forced to such a state by a bird. Luin alone would not be enough to capture and devour the eternal realm experts of the Feng civilization. The other side had 5 eternal realm experts, and the human civilization would have to dispatch at least 5 eternal realm experts or even more. The karmic restraints of the eternal realm experts' actions would be too great. They were forced to such a state for a bird. No, absolutely not. What do you think, Mr.? Alarmed Lord asked and looked at Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu smiled and said, no. Qinglian Lord and the others all looked at Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu said, the reason why I'm telling you this is because this method may be able to solve the interference of the strange bird. It's out of respect for all of you. But if it's solved like this, where is the dignity of our human civilization? We have worked so hard to reach this stage. No matter what, we can't be forced to such a state by a bird. Boss grinned. I, the 7 treasures heavenly toad, can't stand this humiliation. If we really do this, what's the difference between this and slavery? We might as well be eaten by that bird as snacks. Eternal life bearer. He was also here, but he did not speak. He felt that these words had insulted him. Master Greengrass was also here. Even he, who would rather surrender to the unknowns and give up on the human civilization, did not want to do so at this moment. It was too sullen. The strange bird could not threaten the survival of the human civilization, but it forced the eternal realm beings into a difficult situation. He could not take this lying down. Lu Yin's expression was gloomy. Then kill. Think of a way to kill that strange bird. The immortal plume civilization is very strong. Otherwise the unknowns would not be afraid. But I don't believe that the immortal plume civilization can attack us all at once. The unknowns will not agree either. Che said that teleportation was one of the reasons why I could join the unknowns. Teleportation is my talent and has nothing to do with the unknowns. But since the unknowns need this talent, it should be to deal with the immortal plume civilization. Qinglian Lord agreed. The immortal plume civilization can't easily kill their way here. The arrival of this strange bird is just not enough to attract the unknown's attention. A fishing civilization has a circle. If the immortal plume civilization really wants to destroy the human civilization, the unknowns will be the first to bear the brunt. This was what Grandmaster Shan said. The unknowns were both enemies and barriers. Qinglian Lord wanted to say something, but his expression changed. Mr. Lu, bring Lord Jiang here. He has come out of seclusion. During this period, Jiang Feng seemed to have realized something. He had been in seclusion in White Cloud City for decades and had just come out. Luin arrived at the Tianyuan universe in an instant and brought Jiang Feng here. Luin told him about the strange bird. Jiang Feng did not expect such a thing to happen. Teleportation? It is indeed troublesome, but I remember that teleportation is not unbreakable. He looked at Luin. Luo-chan was restrained before. Luin nodded. Luo-chan was indeed captured before. If not for the immortal master, Luo-chan would not have been able to escape in the first war between the insect nest civilization and the Ninth Heaven universe. But Luo-chan is Luo-chan, and that strange bird is a strange bird. The strange bird is eternal. Jiang Feng said, using the same method to deal with Luo-chan will not work against the strange bird. It will not be able to trap it at all. But what if we don't trap it? We should follow it. As long as we can touch it, it will not be able to shake us off. This was also the characteristic of teleportation. It could take away anything it touched. The problem was how to touch it. Everyone was silent. Heaven carrying immortality glanced at Jiang Feng. Nonsense. How could he not think of this? The problem was how to touch it. I have a way to restrain it for a moment. The moment it attacks, I restrain it for another moment. That is 2 moments. Luin, this way, can you touch it? Jiang Feng asked. Everyone looked at him in surprise. You can restrain it for a moment? Alarmed Lord exclaimed. Jiang Feng was confident. The law of the universe is that everything begins with nothing. Chapter 4259. This rule is related to the grass master. Jiang Feng looked at the grass master. Back then you deprived me of everything and I fell into darkness. There was nothing there and it lasted for a long time. Later, with the help of Xiaoyu, I walked out of the darkness, but that darkness remained in my memory forever. Now that I'm in line with the laws of the universe, everything starts from nothing. Teleportation requires contact with the universe, and that was the principle when I caught Luo-chan. Then I'll use the laws of the universe to separate the strange bird from the universe. Although it's only for a moment and can be easily broken, will that extra moment be enough? Lu Yin's eyes were burning. I can try. It was difficult to make an eternal being not contact with the universe even for the Azure Lotus Guard. But Jiang Feng was in line with the laws of the universe. Although it was only for a moment, many things could be done in a moment. Teleportation was a moment, and Lu Yin could teleport too. No matter what, he had to try first. 7 years had passed since the door was placed in the technological civilization. In these 7 years, the technological civilization did not cross the door, and the strange bird did not attack the human civilization. It would be good if it stayed like this. But on this day the strange bird appeared not in the human civilization but behind the door of arts. The strange bird appeared in front of the Blood Tower Guard, and its feathers pierced out. The Blood Tower Guard held the blood knife and slashed down. The blade cut the feathers gently, and in an instant the feathers pierced through the Blood Tower Guard's body, penetrating his shoulder. The Blood Tower Guard was shocked. It was ineffective? His blood knife was ineffective, just as Ku Deng and the sky-bearing sword had said. He turned around without hesitation and entered the door of arts. Although the Blood Tower Guard was injured, the strange bird was forced to take a step back by the blade chi. It could not do anything, and could only cry unwillingly as it passed through the door of arts. No one noticed the movements of the battle here, especially the strange bird's cry that spread through the starry sky. It attracted a round ball with a metallic surface that flickered with red light. The Blood Tower Guard passed through the door of arts and returned. The next moment the strange bird rushed out and disappeared in an instant. This scene shocked all the law domain experts and made Lu Yin and the others feel even more depressed. The strange bird was clearly in the starry sky of the human civilization and had not passed through the door of arts, but it could sneak attack the Blood Tower Guard. What did this mean? It meant that the strange bird had moved from the human civilization to the starry sky behind the door of arts. This meant that even though the starry sky was far away, it could still be reached. This also meant that no matter how far it was, as long as the strange bird had gone to a place before, it would be able to go there again. It also meant that the place behind the Gate of Arts, which had always been guarded by only one Eternal Life Realm expert, could also face the sneak attack of the strange birds at any time. As for whether the strange birds would encounter a technological civilization, and whether they would engage in war or communicate with the technological civilization, it was hard to say. The purpose of this strange bird was to kill those in the Eternal Life Realm. Although the technological civilization had weapons that reached the power of eternal life, they were not in the Eternal Life Realm. If they were of no value to the strange bird was not stupid. It was very likely that it would lead the technological civilization to the human civilization. Since the unknown knew about the strange bird must also know about the unknown. In that case, it was not impossible for a civilization to attack another civilization. Every fact that was analyzed was unsettling. He looked up at the sky and wished that he could create a birdcage that could cover the entire universe and capture all the strange birds. There was one more person guarding the back of the Gate of Arts. The Lord of the Blood Tower still had to guard there, but Master Bitterlamp was also there. 2 Eternal Life Realm experts joined hands to guard the Gate of Arts. In this way, even if the strange bird launched a sneak attack, it would be useless. As for the human civilization, there was no lack of Eternal Life Realm experts. They continued to wait. Since the strange bird had followed them through the Gate of Arts, it meant that its next target was the human civilization. Otherwise it would not have followed them. No matter how far it was from the human civilization to the starry sky behind the Gate of Arts, there was no need for it to waste time. Originally, Everyone had discussed that the Eternal Life Realm experts should form groups of 2, but at this moment, because of Jiang Feng's methods, they decided to spread out in order to lure the strange bird. Of course, such an abnormal behavior would inevitably arouse the bird's vigilance, so the Eternal Life Realm experts also closed the distance between each other. It was a plan to deal with the strange bird's sneak attack. They had thought that the strange bird's sneak attack would take at least a few years, but who would have thought that Master Grass would see the strange bird half a year later? Yulu's charming eyes were filled with mockery, coldness, killing intent, and disdain. It was the second time that she attacked Master Grass. Master Grass stared blankly at Yulu's feather god spear, watching the feather approach. He could not block it no matter how hard he tried. Even the Lord of the Blood Tower could not block it. The feather god spear easily pierced Master Grass's body. He retreated step by step, staining the ground with blood. He did not defend himself because he wanted to see this move clearly. He stared at the feather god's spear and felt the changes in the starry sky. He breathed at a frequency that ordinary people could not understand. The universe also had breathing. This was the law of the universe. When the feather god's spear completely pierced his body, he saw it clearly. Fusion and transfer. The killing intent in Yulu's eyes skyrocketed. This Eternal Life Realm expert had seen its feather god spear clearly at the cost of serious injuries. But so what? Could a human block it? Master Grass coughed up blood and was extremely weak. He was like a candle in the wind, extinguished with a blow. However, Yulu did not hesitate at all. She had no intention of chasing after him and was about to teleport and disappear. At this moment, the world suddenly turned dark. Everything ceased to exist and everything began from nothing. Teleportation failed and Yulu was shocked. She screamed at the sky and tore the world apart. Endless karma descended, and at the same time, a hand appeared on her claws. It was Luin. Yulu was large and Luin could only grab her claws while standing. However, it was enough. Luin looked up and the corners of his mouth curled up. Caught you. Karma covered heaven and earth. In front of him, Master Grass changed his weakened state and threw out a bamboo fence that turned into a vine. Behind Luin, the triple firmament sword intent appeared. Yulu's eyes were cold and the void distorted. In an instant her body split into 2, 2 into 3, 3 into 5, 5 into 17. In the blink of an eye, thousands of Yulu appeared in the void and then disappeared at the same time. Only the Yulu that Luin had encountered remained in place. Luin stared at Yulu in a daze. Yulu looked at him and her eyes were full of mockery. Then all of it disappeared, leaving only a dull look. When karma descended, Yulu's body was scattered and disappeared into the starry sky, leaving only a feather floating down. Luin raised his hand and caught the feather. He watched it dissipate in his hand. He had failed. Should he say that it was expected? The immortal plume civilization had the absolute method of teleportation. After countless years of inheritance, they must have created the ability to coordinate with teleportation. If they could catch this strange bird, the other civilizations in the universe, especially the fishing civilizations, could do so. Therefore, that ability just now was the absolute method to escape with teleportation. Although Uncle Jiang could suppress it for an instant, it could only be for an instant. Qinglian Xiangyu and Jiang Feng had both arrived, and Luin also released Boss from Mount Supreme. That's right, Boss was placed in Mount Supreme again so that Boss could act when he caught the strange bird. He couldn't guarantee that he could kill this strange bird himself. But Boss was different. Unfortunately, he still couldn't catch it. You failed? Boss asked. He didn't see the process. Luin recounted the process and Boss said helplessly, as expected, a civilization with teleportation isn't easy to deal with. If only Father was here, that strange bird wouldn't have been able to escape. Maybe Ancestor Shan knows more about this strange bird. Luin said. Boss sighed. Qinglian Xiangyu put his hands behind his back. No matter what, we forced this strange bird to use its escape method. Step by step, against our entire civilization, I don't believe that we can't deal with a single bird. Luin said, I'll go to Zhixin and ask again. Not long after, he came to Zhixin while lying in the hanging coffin. Who's there? Come out and talk. Lu Yin's voice sounded. Every time he came, Zhixin was very lively. Luin, I'm here. This was Che, always so polite. Luin didn't want to face Che. Facing such a guy, he couldn't scold him and he wouldn't tell him if he asked. He was worse than Demao and the others, at least he could get something out of them through scolding. But he couldn't ignore the greeting. Hello, Che. Hello, Luin. Lan Meng, is Lan Meng here? We haven't talked in a long time. We haven't seen each other since you were almost killed by Ancestor Shan. Let's talk. No one answered. Is Demao here? Haha, old man. Why aren't they here? No, they definitely don't want to talk. You all want to see me make a fool of myself, right? Let me tell you, a strange bird can't deal with my human civilization. I almost pulled all its feathers. Che's voice sounded, Luin, don't underestimate the immortal plume civilization. They are very powerful. You might just be facing the weakest one. Luin was speechless. This guy was polite, but did he know how to talk? The weakest one could force the human civilization to such a state? He didn't believe it. Che, what's the strength of the weakest strange bird? Tell me and I'll compare. I'm sorry, I can't say. Then how many eternal stage strange birds are there in the immortal plume civilization? Can you tell me? I'm really sorry, I can't say. How many strange birds have you dealt with? I'm really sorry, I can't say. Luin wanted to scold him. He realized that he would rather face the old man than Che. At least, although the old man was choking and his words were airtight, he could at least let Luin scold him. Ah, old man, are you here? Why don't I call you Air Mao? It's more convenient, Luin provoked. Haha, didn't you give the name Air Mao to another one? The old man said. Luin sneered, sure enough you're here. Old man, how about we make a bet? You've always wanted to see the human civilization become a joke. I'll catch that strange bird. As long as I can catch it, you have to promise me one thing. The old man laughed. What does it have to do with me whether your human civilization can catch that strange bird? I'm not betting. I'll bet with you. This was Demao. Luin said, you're not worthy. What did you say? Demao was furious. Luin was disdainful. You don't know anything. Ah, this old man is different from you. He knows who is targeting the patriarch Shan. I know that too, Demao said. Chapter 4260. Hearing Demao's words, Lu Yin's eyes flashed. I don't believe it. It's up to you to believe it or not. If you don't believe it, then don't bet. You can't catch it at all. There's no point in betting. Lu Yin was proud. I almost caught it today. If it hadn't used a life-saving move, I would have been able to carry it and bet with you. You would have been scared to death. Demao was shocked. What life-saving move? It's to split up thousands of strange birds and run away. 1,000 feathers, 1,000 transformations? The old man was shocked. I didn't expect you to force the strange bird to use this move. 1,000 feathers, 1,000 transformations? It seemed very powerful. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What's there to not expect? There are many masters in the human civilization. The boss of the 7 treasures, Heavenly Toad, is with us. It fits the laws of the 2 universes. Why can't we deal with a strange bird? The old man chuckled and said, it's not the same. This is not a fight but a sneak attack. Those disgusting strange birds love to sneak attack you. Anyway, you can't catch them. It seems easy to cut off their teleportation, but how many people can do it? It's not easy for you to force them to use 1,000 feathers, 1,000 transformations. If I'm not wrong, your teleportation also contributed. Congratulations, little guy. You're one of the few civilizations that can threaten the immortal plume civilization. Demao smiled coldly. The immortal plume civilization will remember you now. Human civilization, you will constantly face the sneak attacks of those strange birds in the future. Those strange birds will not allow any civilization in the universe that can deal with them unless their absolute strength exceeds theirs. You're finished, hee. Lu Yin asked, what about the unknown? You're enemies with those strange birds, right? Does their existence mean that the unknown has surpassed the immortal plume civilization? 8 Color's voice sounded at the right time. Lu Yin, you've completed the 3 stars mission. You can learn about the situation of the immortal plume civilization. Lu Yin was helpless. 8 Color's interruption stopped him from probing further. This time he did find out something. Of course, it was something that made him more uneasy. It was what Demao had said. If what it said was true, the human civilization would not be stable in the future. He had to think of a way. There was one more thing. Demao also knew who had targeted Elder Shan, just like the old man. Was this for real? Lu Yin hoped that it was fake, as if this was an open secret of a certain level, then there would be more than one person in the unknown realms who could deal with old ancestor Shan, and the strength of the unknown realms would be even more unimaginable. This was not something that Lu Yin was willing to accept. Clear's voice rang out, Lu Yin, Demao's warning is right. You have to be careful and be wary of those strange birds at all times. They hold grudges and lack a sense of security. You are a threat to them, especially since you can teleport. This is not something they can accept, so you have to be mentally prepared. I'm not reminding you, I'm just happy. Ha ha ha, human civilization, you'll regret this. The best solution is to sacrifice 1 or 2 eternal life realm warriors at the beginning to drive that strange bird away. It's just a coincidence that it appeared in your human civilization. It's different from normal fishing civilizations, but it's different now. You've been targeted and it's too late for regrets, ha. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Even if you had told me from the start, I still wouldn't have done it. Human civilization would rather die standing than live kneeling. With that, he left. After Lu Yin left, Clear exclaimed, actually, I've always admired human civilization. De Mao sneered, if it wasn't for the destruction of Ninth Base, the immortal Plume civilization wouldn't have dared to provoke them no matter what. It seems that the immortal Plume civilization that ambushed them didn't know much about human civilization. It should have been added recently. This is interesting. I wonder which one will awaken next. Haha, the immortal Plume civilization contributed a lot to the destruction of Ninth Base. I don't know if any of you have experienced it, but do you still remember the Red Lotus tomb? The old man spoke slowly. When he said the last 3 words, Clear Trace fell silent inexplicably. After a while, a voice rang out, to be able to force out the Thousand Feathers transformation, coupled with the little guy's teleportation, that little immortal Plume civilization shouldn't cause trouble for human civilization anymore. Color, I suggest that we be more lenient with this little guy. Let him break through to eternal life as soon as possible. This will make it easier for us to deal with the immortal Plume civilization. De Mao immediately refused. No, we're breaking the rules. The old man said, if this little guy can help us deal with the immortal Plume civilization, then we can't let him break through. He's much more troublesome than the immortal Plume civilization. In the past, Ninth Base, how many of you were stained with blood and how many of you were not? You know in your heart that this guy will take revenge. An unfamiliar voice said, it's just difficult for us to deal with teleportation. It doesn't mean that it's difficult to deal with human civilization. At the same time, far away from the Karma celestial phenomenon, Yulu licked its feathers and stared at the Karma celestial phenomenon. There was a rare look of fear in its eyes. It had actually been caught. If not for the Thousand Feathers transformation, it really wouldn't have been able to get rid of that human. It didn't care about a scoundrel, but since that scoundrel could catch it, it meant that he was definitely prepared. Its existence was just a bridge. The ones who would really attack it were the other powerhouses. This was the reason why it was afraid of Lu Yin and had left. Otherwise it really wouldn't have been afraid of being caught by Lu Yin. If the Thousand Feathers transformation could get rid of that human once, it could do so countless times. This was what Lu Yin and the others knew. However, in reality the Thousand Feathers transformation wasn't invincible. There was no such thing as absolute invincibility in the universe. As the name suggested, the Thousand Feathers transformation was extremely powerful. It could only transform into 1,000 birds. Among these 1,000 birds, only one would be real while the rest would be fake. It was just like Lu Yin. Even if he caught Yulu, once Yulu used the Thousand Feathers transformation, the one he caught might become fake. As for which one was real and which one was fake, even Yulu couldn't control it. This wouldn't give the enemy a chance. If it could control it, the enemy would also be able to determine the real and fake through schemes. However, if it couldn't control the real and fake, the enemy naturally wouldn't be able to tell. However, catching a fake once didn't mean that it would always be fake. Although there was only a 1 in 1,000 chance, since there was a chance, it was possible to be caught. Yulu knew very well that if it continued to sneak attack the human civilization, it might be caught the next time. At that time, its life and death would be unpredictable. They weren't immortal. Thousand Feathers and Thousand Transformations had its advantages as well as its disadvantages. Yulu looked at the human civilization for a long time and finally left. However, this grudge would never be forgotten. This civilization would definitely be destroyed. It felt like it had seen this civilization somewhere before. There was a sense of familiarity and disgust that came from the source of its bloodline. At this moment, the human civilization didn't know that Yulu had temporarily abandoned them. Lu Yin told everyone the information he had brought back from Jixing. It could be said that he had brought back bad news that made the human civilization uneasy. How long had the human civilization been stable? This kind of thing had happened again. No one thought that the strange bird had appeared by coincidence. It must have been guided by someone. Otherwise, how could it coincidentally appear in the human civilization when it was so far away? Lu Yin thought so too. However, he couldn't find out who had done it. Lan Meng? He wasn't qualified. De Mao? It was possible, especially the existence that was watching Patriarch Shan. It was most likely. He had deliberately found Master Xianxia to talk to the mysterious eternal realm through him. In fact, he had wanted to find the mysterious eternal realm through Master Xianxia several times before, but Master Xianxia had said that he didn't know who the eternal realm was. Perhaps he had left and Lu Yin couldn't do anything about it. Senior, you should be very clear about the strength of the strange bird after encountering danger twice. I can tell you that the strange bird is the weakest in the immortal plume civilization, Lu Yin said. He didn't believe Che's words and thought that it was an alarmist, but it didn't stop him from using it to threaten Master Xianxia. Master Xianxia looked solemn and looked at Lu Yin. I really can't find the mysterious eternal realm you're talking about. Lu Yin frowned. Senior, the situation is serious. Don't force me to do something I don't want to do. Master Xianxia said, I haven't finished speaking. I can't find the mysterious eternal realm, but I can pass on a message. What do you want to say? Lu Yin stared at Master Xianxia for a while and his tone softened. I want to know who is watching Patriarch Shan. Perhaps it's that existence that lured the strange bird here. Master Xianxia asked, Aren't you afraid that the mysterious eternal realm is watching Patriarch Shan? Lu Yin said, If you dare to admit it, I don't mind having one more enemy. Master Xianxia sighed. You won't get the answer. It's one thing to have an answer, but you can ask. Okay. A few years later, Lu Yin met Master Xianxia again and wanted to know the answer. In the past few years they had been guarding against the strange bird, but it didn't appear. They didn't let down their guard. The longest interval between the strange bird's attack was 7 years. Even 70 years was not a problem for the eternal realm, let alone 7 years. Therefore, this was also the reason why Lu Yin was anxious to find an answer to this matter. They couldn't keep guarding against it, and it was too disadvantageous for the cultivation of human civilization. He hadn't built a high wall of his heart all these years, and his heart couldn't calm down at all. Master Xianxia faced Lu Yin. There's no answer. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Master Xianxia continued, Even if you kill me, there's no answer. I've asked, but it's like a stone sinking into the sea. Since you joined the unknown, that existence has already left and I might not be able to get in touch with it at all. Lu Yin left and didn't say anything else. Time continued to pass. 10 years passed and the strange bird didn't appear. Lu Yin and the others didn't relax but became more vigilant. The longer the interval, the more prepared the strange bird was. The next sneak attack might not be so simple. But soon more than 20 years passed, and the strange bird still didn't appear. They continued to wait. More than 10 years passed and it still didn't appear. Lu Yin couldn't sit still and went to trace to sound it out, but no matter what he said, De Mao and the others didn't reply. Perhaps they really weren't there. Che was there, but Lu Yin didn't want to say a word to him. It was meaningless to scold someone who couldn't even speak. Time continued to pass. It had been 100 years since the strange bird's last sneak attack on Master Xianxia. In these 100 years, Lu Yin and the others had been waiting for the first few decades, and they were still waiting for the next few decades. 100 years was just a snap of the fingers for the eternal realm. Chapter 4261. Perhaps the strange bird's next sneak attack would be a few hundred years later when the human civilization was lax. This made him rather uncomfortable. Lu Yin could not accept not being able to take the initiative, so he did one thing in the next few decades, which was to nurture Xianxian. That's right, to nurture Xianxian. Back when he first went to the Seven Treasures Heaven Toad's territory, the immortal master had constantly scattered bug nests along the way. Lu Yin had followed him and scattered pathfinding stones. The immortal master did not understand the meaning of Lu Yin's actions. Now that so many years had passed, the consciousness on the pathfinding stones should have dissipated long ago. However, Lu Yin would still add consciousness to some of the stones, such as those that came into contact with a certain civilization. The immortal master had scattered bug nests to find civilizations and nurture Xianxian. Most bug nests floated in space and were meaningless, but occasionally some would come into contact with civilizations. For example, the civilization that Lu Yin had descended to already had many bugs. If not for his help, this civilization would have been occupied by the bug nest civilization. This civilization did not have many powerhouses, and the most powerful creature was only at the progenitor realm. It was about the same as the space tree of the Xuanhuan universe. This kind of strength was far inferior to the bug nest civilization. However, it was enough to nurture Xianxian. Lu Yin stood on the mountain peak with a strange-looking creature behind him. This creature was actually Xianxian, and its appearance was the same as this civilization's creature. Lu Yin had specially nurtured Xianxia in the hope that the immortal master would notice it and lure the bug nest civilization over. The bug nest civilization's model was destined to develop very quickly. Back then the immortal master only had Luochan left, but now there might be countless bugs. If the bug nest civilization was not too far away, they should be able to sense Qingxian's existence. Mabai could lure the bug nest civilization over from the Tianyuan universe. Since the immortal master had scattered the bug nest, he had not completely abandoned this area. However, Qingxian had been nurtured for more than 30 years. He had tried to contact the bug nest civilization but he could not. Lu Yin guessed that the immortal master was too far away and could not sense it. If that was the case, there was nothing he could do. However, if the immortal master sensed it but did not come, that would not do. Lu Yin followed the latter guess and found Patriarch Lu Yuan to give the immortal master some strong medicine. Cultivate the immortal master's power? Patriarch Lu Yuan was surprised. Lu Yin nodded. I want to understand the immortal plume civilization through the immortal master. We don't know when that strange bird will attack again. We can't guard against it forever. My cultivation has been delayed. Old Master Lu Yuan was infuriated the moment he heard that. Preposterous. It's just a bird. All right, I'll do whatever you say. Lu Yin replied, just cultivate the immortal master's power. Back when you had the innate gift of teleportation, the immortal master's power had already seeped into your body. Now just guide that power out to cultivate. If the immortal master senses it, he will definitely come. It would be strange if the immortal master did not come to take a look when his own power suddenly appeared. This was the medicine he wanted to give the immortal master. If he did not lure the immortal master over, how would he be able to recognize the immortal plume civilization? That technological civilization had yet to make a move against the Tuofeng civilization. He could not afford to wait. Lu Yin could see that the technological civilization was stalling for time. They were unwilling to give up on devouring the sealed civilization, but they also didn't want to help themselves, so they were stalling for time. Only the heavens knew how long this delay would take, and Lu Yin did not want to wait any longer. Thus, he could only seek help from the immortal master. Furthermore, it was time to settle the score. The grudge between the human civilization and the insectoid nest civilization had been settled, but the appearance of that strange bird might have been caused by the immortal master. The immortal master had been very difficult to deal with in the past, but it was different now. Old Master Lu Yuan had always had the immortal master's power in his body. Due to his misgivings, he had not cultivated it. Now he could cultivate without restraint. The Azure Lotus Imperial, Mr. Mu, and the others had all seen Old Master Lu Yuan's cultivation, so there was no problem. A few years later, Old Master Lu Yuan opened his eyes with a strange gaze. How is it, Old Master? Lu Yin asked. Old Master Lu Yuan smiled and said, it feels very good. This power is too compatible with me. In the past, I did not know how long it would take for me to cultivate to the peak of Ku adversity or even the limit of combat power below eternal life. Now I have an idea. Can you sense the existence of the immortal master's other powers? I can't sense them. After all, I've only cultivated for a short period of time. Old Master Lu Yuan continued to cultivate while Lu Yin spent most of his time in the human civilization. Little 18 accompanied Old Master Lu Yuan. Little 18 could not be of much use in the consciousness universe. Even if the strange bird ambushed it, it would not do anything to it. It could not stay in the consciousness universe and always wanted to go out. Lu Yin simply brought it here and let it accompany Old Master Lu Yuan as a form of protection. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years passed. It had been 200 years since the strange bird's last ambush, but it still did not appear. However, the human civilization could not be careless. The strange bird had the initiative, and it could ambush them at any time. The human civilization could not afford to lose. This feeling was very uncomfortable. The more uncomfortable it was, the more Lu Yin wanted to find the strange bird. No matter what he did, he could not give the initiative to others. At a distance of an unknown distance, he stood tall and flickered with a faint light. This light was extremely small at a distance of an inch, but to some creatures, it was the sky. Luochan was one of them. No matter how far it teleported, it would find this light. Master Qingxian is summoning you. He swayed and said softly, I felt it 100 years ago, but I don't want to go in that direction. Master, when you accompanied Lu Yin to the Seven Treasures Heaven's Toad Tribe's territory, you must have left behind a bug nest along the way and bred Qingxian. Are you worried that the location is too close to the human civilization? I don't want to be entangled with the human civilization anymore. The human civilization is more troublesome than we thought. Have you forgotten the information you saw at the crack in the sky? Luo Chan understood. Yes, master. Several years passed. On this day Luo Chan came again. Master, your power has appeared. He swayed and was puzzled. What? I accidentally teleported close to the human civilization and sensed your power. It was not Xian. That Xian has been summoning you, but your power appeared at the same location, Luo Chan said. The divine master was silent. After a while he said, Are you sure it's my power? I'm sure. Master's power is like eternal light. I can't be wrong, Luo Chan said. Then it was puzzled. But why did your power appear at that location? He turned and seemed to be looking into the distance. It muttered to itself, My power? Could it be that Xian can awaken my power? Luo Chan was overjoyed. Congratulations, master. If that's the case, it must be the powerful Xian. The divine master hesitated. He did not know if this was the case. Logically speaking, Xian should not have awakened its power unless its talent was too unique. Thinking of this, he looked at Luo Chan. Luo Chan was a representative of unique talents. All the bug masters under its command had strange talents. There were too many strange talents in the square distance. There might be talents that could allow Xian to awaken its power directly. If that was the case, Xian's future might not be inferior to Luo Chan's. The more he thought about it, the more he was tempted. The civilization that gave birth to Xian must be very unique. Although it might not be strong if it cooperated with the bug nest civilization to continue giving birth to Xian, it was not impossible for it to break away from the immortal plume civilization. This was the reason why it kept looking for new civilizations and spreading bug nests. But that location made it afraid. Master? Luo Chan shouted. The divine master said, You want to go? Luo Chan was actually a clone of the divine master. He could almost sense Luo Chan's thoughts, but Luo Chan was different from other clones. It was born from the immortal plume civilization and had the absolute means of the immortal plume civilization. To a certain extent, it restrained the divine master's control over Luo Chan. That was why Luo Chan kept calling it master. It was both a clone and not a clone. To be honest, master, I'm not satisfied. You want to take revenge on the humans? I don't know why, but I hate the human civilization. He swayed. It seems to be related to the source of your talent, but I won't cause trouble for the human civilization anymore. The more you hate it, the more I hope that the human civilization will become stronger. Do you understand? Luo Chan said in a low voice, I understand. The divine master had always wanted to break away from the immortal plume civilization, but the civilization was too powerful. Luo Chan's talent originated from the immortal plume civilization. If Luo Chan hated the human civilization, it meant that the human civilization had a grudge with the immortal plume civilization. The stronger the human civilization was, the more it could share the pressure of the immortal plume civilization. The reason it said this to Luo Chan was that Luo Chan would not betray it. It was true that Luo Chan was placed by the immortal plume civilization, but most of Luo Chan's power came from it. Luo Chan's existence allowed the immortal plume civilization to control it, but that was all. Let's go and take a look. Perhaps it's my chance, the divine master said. Then he disappeared. Luo Chan teleported with it and headed in a certain direction. Several years later, Patriarch Lu Yuan suddenly woke up. The power of the same origin is close. Little 18 quivered and hurriedly looked at the starry sky. Where? Patriarch Lu Yuan stared in a certain direction. Little 7, come quickly. Lu Yin frequently traveled between this universe and the human civilization. After all, the divine master could teleport as well. If he was not careful, the divine master might arrive when he was in the human civilization. That would be troublesome. Patriarch Lu Yuan would be the first to suffer. However, no matter how frequent it was, he could not travel more than 10 times a day. Fortunately, other than Patriarch Lu Yuan, there was another person who could sense the divine master's power, Yen Ruyu. Patriarch Lu Yuan was in another universe attracting the divine master's attention, while Yen Ruyu was in the human civilization. Not long after, Yen Ruyu sensed that the divine master's power was getting closer and closer. Lu Yin immediately brought Jiang Feng and Mr. Mu to the universe where Patriarch Lu Yuan was. He had waited for so long for this moment. Of course, he had to be on guard against that strange bird. Behind the divine master was the immortal plume civilization. He could not rule out the possibility that the divine master's arrival had been instructed by Yu Lu to lure him away. Therefore, when Lu Yin was preparing to ambush the divine master, Azure Lotus Lord caused the karma celestial phenomenon to boil. He was also prepared to take action at any time. Azure Lotus Lord had even arrived at the Xuanhuan universe. Patriarch Shan had settled his own karma. It was time to settle the Divine Master's karma as well. Chapter 4262. More than 10 years later, outside the universe where Patriarch Lu Yuan was, the Immortal Master and Luo Chan appeared instantly. At the same time, a snow-white bird appeared. This was the xianxia, the most powerful xianxia that the insect nest civilization had nurtured over the years. It was close to the level of the former 4 insect masters. The snow-white bird leaped down and headed towards the universe. It wanted to scout the way. After being tricked by Lu Yin once, the Immortal Master had to be more cautious. Luo Chan was attached to him, ready to disappear at any time. As long as Luo Chan could make it leave instantly, there was nothing to be afraid of. Lu Yin did not expect the Immortal Master to take so long to arrive. The journey would definitely not take that long. He was probably deliberately stalling for time to guard against Lu Yin. Just like those technological civilizations, everyone wanted to waste time. Everything started from nothing. The sky turned dark and everything ceased to exist. It was so sudden. "Go!" the Immortal Master shouted. Without moving, the xianxia swayed and instantly broke the rules. Luo Chan disappeared. In front of him, Lu Yin's lips curled up as he smiled at him. He held the trembling Luo Chan in his hand. The starry sky was silent. Only the Immortal Master and Lu Yin stood facing each other. "Long time no see, Immortal Master," Lu Yin said with a smile and carefree. The xianxia shook and shone even brighter. The Immortal Master said, "Teleportation." Lu Yin smiled. "Show me." The Immortal Master would never have dreamed that Lu Yin could teleport. That was teleportation, the absolute technique of the Immortal Plume civilization. It was precisely because of teleportation that the Immortal Plume civilization could be so unrestrained and fearless. How did Lu Yin know it? Why did he know it? Other than the Immortal Plume civilization, there should not be any creatures that could teleport, especially humans. The Immortal Master knew how aggrieved humans were when they faced Luo Chan's teleportation. With teleportation, the insect nest civilization could be invincible. But now this human could do it. In an instant, past experiences flashed past, especially when Luo Chan was captured. Combined with the fact that Lu Yin could teleport, the Immortal Master understood. "You knew teleportation before going to the 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad Tribe's territory. That's why you dared to ask me to accompany you. You were not afraid that I would attack you. Even if I did not care about Luo Chan's life, you were not afraid." Lu Yin nodded. "That's right. I knew it then. That's why you suddenly changed your mind and were willing to let Luo Chan go. It's because you've already obtained this talent." The Immortal Master's voice had never been so low. Even when Luo Chan had been captured, he hadn't been like this. Lu Yin sighed. "There's nothing we can do about it. We've suffered too much due to our innate gift of teleportation. Perhaps you don't understand our human civilization, but our civilization is very strange. The more we fall, the more we have to climb back up." The Immortal Master's tone was heavy. "Where's my power? This is your trap again, but I can't figure out how you did it. How did you get the teleportation talent and how did you get my power?" Lu Yin locked Luo Chan in Mount Supreme and clasped his hands behind his back. "Even now, I still don't plan on telling you. Why did you lure me here? My grudge with your human civilization has already been settled. I don't believe that you will pay the price of karma to attack me for a grudge that has already been settled," said the Immortal Master. As he spoke, little 18 Jianghu and Mr. Mu appeared. There was no need to hide. The Immortal Master was very powerful and he couldn't hide it. It was an existence that could fight against the Blue Lotus Emperor. The Immortal Master looked around. There was a 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad and 2 unfamiliar humans in the Eternal Realm. Another unfamiliar Eternal Realm. How many Eternal Realm experts did the human civilization have now? Also, why did the 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad help them? He always felt that many things had happened while he was away from the human civilization. Lu Yin clenched his fist and shook his arm. "I have something to talk to you about, but it's useless to just talk about it. Immortal Master, I've always been curious about what your true form is." After speaking, he instantly appeared in front of the Immortal Master and punched him. This punch released all of his strength. It was the strength that could withstand the 35 abyss realms of the Wonder Gate. At the same time, little 18 Jianghu and Mr. Mu all attacked. The reason why so many experts surrounded him was to take him down in the shortest time possible. The fewer times they attacked, the fewer karma restraints Jiang Feng and Mr. Mu would have. Qinghe swayed, boiling with life energy. 9 revolutions Xuanhuan. Qinghe expanded, and the faint green light took Lu Yin's punch without breaking. At the same time, little 18 steel fork, Jiang Feng's sword, and Mr. Mu's palm were all blocked. Lu Yin didn't expect the immortal master to use the 9 revolutions Xuanhuan right off the bat. This was the immortal master's ultimate battle technique. Back then, the humanoid immortal Qingxian had only cultivated to the 3rd revolution's Xuanhuan, forcing him to use the one of wishes. Thunder rumbled as Jiang Feng's sword vibrated and slashed horizontally. In a breath, the universe was cut open. Little 18 roared, and life energy poured into the steel fork as it stabbed out fiercely. Mr. Mu retreated instead of advancing. In front of him, the phantom of a cauldron appeared, and the 9-yang cauldron was pushed horizontally. Lu Yin took out the Golian and slashed. With a bang, the green light shattered, and the 9 revolutions Xuanhuan was broken. Qinghe spun like a green wheat ear, releasing a stream of air that blasted towards the 4 people. Little 18 was the first to be hit by the stream of air. He was stunned at first, then he spat out blood and flew backward. Then Jiang Feng and Mr. Mu were also hit by the stream of air. They kept retreating, the corners of their mouths stained with blood. Lu Yin teleported to avoid the stream of air, but the moment he got close to Qinghe, the stream of air wrapped around him and rushed into his body. Was this life energy? Single aura technique, the immortal master growled, releasing even more air. Lu Yin retreated step by step. What a majestic life energy. He finally understood why Mr. Mu and the others had been hit. It wasn't that the stream of air couldn't be avoided, but rather that it was a type of life energy. One's instincts could not sense any danger from it, but it had come from the immortal master's attack. Even if one's instincts had been delayed for a moment, they would still have been hit. Life energy entering one's body was like entering a living universe, and it could easily cause one to explode. Seeing Qinghe continue to release life energy, Lu Yin raised the Golian. Release life energy. The surging life energy surged towards Qinghe, and the immortal master retreated at the same time. He was astonished. What was this? Qinghe wanted to use life energy to kill others, but Lu Yin also wanted to use life energy to kill Qinghe. The immortal master stared at the Golian in Lu Yin's hand. Was that eternal life? At that moment, the sword slashed in front of the immortal master. The immortal master was a beat too slow, and a corner of Qinghe was torn apart by the sword. It had come from Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng did not know how to teleport, but his attack was no weaker than a teleport. It came from that indescribable breath, from the beginning of nothing. At that moment, Mr. Mu pressed down with both hands. 9 Suns Cauldron Transformation. The immortal master's Qinghe trembled once again. 9 Revolutions Universe Essence instantly magnified countless times and propped up the 9 Suns Cauldron Transformation. At the same time, Qinghe's branches and leaves spread out and pressed towards Lu Yin and Jiang Feng. Little 18's attack had almost no effect on it, and it did not even care. Lu Yin released his power of will and merged it with the universe's will behind him. He struck out with a palm at Qinghe. Thunder rumbled in front of Jiang Feng's eyes. With the help of life energy and eternal matter, it forcefully withstood the pressure of the branches and leaves and retreated step by step. The sword in its hand drooped down and it closed its eyes. Its breathing became even softer. Lu Yin, you underestimate me too much. You can't win against me at all. You want me to take Luo Chan away? It's meaningless for you to capture it. You don't even know what's behind it. The immortal master's voice rang out. He did not want to fight either. In a short period of time, only the Azure Lotus Emperor of the human civilization could fight against him. Now he was being besieged by others. These people were not simple, and even the 9 Revolutions Universe Essence could not suppress them. It felt like he was facing the migrating Silver Sky Army. Lu Yin suddenly released the heavenly path of karma, and strands of karma descended and rushed towards the immortal master. The immortal master easily dodged. Your karma is useless against me. Suddenly the pressure came. The heavenly eye suppressed all living things. The immortal master was caught off guard and was pressed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mr. Mu raised his hand again and pressed down with the cauldron. This was not the 9-yang cauldron transformation, but the weapon-suppressing turbid treasure. At this moment he displayed his own law at the same time, suppression suppressing all things in the world. The immortal master was shocked. What kind of power was this? He wanted to dodge, but Lu Yin waved the Golian horizontal slash, and the surging vitality descended like a torrential river. There was blood at the corner of little 18's mouth. Star-toed star-picking hand. Jiang Feng suddenly opened his eyes and breathed in and out. He took a step forward and pointed his sword at the starry sky. It was only a point, but it seemed to strike the entire universe and bend in one direction. This move made Luin look askance. He originally thought that Uncle Jiang was only an ordinary eternal life realm expert, but now it seemed that it was not that simple. And no matter how he looked at it, the law of everything beginning from nothing did not only have the characteristic of making people unable to escape. Boom. The weapon-suppressing turbid treasure descended and pressed down on Qin He, causing it to bend and crack. Mr. Mu pressed down with both hands with a solemn expression. With his law and the weapon-suppressing turbid treasure, Qin He had been suppressed to the point where it was difficult to resist. The immortal master was very strong, but it was not that easy to break through. At this moment, karma pierced through Qin He. Lu Yin stared at the karma as the divine seal catalog appeared behind him, and countless sword intents slashed out. The triple firmament sword intent. Hidden sword. Humans, you're courting death. The immortal master roared. His originally light and gentle voice became as irritable as the thunder in the sky. The countless swords of the three heavens suddenly stopped, as if they were being held back by an invisible force. At the same time, little 18 Jiang Feng, and even Mr. Mu were sent flying by this invisible force. Lu Yin teleported away and the void cracked open. He looked back and saw a phantom. Was that Qin He? It was exactly the same Qin He. He teleported again, and Qin He phantoms appeared everywhere in the universe. They tore through the void and struck the world. This was an invisible world that came from the immortal master. There was a loud bang and the weapon-suppressing turbid treasure was sent flying. Qin He expanded and green light decorated the starry sky like a blooming flower. Lu Yin and the others were buried by the flowers. Jianghu realm. Lu Yin teleported again and again, bringing Mr. Mu and the others far away. However, there were always Qin He phantoms around them, covering the entire area. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and directly teleported back to the human civilization. No matter how vast this invisible world was, could it cover the karma great celestial phenomenon? Now it was time for the others to make a move. After the immortal master released the Jianghu realm, he left without hesitation. Without Luo Chan he could no longer teleport. However, in the next moment, two pitchforks and a spear stabbed over from afar, tearing through the void. The power of the three combined directly tore through the Jianghu realm and headed towards the immortal master. The immortal master turned around and Qin He's branches and leaves fell. 9 revolutions xuanhuan. A branch and leaf enveloped the starry sky, and it was as if a new world had descended as it viciously slammed into the distance. Chapter 4263. The branches and leaves were torn apart. The immortal master had underestimated the 3 weapons. The 2 pitchforks came from Old Fourth and Old Fifth. They were both eternal life forms of the 7 treasures heavenly toad, and their strength was about the same as Mr. Mu's. As for the spear, it came from Startling Cloud, which came from the Startling Gate. Yun Zhao had also once fought against Lan Meng. Even the immortal master would not be able to easily break through the combined attack of the 3 forces. The immortal master was shocked. Lu Yin brought Jiang Feng, Mr. Mu and little 18 back. He then brought Oil, for Ol 5, and Startle Gate Xianyu. That strange bird did not join forces with the immortal master. Otherwise it would have attacked long ago. Tearing apart the branches and leaves, the 2 pitchforks were the first to stab at the immortal master, but they were repelled by the immortal master's flickering green light. Yun Zhao's stab streaked across the Jianghu tree, tearing it apart. Lu Yin suddenly appeared. His body was withered, and he charged towards the immortal master with the Golian in his hand. The green radiance that greeted him continuously restored him. His withered body was restored again and again. The Golian slashed down and a surge of vitality rushed towards him. The immortal master released the wuxia art, and the vitality was even more vigorous than before. It came from the Jianghu realm and from the many Jianghu phantoms. The vitality collided with the life force, and Lu Yin was forced back several steps. He could not hold on any longer, as this vitality was far inferior to the immortal master's life force. From this point alone, it could be seen that the eternal life form with the vitality was far inferior to the immortal master's. However, there was one thing that Lu Yin had not expected. The immortal master did not conform to the laws of the 2 universes. Logically speaking, an existence that could fight against the Blue Lotus Emperor and cause the Blue Lotus Emperor to be apprehensive should fit the 2 laws. Old Ancestor Shan's evaluation of the immortal master's strength was not low. The immortal master should have the strength to face the 7 treasures heavenly toad head-on, and it could be seen that he wasn't weak from the way he attacked just now. However, why didn't he conform to the 2 laws? The difference between 2 laws and 1 law could be felt in this kind of battle. The suppression of the life force made it difficult for Lu Yin to breathe. His body was filled with life force, and his withered body was constantly recovering. Finally, he had accumulated a certain amount of power and he suddenly released it. Accompanied by the power of will, he struck out with his palm, shattering the Xianxia realm inch by inch as he continued to close in on the immortal master. The immortal master was astonished. How could this scoundrel have such strength? Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. After he finished speaking, in the starry sky of the universe, numerous illusory figures of Xianxia grew. The chi of life fused with the Xianxia illusory figures nearby, causing them to gradually wither. This was reverse growth. Logically speaking, the chi of life should make the Xianxia illusory more luxuriant. However, it caused the Xianxia illusory figures to wither. It was just like how the immortal master used the chi of life to kill his enemies. This wasn't the first time Lu Yin had encountered such a strange and contradictory method, and he knew that this method was even more difficult to deal with. Teleportation. His body disappeared and reappeared right in front of the immortal master. He struck out with his palm. No matter what kind of power you used, as long as you couldn't release it in time, no matter how strong it would be useless. Suddenly, Lu Yin felt his heart palpitate. He stared in front of him and he did not know if it was just his imagination, but he saw Xianxia smile. Green light shot out from Xianxia's phantom images and transformed into a curtain that covered the surroundings, isolating them from the rest of the universe. He had been tricked. The immortal master had a method to prevent Lu Yin from teleporting, which was similar to Uncle Zhang's beginning from nothing. Lu Yin shifted his palm and broke through the void, instantly disappearing. The immortal master did not move from his original position. He had never truly thought of trapping Lu Yin and had only used this method to divert Lu Yin's attack. If Lu Yin had attacked with that palm, he would have had to endure the immortal master's attack, and he did not know if he could withstand it. It had not been easy for Lu Yin to accumulate the strength that he had used to reach an extreme, but now, all his efforts had been for naught. Not only had he failed to injure the immortal master, but he had even given the immortal master enough time to attack. The Xianxia illusory figures completely withered and then blossomed. An indescribable power surged towards the immortal master and continuously fused into his body. The immortal master's aura skyrocketed, and it was different from before. At this moment, the immortal master gave off a feeling that he was hovering between life and death. Lu Yin instantly disappeared, and the immortal master's Xianxia swayed. An invisible power caused the void to melt until it disappeared. Upon seeing Lu Yin escape, the Xianxia once again charged in a different direction. It did not want to continue fighting even if it had used this much power. The power of life and death? No wonder this Xianxia is your original body. The Azure Lotus defense appeared and endless karma spread out. Thousand Faces Karma, Heavenly Finger Wheel. Karma transformed into numerous arms that unleashed a shocking finger attack. The immortal master simultaneously unleashed his own power, not showing any fear in the face of the Heavenly Finger Wheel. Boom. The universe distorted and shattered. The entire void shuttled through like a stream of water. Lu Yin stood in the distance and watched. The immortal master blocked the Azure Lotus defense's Heavenly Finger Wheel head-on. This was an attack that had severely injured Lan Meng and shattered the hanging coffin. As he watched the Xianxia sway and attack again, Lu Yin exhaled. Perhaps the immortal master had never imagined that he would one day be besieged by so many eternal realms. With Luo Chan around, it had always been the one besieging others, but now it was the other way around. The phantom of the Xianxia spread out, constantly releasing the power of life and death towards the immortal master. Facing the Azure Lotus defense, the immortal master took the initiative to attack. The Azure Lotus defense descended, and the second attack, the Heavenly Finger Wheel, caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. For the starry sky, even for Lu Yin, the power of the collision at this moment felt like the sky was collapsing and the earth was cracking. The surface of his body withered, and he instantly appeared behind the immortal master. At this moment, the immortal master's body was shrouded in a layer of invisible power, which was the same power as the Xianxias used to attack the Heavenly Finger Wheel. Seeing Lu Yin appear, the immortal master did not care. He was confident that Lu Yin could not break through the protection of this power. The immortal master lived in accordance with the laws of the universe and could grow on its own. The Xianxia swayed and could also cultivate insect nests, giving birth to strange xianxia, and drive a civilization with its own power. This was the strength of the immortal master. However, this was not all. When one was in accordance with the laws of life in the universe, one could see the laws of death. The alternation of life and death was released in the Xianhu realm. This was the immortal master's application of the laws of the universe. With the Xianxia as the carrier, the alternating power of life and death was equivalent to the strength of the two laws of the universe. This was the immortal master's true strength. At this moment, Lu Yin could not shake the immortal master at all. Lu Yin did not expect that although the immortal master had not comprehended the two laws of the universe, he could use one law, himself as the carrier, and the invisible world as the source to forcefully strike out the strength of the two laws. Fortunately, from the beginning, the immortal master that Lu Yin knew was in accordance with the two laws. He had also always treated the immortal master as the boss of the seven treasures heavenly toad and had never underestimated him. In this siege, if there was even the slightest mistake, the immortal master would have escaped. Even without Luo Chan, the immortal master was so far away that it was difficult for Lu Yin to know which direction he ran in. It was impossible for great ancestor Lu Yuan to detect the immortal master, who had concealed his power, and Yen Ryu could not detect him either. The immortal master was very strong, but as long as he could see clearly, it would be over. They had besieged the immortal master time and time again in order to see clearly. Now they could do it. Boom. There was another loud bang as the third heavenly finger wheel collided with the immortal master's power of life and death. The immortal master and the Azure Lotus Defender retreated at the same time. Compared to the Azure Lotus Defender, the immortal master retreated a few more steps in the direction of Lu Yin. Xianxia shook and the power of life and death swept through the surroundings. Whether Lu Yin was around or not, it had no effect on him. If Lu Yin dared to resist, he would definitely die. This was the immortal master's understanding. However, when he saw a huge toad appear, horror filled his entire body. Boss grinned. The void was heavy and gravity was limitless. Xianxia was completely crushed. Boss flipped over and slashed down with his claws. At the same time, the Azure Lotus Defender unleashed the fourth heavenly finger wheel. The immortal master cried out miserably. He had thought that the Azure Lotus Defender's attack was the limit of this siege. He had not expected that the boss of the seven treasures heavenly toad would come. He had seen this aura before. It was the star toad under the lake in the Rainbow Land. It was the star toad that had forced Lu Yin to fight the shameless toad. It was an existence that made him wary. Had the seven treasures heavenly toad tribe submitted to the human civilization? Therefore, the toad called Little 18 had also attacked from the beginning. No matter how he thought about it, he could not figure it out. No matter how strong the toad was, it was completely suppressed by the joint attack of Boss and the Azure Lotus Defender. Xianxia kept cracking and the Xianxia realm directly collapsed. The branches and leaves kept falling off, and the power of life and death was crushed into pieces. It was completely unable to resist. Lu Yin instantly disappeared and reappeared. Mr. Mu was brought over. He raised his hand, and the treasure suppression turbid cauldron fell from the sky. It was in accordance with the law of the universe, suppression. When the starry sky calmed down, Lu Yin saw the crushed Xianxia under the cauldron. On both sides, the seven treasures heavenly toad's boss and the Azure Lotus Defender stood tall. In the distance, Old 4, Old 5 and the startled defender watched. Lu Yin stood in front of Xianxia with a calm gaze. Was he happy? He had suppressed the immortal master. He was not too happy. Unless one was a powerhouse like Patriarch Shan or had an escape method like teleportation, anyone would have to suffer in the face of this siege. However, this siege made Lu Yin see the shortcomings of the human civilization. Although the human civilization now had many eternal realm cultivators, in reality, once they encountered an absolute powerhouse, they still had to rely on the Azure Lotus Defender. Boss could not be counted on. He could help the human civilization once, twice or even thrice, but he could not help too many times. After all, he was also concerned about the constraints of karma. The human civilization still needed powerhouses with a strong foundation. After all, Mr. Mu had just broken through, and Uncle Jiang still had the hidden danger of bitter adversity. The startled defender had used Mijin Xiangyu to cultivate his spirit, but his strength had only increased to the same level as the Blood Tower defender. They were all slightly weaker. Not to mention Master Quding, Master Qing Chao, and the Heaven Bearer Immortal. Send them back, Mr. Mu said. The human civilization still had to guard against the strange bird's sneak attack. Lu Yin immediately teleported and sent everyone back. In the end, only he, Mr. Mu and Boss stayed behind. Under the cauldron, Qinghe's body was much smaller than before the battle. Its surface was covered in cracks and the green glow flickered. It was obvious that it had suffered heavy injuries. Lu Yin did not expect Qinghe to be the Divine Master's main body. The Divine Master had always appeared in his original form, but they did not know. "Let's talk again now, Divine Master," Lu Yin said calmly as he looked at Qinghe. Green light gathered on the surface of Qinghe's body, and it stared at Lu Yin like an eye. They looked at each other, and the Divine Master said weakly, "I didn't expect the 7 treasures heavenly toad to be used by the human civilization. If it weren't for the 7 treasures heavenly toad, you wouldn't have been able to catch me." Lu Yin nodded. "That's right. If it weren't for boss, we wouldn't have been willing to pay the price to get rid of you. However, if it weren't for boss, I wouldn't have planned to deal with you. The moment I decided to attack you, the outcome was already decided." The Divine Master said bitterly, "I should have killed you a long time ago." Lu Yin smiled. "It's useless to say this now. Being able to capture you has confirmed part of my guess. It seems that you weren't the one who lured those strange birds to the human civilization." Chapter 4264. More than 10 years later, outside the universe where Patriarch Lu Yuan was, the Immortal Master and Luo Chan appeared instantly. At the same time, a snow-white bird appeared. This was the xianxia, the most powerful xianxia that the insect nest civilization had nurtured over the years. It was close to the level of the former 4 insect masters. The snow-white bird leaped down and headed towards the universe. It wanted to scout the way. After being tricked by Lu Yin once, the Immortal Master had to be more cautious. Luo Chan was attached to him, ready to disappear at any time. As long as Luo Chan could make it leave instantly, there was nothing to be afraid of. Lu Yin did not expect the Immortal Master to take so long to arrive. The journey would definitely not take that long. He was probably deliberately stalling for time to guard against Lu Yin. Just like those technological civilizations, everyone wanted to waste time. Everything started from nothing. The sky turned dark and everything ceased to exist. It was so sudden. "Go!" the Immortal Master shouted. Without moving, the Qinghe swayed and instantly broke the rules. Luo Chan disappeared. In front of him, Lu Yin's lips curled up as he smiled at him. He held the trembling Luo Chan in his hand. The starry sky was silent. Only the Immortal Master and Lu Yin stood facing each other. "Long time no see, Immortal Master," Lu Yin said with a smile and carefree. The Qinghe shook and shone even brighter. The Immortal Master said, "Teleportation." Lu Yin smiled. "Show me." The Immortal Master would never have dreamed that Lu Yin could teleport. That was teleportation, the absolute technique of the Immortal Plume civilization. It was precisely because of teleportation that the Immortal Plume civilization could be so unrestrained and fearless. How did Lu Yin know it? Why did he know it? Other than the Immortal Plume civilization, there should not be any creatures that could teleport, especially humans. The Immortal Master knew how aggrieved humans were when they faced Luo Chan's teleportation. With teleportation, the insect nest civilization could be invincible. But now this human could do it. In an instant, past experiences flashed past, especially when Luo Chan was captured. Combined with the fact that Lu Yin could teleport, the Immortal Master understood. "You knew teleportation before going to the 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad Tribe's territory. That's why you dared to ask me to accompany you. You were not afraid that I would attack you. Even if I did not care about Luo Chan's life, you were not afraid." Lu Yin nodded. "That's right. I knew it then. That's why you suddenly changed your mind and were willing to let Luo Chan go. It's because you've already obtained this talent." The Immortal Master's voice had never been so low. Even when Luo Chan had been captured, he hadn't been like this. Lu Yin sighed. "There's nothing we can do about it. We've suffered too much due to our innate gift of teleportation. Perhaps you don't understand our human civilization, but our civilization is very strange. The more we fall, the more we have to climb back up." The Immortal Master's tone was heavy. "Where's my power? This is your trap again, but I can't figure out how you did it. How did you get the teleportation talent, and how did you get my power?" Lu Yin locked Luo Chan in Mount Supreme with his hands behind his back. "Even now, I still don't plan on telling you. Why did you lure me here? My grudge with your human civilization has already been settled. I don't believe that you will pay the price of karma to attack me for a grudge that has already been settled," said Immortal Master. As he spoke, little 18 Jiang Feng and Mr. Mu appeared. There was no need to hide. The Immortal Master was very powerful and he couldn't hide it. It was an existence that could fight against the Blue Lotus Emperor. The immortal master looked around. There was a 7 treasures heavenly toad and 2 unfamiliar humans in the Eternal Realm. Another unfamiliar Eternal Realm. How many Eternal Realm experts did the human civilization have now? Also, why did the 7 treasures heavenly toad help them? He felt that a lot of things had happened while he was away from the human civilization. Lu Yin clenched his fist and shook his arm. I have something to talk to you about, but it's useless to just talk about it. Immortal Master, I've always been curious about what your true form is. After speaking, he instantly appeared in front of the Immortal Master and punched him. This punch released all of his power. It was the power that could withstand the 35 abyss realms of the Wonder Gate. At the same time, little 18 Jianghu and Mr. Mu all attacked. The reason why so many experts surrounded him was to take him down in the shortest time possible. The fewer times they attacked, the fewer karma restraints Jianghu and Mr. Mu would have. Xianxia swayed, boiling with life energy. 9 revolutions Xuanhuan. Xianxia expanded, and the faint green light took Lu Yin's punch without breaking. At the same time, little 18 steel fork, Jiangfeng's sword, and Mr. Mu's palm were all blocked. Lu Yin didn't expect the Immortal Master to use the 9 revolutions Xuanhuan right off the bat. This was the Immortal Master's ultimate battle technique. Back then, the humanoid immortal Xianxia had only cultivated to the 3rd revolution's Xuanhuan, forcing him to use the one of wishes. Thunder rumbled as Jiang Feng's sword vibrated and slashed horizontally. In a breath, the universe was cut open. Little 18 roared, and life energy poured into the steel fork as it stabbed out fiercely. Mr. Mu retreated instead of advancing. In front of him, the phantom of a cauldron appeared, and the 9-yang cauldron was pushed horizontally. Lu Yin took out the Golian and slashed. With a bang, the green light shattered, and the 9 revolutions Xuanhuan was broken. Xianxia spun like a green wheat ear, releasing a stream of air that blasted towards the 4 people. Little 18 was the first to be hit by the stream of air. He was stunned at first, then he spat out blood and flew backward. Then Jiangfeng and Mr. Mu were also hit by the stream of air. They kept retreating, and the corners of their mouths were stained with blood. Lu Yin teleported to avoid the stream of air, but the moment he got close to Xianxia, the stream of air wrapped around him and rushed into his body. Was this life energy? Single aura technique, the Immortal Master growled, releasing even more air. Lu Yin retreated step by step. What a boundless life energy. He finally understood why Mr. Mu and the others had been hit. It wasn't that this stream of air couldn't be avoided, but rather that it was a type of life energy. One's instincts couldn't sense any danger from it, but it had come from the Immortal Master's attack. Even if one's instincts had been delayed for a split second, they would still have been hit. When the life energy entered one's body, it was just like when the universe was alive, and it could easily cause one's body to explode. When he saw Xianxia continue to release life energy, Lu Yin raised the Golian and slashed. Life energy surged towards Xianxia, and the Immortal Master retreated at the same time. He was astonished. What was this? If Xianxia wanted to use life energy to kill others, then Lu Yin would use life energy to kill Xianxia as well. The Immortal Master stared at the Golian in Lu Yin's hand. Was that eternal life? At that moment, Lu Yin's sword slashed in front of him. The Immortal Master was a beat too slow, and a corner of Xianxia was torn apart by the sword's edge. It had come from Jiangfeng. Jiangfeng didn't know how to teleport, but his attack wasn't any weaker than that. It came from that indescribable breath and the beginning of everything. At that moment, Mr. Mu pressed down with both hands. 9-yang cauldron transformation. The Immortal Master's Xianxia shook once again. 9 revolutions universe elements instantly magnified countless times and propped up the 9-yang cauldron transformation. At the same time, Xianxia's branches and leaves extended towards Lu Yin and Jiangfeng. Little 18's attack had almost no effect on it, and it didn't even care. Lu Yin released his power of will and merged it with the universe's will behind him as he struck Xianxia with a palm. Thunder rumbled in front of Jiangfeng's eyes. With the help of life energy and eternal matter, it forcefully withstood the pressure of the branches and leaves and retreated step by step. The sword in its hand drooped down and it closed its eyes. Its breathing became even softer. Lu Yin, you underestimate me too much. You can't beat me at all. You want me to take Luochan away? It's meaningless for you to capture it. You don't even know what's behind it. The Immortal Master's voice rang out. It didn't want to fight either. In a short period of time, only Qinglian Yu of the human civilization could fight against it. Now it was surrounded by others. These people weren't simple, and even the 9 revolutions universe elements couldn't suppress them. It felt like he was facing the migrating silver heavenly army. Lu Yin suddenly released his heavenly Tao of karma, and strands of karma descended towards the immortal master. The immortal master easily dodged them. Your karma is useless against me. Suddenly the pressure came. The heavenly eye suppressed all living things. The immortal master was caught off guard and was pressed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mr. Mu raised his hand again, and the cauldron pressed down. This wasn't the 9-yang cauldron transformation, but the weapon-suppressing turbid treasure. At this moment he displayed his own law at the same time, suppressing everything in the world. The immortal master was shocked. What kind of power was this? He wanted to dodge, but Lu Yin waved the Go Lian horizontal slash, and the surging vitality descended like a torrential river. There was blood at the corner of little 18's mouth. Star Toad star-picking hand. Jiang Feng suddenly opened his eyes. He breathed in, and took a step forward. His sword pointed at the starry sky. It was only a point, but it seemed to have struck the entire universe and bent it in one direction. This move made Lu Yin look askance. He thought that Uncle Jiang was only an ordinary Eternal Realm expert, but now it seemed that it wasn't that simple. And no matter how he looked at it, the law of everything beginning with nothing didn't only have this characteristic of making people unable to escape. Boom. The weapon-suppressing turbid treasure descended and pressed down on Qinghe, causing it to bend and crack. Mr. Mu pressed down with both hands with a solemn expression. With his law and the weapon-suppressing turbid treasure, Qinghe had been suppressed to the point that it was difficult to resist. The immortal master was very strong, but it wasn't that easy to break through. At this moment, strands of karma pierced through Qinghe. Lu Yin stared at them as the divine seal catalog appeared behind him, and countless sword intents slashed out. 3 blue sword intents, hidden sword. Humans, you're courting death. The immortal master bellowed. His originally light and gentle voice became as irritable as the thunder in the sky. The countless 3 firmament sword wills suddenly stopped, as if they were being held back by an invisible force. At the same time, little 18 Jiang Feng, and even Mr. Mu were sent flying by this invisible force. Lu Yin teleported away and the void cracked open. He looked back and saw a phantom. Was that Qinghe? It was exactly the same Qinghe. He teleported again, and Qinghe phantoms appeared everywhere in the universe. They tore through the void and struck the world. This was an invisible world that came from the immortal master. There was a loud bang and the weapon-suppressing turbid treasure was sent flying. Qinghe swelled up and green light decorated the starry sky like a blooming flower. Lu Yin and the others were buried by the flowers. Jianghu realm. Lu Yin teleported again and again, bringing Mr. Mu and the others far away. However, there were always Qinghe phantoms around them, covering the entire area. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and directly teleported back to the human civilization. No matter how vast this invisible world was, could it cover the karmic great astronomical phenomenon? Now it was time for the others to make a move. After the immortal master released the Jianghu realm, he left without hesitation. Without Luo Chan he could no longer teleport. But in the next moment, 2 pitchforks and a spear stabbed over from afar, tearing through the void. The power of the 3 combined directly tore through the Jianghu realm and headed towards the immortal master. The immortal master turned around and Qinghe's branches and leaves pressed down. 9 revolutions xuanhuan. A branch and leaf enveloped the starry sky, and it was as if a new world had descended as it fiercely slammed into the distance. Chapter 4265. The branches and leaves were torn apart. The immortal master had underestimated the 3 weapons. The 2 pitchforks came from Old Fourth and Old Fifth. They were both eternal life forms of the 7 treasures heavenly toad, and their strength was about the same as Mr. Mu's. As for the spear, it came from Startling Cloud, which came from the Startling Gate. Yun Zhao had also once fought against Lan Meng. Even the immortal master would not be able to easily break through the combined attack of the 3 forces. The immortal master was shocked. Lu Yin brought Jiang Feng, Mr. Mu and little 18 back. He then brought Oil, 4 Ol 5, and Jingmen Xiangyu back. That strange bird did not join forces with the immortal master. Otherwise it would have attacked long ago. Tearing apart the branches and leaves, the 2 pitchforks were the first to stab at the immortal master, but they were repelled by the immortal master's flickering green light. Yun Zhao's stab streaked across the Qinghe tree, tearing it apart. Lu Yin suddenly appeared. His body was withered, and he charged towards the immortal master with the Golian in his hand. Green light continuously healed him, and his withered body was restored again and again. The Golian slashed down and a surge of vitality rushed towards him. The immortal master released the wuxia art, and the vitality was even more vigorous than before. It came from the Xianxia realm and from the many Xianxia phantoms. The vitality collided with the life force, and Luyin was forced back several steps. He could not hold on any longer, as this vitality was far inferior to the immortal master's life force. From this point alone, it could be seen that the eternal life form with the vitality was far inferior to the immortal master's. However, there was one thing that Luyin had not expected. The immortal master did not conform to the laws of the two universes. Logically speaking, an existence that could fight against the Blue Lotus Emperor and cause the Blue Lotus Emperor to be apprehensive should fit the two laws. Old Ancestor Shan's evaluation of the immortal master's strength was not low. The immortal master should have the strength to face the seven treasures heavenly toad head-on, and it could be seen that he wasn't weak from the way he attacked just now. However, why didn't he conform to the two laws? The difference between two laws and one law could be felt in this kind of battle. The suppression of the life force made it difficult for Luyin to breathe. His body was filled with life force, and his withered body was constantly recovering. Finally, he had accumulated a certain amount of power and he suddenly released it. Accompanied by the power of will, he struck out with his palm, shattering the Xianxia realm inch by inch as he continued to close in on the immortal master. The immortal master was astonished. How could this scoundrel have such strength? Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. After he finished speaking, in the starry sky of the universe, numerous illusory figures of Xianxia grew. The chi of life fused with the Xianxia illusory figures nearby, causing them to gradually wither. This was reverse growth. Logically speaking, the chi of life should make the Xianxia illusory more luxuriant. However, it caused the Xianxia illusory figures to wither. It was just like how the immortal master used the chi of life to kill his enemies. This wasn't the first time Luyin had encountered such a strange and contradictory method, and he knew that this method was even more difficult to deal with. Teleportation. His body disappeared and reappeared right in front of the immortal master. He struck out with his palm. No matter what kind of power you used, as long as you couldn't release it in time, no matter how strong it would be useless. Suddenly, Luyin felt his heart palpitate. He stared in front of him and he did not know if it was just his imagination, but he saw Xianxia smile. Green light shot out from Xianxia's phantom images and transformed into a curtain that covered the surroundings, isolating them from the rest of the universe. He had been tricked. The immortal master had a method to prevent Luyin from teleporting, which was similar to Uncle Zhang's beginning from nothing. Luyin shifted his palm and broke through the void, instantly disappearing. The immortal master did not move from his original position. He had never truly thought of trapping Luyin and had only used this method to divert Luyin's attack. If Luyin had attacked with that palm, he would have had to endure the immortal master's attack, and he did not know if he could withstand it. It had not been easy for Luyin to accumulate the strength that he had used to reach an extreme, but now, all his efforts had been for naught. Not only had he failed to injure the immortal master, but he had even given the immortal master enough time to attack. The Xianxia illusory figures completely withered and then blossomed. An indescribable power surged towards the immortal master and continuously fused into his body. The immortal master's aura skyrocketed, and it was different from before. At this moment, the immortal master gave off a feeling that he was hovering between life and death. Luyin instantly disappeared, and the immortal master's Xianxia swayed. An invisible power caused the void to melt until it disappeared. Upon seeing Luyin escape, the Xianxia once again charged in a different direction. It did not want to continue fighting even if it had used this much power. The power of life and death? No wonder this Xianxia is your original body. The Azure Lotus defense appeared and endless karma spread out. Thousand faces karma, heavenly finger wheel. Karma transformed into numerous arms that unleashed a shocking finger attack. The immortal master simultaneously unleashed his own power, not showing any fear in the face of the heavenly finger wheel. Boom. The universe distorted and shattered. The entire void shuttled through like a stream of water. Luyin stood in the distance and watched. The immortal master blocked the Azure Lotus defense's heavenly finger wheel head-on. This was an attack that had severely injured Lan Meng and shattered the hanging coffin. As he watched the Xianxia sway and attack again, Luyin exhaled. Perhaps the immortal master had never imagined that he would one day be besieged by so many eternal realms. With Luo Chan around, it had always been the one besieging others, but now it was the other way around. The phantom of the xianxia spread out, constantly releasing the power of life and death towards the immortal master. Facing the Azure Lotus defense, the immortal master took the initiative to attack. The Azure Lotus defense descended, and the second attack, the heavenly finger wheel, caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. For the starry sky, even for Luin, the power of the collision at this moment felt like the sky was collapsing and the earth was cracking. The surface of his body withered, and he instantly appeared behind the immortal master. At this moment, the immortal master's body was shrouded in a layer of invisible power, which was the same power as the xianxias used to attack the heavenly finger wheel. Seeing Luin appear, the immortal master did not care. He was confident that Luin could not break through the protection of this power. The immortal master lived in accordance with the laws of the universe and could grow on its own. The xianxia swayed and could also cultivate insect nests, giving birth to strange xianxian, and drive a civilization with its own power. This was the strength of the immortal master. However, this was not all. When one was in accordance with the laws of life in the universe, one could see the laws of death. The alternation of life and death was released in the xianxia realm. This was the immortal master's application of the laws of the universe. With the xianxia as the carrier, the alternating power of life and death was equivalent to the strength of the two laws of the universe. This was the immortal master's true strength. At this moment, Luin could not shake the immortal master at all. Luin did not expect that although the immortal master had not comprehended the two laws of the universe, he could use one law, himself as the carrier, and the invisible world as the source to forcefully strike out the strength of the two laws. Fortunately, from the beginning, the immortal master that Luin knew was in accordance with the two laws. He had also always treated the immortal master as the boss of the seven treasures heavenly toad and had never underestimated him. In this siege, if there was even the slightest mistake, the immortal master would have escaped. Even without Luo Chan, the immortal master was so far away that it was difficult for Luin to know which direction he ran in. It was impossible for great ancestor Lu Yuan to detect the immortal master, who had concealed his power, and Yen Ryu could not detect him either. The immortal master was very strong, but as long as he could see clearly, it would be over. They had besieged the immortal master time and time again in order to see clearly. Now they could do it. Boom. There was another loud bang as the third heavenly finger wheel collided with the immortal master's power of life and death. The immortal master and the Azure Lotus Defender retreated at the same time. Compared to the Azure Lotus Defender, the immortal master retreated a few more steps in the direction of Luin. Xianxia shook and the power of life and death swept through the surroundings. Whether Luin was around or not, it had no effect on him. If Luin dared to resist, he would definitely die. This was the immortal master's understanding. However, when he saw a huge toad appear, horror filled his entire body. Boss grinned. The void was heavy and gravity was limitless. Xianxia was completely crushed. Boss flipped over and slashed down with his claws. At the same time, the Azure Lotus Defender unleashed the fourth heavenly finger wheel. The immortal master cried out miserably. He had thought that the Azure Lotus Defender's attack was the limit of this siege. He had not expected that the boss of the seven treasures heavenly toad would come. He had seen this aura before. It was the star toad under the lake in the Rainbow Land. It was the star toad that had forced Luin to fight the shameless toad. It was an existence that made him wary. Had the seven treasures heavenly toad tribe submitted to the human civilization? Therefore, the toad called Little 18 had also attacked from the beginning. No matter how he thought about it, he could not figure it out. No matter how strong the toad's power was, it was completely suppressed by the joint attack of Boss and the Azure Lotus Defender. Xianxia kept cracking and the Xianxia realm directly collapsed. The branches and leaves kept falling off, and the power of life and death was crushed into pieces. It was completely unable to resist. Luin instantly disappeared and reappeared. Mr. Mu was brought over. He raised his hand, and the treasure suppression turbid cauldron fell from the sky. It was in accordance with the law of the universe, suppression. When the starry sky calmed down, Luin saw the crushed Xianxia under the cauldron. On both sides, the seven treasures heavenly toad's boss and the Azure Lotus Defender stood tall. In the distance, Old 4, Old 5 and the startled Defender were watching. Luin stood in front of Xianxia with a calm gaze. Was he happy? He had suppressed the immortal master. He was not too happy. Unless one was a powerhouse like Patriarch Shan or had an escape method like teleportation, anyone who faced this siege would have to suffer. This siege made Luin see the inadequacies of the human civilization. Although the human civilization now had many eternal realm cultivators, in reality, once they encountered an absolute powerhouse, they still had to rely on the Azure Lotus Defender. Boss could not be counted on. He could help the human civilization once, twice, or even thrice, but he could not help too many times. After all, he was also bound by karma. The human civilization still needed powerhouses with a strong foundation. After all, Mr. Mu had just broken through, and Uncle Jiang still had Ku Ai's hidden danger. The startled defender had used Mi Jin Xiangyu to cultivate his spirit, but his strength had only increased to the same level as the Shueta defender. They were all slightly weaker. Not to mention Master Qding, Master Qing Chao, and the Heaven-Bearer Immortal. Send them back, Mr. Mu said. The human civilization still had to guard against the strange bird's sneak attack. Lu Yin immediately teleported and sent everyone back. In the end, only he, Mr. Mu, and Boss stayed behind. Under the cauldron, Qinghe's body was much smaller than before the battle. Its surface was covered in cracks and the green glow flickered. It was obvious that it had suffered heavy injuries. Lu Yin did not expect Qinghe to be the Divine Master's main body. The Divine Master had always appeared in his original form, but they did not know. Let's talk again now, Divine Master, Lu Yin said calmly as he looked at Qinghe. Green light gathered on the surface of Qinghe's body, and it stared at Lu Yin like an eye. They looked at each other, and the Divine Master said in a weak voice, I didn't expect the 7 treasures heavenly toad to be used by the human civilization. If it weren't for the 7 treasures heavenly toad, you wouldn't have been able to catch me. Lu Yin nodded. That's right. If it weren't for Boss, we wouldn't have been willing to pay the price to get rid of you. However, if it weren't for Boss, I wouldn't have planned to deal with you. The moment I decided to attack you, the outcome was already decided. The Divine Master said bitterly, I should have killed you long ago. Lu Yin smiled. It's useless to say this now. Being able to capture you has confirmed part of my guess. It seems that you weren't the one who lured those strange birds to the human civilization. Chapter 4266. If the strange bird was lured here by the Divine Master, it would be impossible for the strange bird to not attack when they surrounded and attacked the Divine Master. If the Divine Master and the strange bird joined forces, it would be impossible for them to successfully surround and attack them. The appearance of the strange bird had nothing to do with the Divine Master. What strange bird? The Divine Master was puzzled. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Immortal Plume Civilization. The Divine Master was shocked and looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. How did you know? After thinking for a while, he figured it out. You thought that I lured the Immortal Plume to your place, so you attacked me. Now I'm sure you didn't. The Immortal Plume has awakened? Yes, it's about time. As he spoke, the surface of Qinghe's body swayed, and the green light became brighter. He looked very excited. You can't do anything to the Immortal Plume, right? So you want to understand them through me. This is the real reason why you attacked me. Lu Yin was helpless. That strange bird is too difficult to deal with. There's no other way. It can escape even if we catch it. Which Immortal Plume attacked you? How many are there in total? 10. They're called the 10 Plume. Lu Yin and Mr. Mu looked at each other. Although they had guessed it, this answer still made their hearts sink to the bottom. 10. There were actually 10 of those strange birds. No wonder they felt that it was troublesome. As expected of a fishing civilization. Which one ambushed you? What's its name? Lu Yin was puzzled. You seem to be very willing to share information with us. The Divine Master said in a low voice, if I tell you that I also want to get rid of these Immortal Plume, will you let me go? Are you begging me for mercy? Lu Yin asked. The Divine Master was silent for a moment. Think what you want. Mr. Mu's voice sounded. What's the relationship between Luo Chan and the Immortal Plume civilization? The Divine Master said slowly, by chance, a bug nest floated to the Immortal Plume civilization's nest and gave birth to Luo Chan, who had the innate talent of teleportation. Luo Chan called out to me and lured me to the Immortal Plume civilization. However, that was the Immortal Plume civilization. Lu Yin already knew the result. He felt sorry for the Divine Master. After being lured to the Immortal Plume civilization, it was lucky that it didn't die. In the face of the Immortal Plume civilization, I had no power to resist. However, because of Luo Chan's existence, the Immortal Plume civilization became interested in me and used me as a means of fishing. They hoped that the insect nest civilization would provide the coordinates of civilizations with eternal life and that I would be able to cultivate more green immortals with strange talents. To them, I was a lamp to explore the universe, although the immortal plume civilization did not need to explore. From then on, I've lost my freedom. The hive civilization can't break free from the immortal plume civilization. The immortal master's voice grew louder. I hope to break free from the immortal plume civilization, but I'm too weak. I can't do it. Luin replied, even if you say that, we still won't work with you. There's no trust between us and you don't have the qualifications to work with us right now. The immortal master didn't say anything. Luin looked at it. The strange bird that ambushed us had pink feathers. It was wearing a pink dress and white boots. It moved like a human. You Lu. The immortal master said. It's called moon heron? That's right. You should have seen 1,000 feathers, 1,000 transformations. With 1,000 feathers, 1,000 transformations and teleportation, no one can catch it. The 10 feathers have mastered both of these techniques. Luin exhaled. His heart was heavy. Tell us in detail about the abilities of the 10 feathers. The immortal master said bitterly, I can't do it. I only know 5 of them. The immortal plume civilization is very special. They don't destroy civilizations. They only kill eternal life. Doing so will increase the karmic restraints. Therefore, the immortal plume civilization has an inherited power. It's called the eternal dream. With the eternal dream sleeping in the egg, the flow of time in the egg is extremely fast. It's far from what the outside world can compare to. It's as if the long river of time is being dragged. The time when the immortal plume civilization wakes up is when its karmic restraints are exhausted to an acceptable extent. This also means that it can come out to hunt. I don't know why the immortal plume civilization hunts eternal life. They bring eternal life to their nest. From then on, the eternal life will never appear again. It's like a bird catching a bug. Luin frowned. This analogy was very disgusting. The immortal master continued, from the moment I came into contact with the immortal plume civilization until now, I've only seen a total of 5 immortal plume civilizations awaken. The moon heron happens to be one of them. Among these 5 moon herons, its strength should be considered the weakest. Boss bared his teeth. Weakest? A weakling had actually caused such a commotion between the human civilization and the 7 treasures heavenly toad. This was a little disgusting. Luin narrowed his eyes. Then how powerful is the strongest immortal plume civilization you've seen? The immortal master was silent for a moment. Then he slowly said, it gives me the same feeling as that patriarch Shan. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Was it compatible with the 3 laws of the universe? Mr. Mu was shocked. It couldn't be. Boss stared at Xianxia. Was this for real? There were definitely not many powerhouses like his father in the universe. However, this was not unexpected. That was the immortal plume civilization. It was an existence that made the unknowns fearful. Patriarch Shan had once seen the immortal plume civilization but did not enter. He was fearful of the unknowns. It was not unusual for the immortal plume civilization to have powerhouses similar to Patriarch Shan. The trouble was that the immortal master had only seen 5 immortal plume civilizations. God knew how powerful the remaining 5 immortal plume civilizations were. This was troublesome. Big trouble. De Mao's mocking voice rang in his ears. No, humans could not afford to provoke this kind of trouble. They had to get rid of it. In your opinion, will Lu still attack our human civilization? Mr. Mu asked. The immortal master did not hesitate. Yes, but not now. Since you've seen 1,000 feathers and 1,000 transformations, it proves that you've pushed Lu to the limit. It won't cause trouble for your human civilization for the time being. However, it's impossible to give up. Those immortal plume civilizations are very vengeful. If one can't defeat them, they'll kill too. Don't think that I'm scaring you. This is the truth. If it were not for the information he obtained from the immortal master, Lu Yin might have thought that the immortal master was scaring them to protect himself. However, he knew very well that this was indeed the truth. He was not the only one who said that those strange birds were vengeful. The more vengeful they were, the more troublesome it would be. Lu Yin did not believe that the human civilization could destroy the immortal plume civilization. Those immortal plume civilizations were terrifyingly powerful. Only the unknowns could deal with them. So you're saying that we don't have to worry about Lu for the time being? It won't attack us in the near future? Luin asked. The immortal master said, it should be, unless a second immortal plume civilization awakens. When Lu attacks you again, it means that it has the confidence to kill you immortal realm humans. Lu Yin's head hurt. I'll say the same thing again. Tell me everything you know about the immortal plume civilization. The immortal master did not refuse and was rather cooperative. It told him everything it knew about the immortal plume civilization. If there was no teleportation, Lu Yin would not have such a headache even if there was a powerhouse like Patriarch Shan in the immortal plume civilization. He did not expect that he would be disgusted by teleportation after mastering it. At the same time, the immortal master secretly hated Yu Lu for not telling him that the human civilization had mastered teleportation in time. It wanted to get rid of the immortal plume civilization, but now it wanted to get rid of the human civilization even more. Its life and death were controlled by the human civilization. As the immortal master spoke, Lu Yin used karma to see its past karma. The immortal master knew very well that its karma had been seen. Although Lu Yin could not see anything, it would make it hesitate and not dare to speak nonsense. The immortal master did not know much about the immortal plume civilization and finished speaking very quickly. Lu Yin asked Boss to throw it into his general appointment platform hell. The immortal master looked at the general appointment platform hell. It did not understand what it was for, but it was not afraid. With its strength, Lu Yin would not be able to kill it that easily. Boss picked up xianxia like a chicken and threw it into the general appointment platform hell. The cauldron floated above the general appointment platform hell. The moment the immortal master entered the general appointment platform hell, the heavenly Tao of karma expanded uncontrollably and crazily spread out. It covered a distance of a square inch and easily covered the distant universe. Lu Yin closed his eyes. Up until now, the immortal master had increased his karma the most. Before this, he had also obtained eternal life's karma, but the immortal master was definitely the one who had obtained the most. Boss, Mr. Mu, and the others all looked at the sky as if they were looking at a second karma phenomenon. Lu Yin did not know how wide the heavenly Tao of karma would ultimately be. Only the heavens knew how long the immortal master had lived. Perhaps he had lived even longer than Qing Lianyu. Time continued to pass, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The heavenly Tao of karma was still increasing. At this moment, the heavenly Tao of karma's range was enough to cover 3 universes, which was equivalent to a small portion of the heavenly Tao of karma, and it was still increasing. The sudden increase in the heavenly Tao of karma's range meant that the immortal master of karma's karma would also increase. Lu Yin entered a state of enlightenment. He had once thought that when the immortal master of karma's range expanded to a certain extent, it would bring about a transformation. Now the transformation had occurred. Lu Yin's path of karma was more inclined towards deduction and looking back at his karma experiences. This inclination was related to his Dai's enhance. He had learned too many secrets through his Dai's enhance, which had become a shortcut on his cultivation path. Thus, his karma had also unconsciously leaned towards this path. Now he had changed this inclination. Karma also had the Tao of slaughter. Lu Yin looked back at the first half of his life, and battle after battle flashed through his mind. Countless enemies, countless methods, all sorts of strange battle techniques, and innate gifts flowed through his mind like flowing water. All of this came from his karma and his past. Suddenly he raised a hand and grabbed at a piece of karma. He saw a person within it, Maiden. Maiden was someone who could use the flow of time to sever the past. Such a method inspired Lu Yin, and he casually waved his hand, causing a river of karma to descend. He put 2 fingers together and severed it, causing the piece of karma to disappear. Karma. If there was a cause, then there was an effect. If he could sever karma and use it as the cause, then the effect would be ineffective. This was karma severing. Lu Yin swam freely in the sea of karma, trying again and again to sever karma. He severed his own karma, and he could clearly sense that when his karma was severed, it was the same as losing his past experiences and memories of those experiences. Fortunately, this was a karma that he had control over, so he could sever it or continue it. But what would happen if someone else's karma was severed? Uncle Jiang had once been deprived of time by the Grass Grandmaster, who had used it to deprive Uncle Jiang of his past experiences. However, the Grass Grandmaster had not been able to deprive Uncle Jiang of his past memories, and Uncle Jiang could still recover them. That was just time that had been deprived and it could be recovered. But what about karma? Once a piece of karma was severed, it was the same as depriving one of their past karma. How could they recover? Chapter 4267. It would take more than 200 years to find the one-line sky even with the speed of an eternal life realm. The reason why the Divine Master could get here so quickly was because of Luo Chan's teleportation. Luo Chan did not teleport at full speed. It must be stalling for time. Otherwise it would have arrived very quickly. However, Lu Yin did not have a pathfinding stone. He could not see into the distance and could not teleport. He could only rely on others to travel and scatter pathfinding stones for him along the way. This journey of more than 200 years was too long and a waste of time. No one had the time, and Lu Yin should not waste this time. They all thought of the 7 treasures heavenly toad. Especially when they thought of little 18. Little 18 had been very bored recently. When he was in the 7 treasures heavenly toad's territory, he could not stay still and kept going to the tricolor sky-carrying tribe. Firstly, he wanted to eat. Secondly, he wanted to relax. He did not like to stay in one place. If Old 4 believed that he was elegant and Old 5 believed that he was intelligent, little 18 believed that he had a romantic heart. Lu Yin almost burst out laughing when he heard his boss say the word romantic, in such a serious manner. That child has a heart that pursues freedom and romance. If it were not for the elder ancestor, he would have run away long ago. Boss said helplessly, the reason why he works hard to cultivate is to leave the tribe as soon as possible. Only with the strength of an eternal life realm can he protect himself. You can let him go on this trip. Lu Yin was grateful. Thank you. Little 18 was excited and thanked Lu Yin profusely. He did not want to stay in the consciousness universe anymore, but he could not go to the human universe. Where else could he go? The human civilization was not peaceful. It was quiet for a while and then something happened. Now he could finally leave with a mission. Yes, with a bird. The snow-white bird was a road sign. How could he explore without it? He was too far away from the Divine Master and could not find his previous position. However, Lu Yin had checked the Divine Master's pass through karma and found the approximate route. He could find it as long as he reached a certain position. Lu Yin looked at little 18 seriously. Although we are in a hurry, we are not sure if the route is right. It is easy to get lost. Secondly, we may encounter strong enemies along the way. Thirdly, be careful of this bird. It is xianxia and has the Divine Master behind her. You will be in danger if they contact you. So, little 18, I will ask you again. Are you willing to go? If you're not willing, I can ask someone else. Little 18 grinned, but before he could say anything, he was smacked on the back of his head by Big Boss. Don't ask. This kid will definitely be willing no matter how dangerous it is. I, the 7 treasures heavenly toad, am not afraid of danger. 18 glanced at his boss with grievance, and then nodded solemnly to Lu Yin, for romance. Lu Yin was speechless. He knew that it was pursuing romance, so he had completely let go of it and didn't hide it at all. Does every toad have a restless heart? What was old ancestor Shan pursuing? Lu Yin really wanted to ask. Little 18 left, dragging the flying bird with his claws in a rather barbaric manner. Lu Yin was afraid that the bird's neck would be snapped in half. The addition of the 7 treasures heavenly toad tribe made things much easier for Lu Yin. Big Bro helped out time and time again while OL 4 and OL 5 helped out as well. Trivial matters like traveling were left to little 18. He had done the right thing by helping them. The fishing civilization had destroyed one civilization after another with their strength. Then, could they attract more civilizations with their strength? Patriarch Shan's words flashed through Lu Yin's mind. When the human civilization truly became a fishing civilization, would they also take this path? What would happen to the civilizations that joined forces with the human civilization? He didn't want to think about that. There was still a long way to go. In the following time, Lu Yin continued to build a high mental wall. He hoped that the strange bird would not come for the time being, as the immortal master said. The immortal plume civilization was still a huge hidden danger. One day a few years later, Master Greengrass came to see Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Master Greengrass. I joined the unknown, but they didn't take the initiative to contact me. Why do they have to go through you? Master Greengrass said, I've worshipped the divine tree. The unknown has the ability to actively summon me. I can agree or refuse. This is the unknown's way of contacting me. As for you, the unknown can't take the initiative to contact you. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. He hadn't gone to the divine tree yet. He didn't plan to go either. Since you can still go to the divine tree, help me find out if there are any newcomers who want to join, Lu Yin said. Master Greengrass was puzzled. Find out? What find out? The divine tree wasn't a market. Not long after, Lu Yin's consciousness entered the divine tree. Who's looking for me? Demao? Ah, old man. Is it you? I'm here. As soon as Lu Yin arrived, the atmosphere changed. Eight Color's voice came out. I'm the one looking for you. Only I can take the initiative to call you here? Divine Tree. Luin understood. What's the matter? Eight Color. How's the battle with Immortal Plume? Battle situation? What battle situation? There's no battle situation. Eight Color? Luin said casually, just beat it up. It won't dare to come after a beating. Eight Color was curious. Ever since you used Thousand Feathers, Thousand Transformations, you haven't been to the human civilization? Luin asked. You don't sound surprised. Why didn't you tell me before? You made me worry for so many years. Humph, didn't you say there was no battle situation? Demao mocked. Luin laughed. Would you have come out if I didn't say that? Demao, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you've always been holding your IQ tight. You need to break through a little. Demao was furious. Eight Color said, I called you here to hear your opinion on Immortal Plume. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. My opinion is, can we make a huge birdcage to keep all those strange birds in? Ah, you're not the first to think like that. Unfortunately, it can't be realized. The old man also came out. Lu Yin was puzzled. You're here too? I say you old guys stay in Divine Tree all day long. Don't you do missions? Eight Color, this won't do. We've been fighting outside all day for the unknown. Our sincerity can be seen by heaven and earth. These old guys are just idling around. What, you think you're so great just because you've worked for a long time? Ah, it's longer than you can imagine. The old man was not angry. Lu Yin sneered, as long as your name? You know my name? Ha, old guy, I named it. The old man was speechless. You've beaten Immortal Plume away once. There will be a second time, a third time. Your human civilization will be destroyed sooner or later. Demao was disdainful. Lu Yin mocked, it's better than being a coward. Look at how scared you are. Scared? During the battle in the Habitat universe, I crushed an Immortal Plume. Demao's voice rose. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Habitat universe? Crushed? Lu Yin, the Immortal Plume civilization is also my unknown enemy. The next battle might be with them. If they're forced to enlist, you'd better not refuse. Otherwise, you won't be able to understand the Immortal Plume civilization. Only by cooperating with the unknown can you inflict serious damage. Eight Color spoke, interrupting Demao. That's why I called you here. Lu Yin ignored Eight Color. Demao, are you sure we're talking about the same civilization? Those are Immortal Plume civilization. Don't talk about crushing an Immortal Plume. If you see one Immortal Plume civilization, you'll kneel quickly. Haha, little guy, don't test anymore. It's said enough. The old man said. Lu Yin frowned. This old guy was disgusting. Demao stopped talking. Lu Yin shouted a few more times, but Demao still did not speak. It was obvious that he had said something he should not have. Lu Yin did not know any history of the Habitat universe. He had not even heard of this universe. Eight Color, you called me here because you don't want me to refuse the next forced enlistment? If the opponent is Immortal Plume civilization, you can understand them without completing the mission and cooperate with us to kill as many Immortal Plume civilization as possible. Are you sure the opponent is Immortal Plume civilization? I'm not sure. Will you tell me who the opponent is in advance? No. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. If it's not Immortal Plume civilization, won't I lose out? The opportunity to refuse the forced enlistment is always there, Eight Color said. Lu Yin asked, then when is the forced enlistment? I don't know yet. All right then, I'm leaving? Eight Color did not answer. Demao, I'm leaving? Haha, old guy. No one answered. Lu Yin sighed. None of them dare to speak in front of the Immortal Plume civilization. How pitiful. He left after saying that. After he left, the old guy said, this little guy will still refuse the next enlistment. Eight Color, the more you remind him, the more he'll refuse. Demao laughed strangely, but there's only one chance to refuse. If you use it, it'll be gone. Eight Color, do you want to enlist him now? Eight Color's voice sounded, the unknowns won't randomly initiate enlistment. This is unfair to you. There are also existences among you who haven't used the opportunity to refuse the forced enlistment. Demao was surprised. There are still those who haven't used it? 10 years later, the Tuafeng civilization, which was far away from the human civilization, ushered in a war. A huge oval-shaped light beam shot out from one end of the door. Drifting did not hesitate and kept shooting. At the same time, countless balls were thrown in all directions. The Tuafeng civilization had 5 eternal beings. Drifting's continuous shooting directly obliterated one eternal being. The human civilization did not know about this war. It had been more than 200 years since Lu Yin placed the door connecting to the Tuofeng civilization in the technological civilization. The threat of the strange birds had temporarily been removed. He had even fought with the Divine Master and buried the Taoist sword. He had forgotten about this matter. The Tuofeng civilization was far away from the human civilization. It was nearly 20 years away from the speed of an eternal being. No matter how large the range of drifting was, it would be difficult for it to reach them. It would not be noticed by the human civilization at all. The war lasted for a year. With the previous few lessons learned, this time the technological civilization had prepared for more than 200 years. They were too well prepared. They killed as soon as they arrived. They did not even look at it. As a result, the Tuofeng civilization was completely wiped out in a mere year. The war this year was completely calculated by the technological civilization. There was almost no deviation. Under the sharp edge of the technological civilization, the number of eternal beings did not mean much. If they could not resist, even 10 eternal beings would die. If they could resist, one eternal being could destroy the technological civilization. This was a characteristic that could be seen. It was also the absolute advantage of the technological civilization that did not care about karma. Only 2 eternal beings escaped. Chapter 4268. One day, 18 years later, 2 figures looked at each other from afar. What's that? What a majestic power. That's the world of eternal life. It's the power of karma. Karma? You can see karma? Just because you can't see it doesn't mean that I can't see it. This is a top-notch expert. It's very likely that he's a legendary expert who fits the laws of 2 universes. Otherwise, the range wouldn't be so large and he wouldn't dare to release it so recklessly. He's doing this to deter us. Let's go and change directions. We can't provoke that civilization. After all, my civilization has 5 eternal lives. If we were at our peak, we might not have been afraid of this civilization. Cut the crap. If this expert dares to deter us so recklessly, his civilization must be very strong. But it's definitely not a fishing civilization. What a pity. If only we had discovered this civilization earlier. If we had joined forces with them, we might not have been afraid of that technological civilization. It's not technological civilization that will destroy us, it's the unknowns. After a moment of silence he said, "It doesn't matter. I wasn't born in the devouring civilization anyway. Let's go. Let's leave this area. We can't be found by the unknowns." Lu Yin looked at the grass master in front of him. "So from now on you'll be specially passing messages to the unknowns, right?" The grass master said helplessly, "Unless they're forcibly recruited to participate in the war, the unknowns won't take the initiative to contact us. Am I the only special one? I've already passed the message. It's up to you whether you want to go or not." The grass master didn't want to pass the message either, but he had no choice. After all, Lu Yin didn't worship the divine tree. In fact, according to the normal process, if Lu Yin joined the unknowns, he would worship the divine tree, obtain the resources and power given by the unknowns, and bring them back to his civilization. The grass master should be a part of the unknowns in Lu Yin's civilization, just like how Xia had the migrating Silver Sky Army. The unknowns could have subordinates to do things for them. However, Lu Yin didn't take the normal path at all. He didn't worship the divine tree and was wary of the unknowns. Even the grass master was now in a dilemma. In the past, when he joined the unknowns to deal with the human civilization, he was rejected by the alarmed Xianghu and the others. If not for Xianghu's instructions and fear of karma and the threat of the unknowns, he might have died. But now that Lu Yin had joined the unknowns, he was still rejected. He was still hated by everyone. Although everyone knew that he had joined the unknowns, it was not necessarily wrong to look at it from his perspective. He had seen the unknowns use civilization to destroy a civilization with 10 eternal life realm experts. The shock it brought was unparalleled, and it made him very clear that human civilization could not stop the unknowns. But knowing was one thing, the death of Mijin Xiangyu was still in everyone's mind, and they couldn't let it go. Therefore, Master Greengrass stayed in the spiritualized universe and did not come into contact with anyone. He would only show up occasionally to teach cultivators. But now there was one more thing to do, and that was to pass a message to Lu Yin on behalf of the unknown. When Lu Yin arrived, he immediately greeted them. "Demao hee old men, are you all here?" "I'm here again." The 8-colored voice sounded. "Lu Yin, congratulations on completing the mission. You may choose your reward." Luin was taken aback. What do you mean, complete the mission? Suddenly, his expression changed and he hurriedly left. He pushed open the lid of the hanging coffin and instantly disappeared, heading towards the devouring seal civilization. There was only one possibility for the completion of the mission, and that was that the devouring seal civilization had been destroyed by the technological civilization. He had forgotten about this. He did not expect the technological civilization to delay until now. More than 200 years had passed, and they must have made ample preparations. He was not surprised that they could destroy the devouring seal civilization, even if there were 5 eternal life realm experts. What he was worried about now was whether the technological civilization would find the human civilization after destroying the devouring seal civilization. The devouring seal civilization was not like the bramble bird civilization, which was far away from the human civilization. They were right next to it. Luin teleported again and again. Some of the consciousness on the pathfinding stones dissipated, while others were still useful. Half a year later, he arrived outside the devouring seal civilization. The entire universe was completely different from what he had seen before. It was filled with a sense of withering. Countless cracks were everywhere, and the stars outside the universe were unstable. It was obvious that the attacks came from wandering. He did not know how many wandering attacks the devouring seal civilization had endured. At this moment, the technological civilization was constantly sending out oval-shaped lights of various sizes through the unknown door, heading towards the devouring seal civilization's universe. Oval-shaped lights appeared in all directions outside the universe. Luin teleported again and again, circling around the devouring seal civilization. He confirmed that there were 4 huge oval-shaped lights that could be used to launch wandering attacks. These were the same oval-shaped lights that had participated in the battle in the Rainbow Lands, but there were more of them now. There were a total of 4, and they had launched 4 wandering attacks at once. It was no wonder that the devouring seal civilization had been destroyed. Luin believed that these 4 huge oval-shaped lights would not be easy for the technological civilization. This was a power that could destroy 5 eternal life realm experts. It was definitely powerful, but it was ineffective against him. Luin slowly clenched his fists, and the surface of his body withered. A terrifying power was constantly released as he stared into the distance. At the same time, an alarm sounded from one of the oval-shaped lights closest to Luin. Activate absolute analysis. Absolute analysis activating. Analyze. Analyze. Boom. There was a loud bang as the huge oval-shaped light fell. Luin stepped into the void and instantly disappeared. He reappeared at the side of the light and punched out again. He had not expected that his full-powered punch would not immediately break through the oval-shaped light. This thing's defense was extremely strong. It was normal. If he had relied on wandering, he would not have been able to withstand it, and he would not have been able to win. But how many times could he withstand it? Release wandering immediately. Warning. Please confirm whether or not to release wandering. The Third Fleet cannot withstand it except for this warship. There are a total of... Cut the crap. Release. Wandering in preparation. Wandering in preparation. Bang. Lu Yin's punch shattered the defense outside the huge oval-shaped light. Around him, countless attacks fell, drowning him in the huge oval-shaped light. However, these attacks were ineffective against Luin. The strongest attack was the crystal fall that he had seen before, and it was not enough to dry up his body and recover. However, the huge oval-shaped light's defense was broken. It could not withstand the attacks and directly disintegrated. Luin saw the strange creature inside dissipate under the countless attacks. A huge oval-shaped light had the ability to withstand all his strength several times, and wandering also had the destructive power to severely injure ordinary eternal life realm experts. This was the method of a technological civilization. A huge oval-shaped light was equivalent to an eternal life realm expert. And because it was a visible law used by a technological civilization for an eternal life realm expert, it was very simple to withstand. If they could not withstand it, they would die. When a technological civilization's destructive power reached the level of an eternal life realm expert, numbers were their absolute means. In all directions, the light illuminated the universe's star dome. The other 3 directions launched wandering at the same time, enveloping the entire universe. Luin looked up and saw that the core space was being pulled. He did not want to withstand this attack. It was not that he could not withstand it, but that it was unnecessary. He teleported and disappeared. The universe of the engulfing civilization was distorted, and the entire universe was being pulled. The void reversed and drifted. Except for the 3 huge oval-shaped lights, the other oval-shaped lights were all destroyed. At the same time, the engulfing civilization was also destroyed. The string of the engulfing civilization sequence was completely torn, and the universe restarted. A technological civilization had an advantage against an eternal life realm expert, and Luin had an even greater advantage against a technological civilization. He could teleport and disappear, and wandering would not pose any threat to him. In the knowledge of a technological civilization, wandering's range was large enough that ordinary eternal life realm experts could not avoid it. But once they avoided it, wandering would not be a threat. The 3 huge oval-shaped lights moved towards the core space. The engulfing universe was restarting, and they did not want to withstand it. Bang! There was a loud bang, and an alarm sounded from one of the huge oval-shaped lights. Launch wandering immediately. Immediately. In the distance, the other 2 huge oval-shaped lights sounded the alarm at the same time. It's him. It's the creature that used us. He's not injured at all. Wandering is ineffective against him? He avoided wandering. Wandering is effective against any creature. This is the law of the universe. Energy transfer. Let the 4th flagship withstand it. We'll use wandering's limit to pull. No matter how fast he is, he won't be able to escape. Prepare to sacrifice the 4th flagship. Luin raised his hand, and Golian appeared and slashed down. The huge oval-shaped light shone brightly and blocked Golian's slash. This was beyond Lu Yin's expectations. It was much stronger than the previous one. No, it was not from the oval-shaped light itself. Luin looked back and saw that in the distance, the void was flowing in reverse and wandering was gone again. He teleported and disappeared. Luin did not know that the other 2 huge oval-shaped lights were using the one he had attacked as bait to pull wandering to its limit. They wanted to envelop him. It did not matter if he knew. No matter how far the oval-shaped light could reach, it could not reach the human civilization. That kind of distance was beyond the understanding of ordinary eternal lifeforms. The Azure Lotus Defense's karmic celestial phenomenon could only cover the distance of an eternal lifeform's speed for 3 years, while wandering's normal range could cover the distance of an eternal lifeform's speed for more than a month. This meant that only a powerful eternal lifeform like Mr. Mu could possibly avoid it. As for wandering's extreme pull, it sacrificed the surrounding area to cover the distance of an eternal lifeform's speed in a straight line. This was very exaggerated. Even a powerhouse like the 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad's boss might not be able to escape, but he did not need to. But even 10 years of speed would not be able to cover Luin, let alone 1 year of speed. They did not know what they were facing. That was teleportation, an absolute technique of the immortal plume civilization. It was a terrifying innate gift that could only be blocked by those who were in line with the 3 laws of the universe. It was on a completely different level from what they knew. Wandering's extreme pull was not released just once, but 6 times at the same time. The huge oval-shaped light was released 3 times. 6 extreme pulls were enough to severely injure any eternal life form. Even if it could not kill Luin, it should be enough to render him powerless. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.